What if the most powerful men in the world were also the weirdest? Behind every Oval Office portrait lies a story too strange for textbook-shaunted dreams: vanishing ships, secret letters, phantom illnesses, coded nicknames, and talking raccoons. This isn't history. This is what history left out. Welcome to the side of the presidency they never briefed you on. Tonight, we unlock the archives, dust off the rumors, and follow the paper trails into the uncanny. These are the strangest stories ever whispered about U.S. presidents. George Washington. They say the father of a nation must be a man of principle, stoic, unshakable, unflinching in his vision. But George Washington, towering above his peers at 6'2", with a powdered head and a constitution of cold resolve, had one tiny problem. He was absolutely terrified of being buried alive. Not in the metaphorical sense, mind you, literally. In a time when medical definitions of death were still mostly "looks dead enough," Washington made a very specific request. After he died, his body was to be left above ground for no fewer than 72 hours, just in case. Just in case the great general champion of Yorktown, suppressor of rebellion, unflappable in battle, woke up gasping inside his coffin, clawing at cedar walls with fingernails that would never be long enough to matter. He also didn't live in the White House. That came later. His presidency was conducted from less romantic places: Philadelphia, New York. Drafty halls and candlelit desks where the walls listened poorly, and the rats, too, participated in government. But people don't like their myths drafty. So we pretend he prowled the halls of 1600 Pennsylvania Ave, as if the ghosts had already moved in before the house had walls. He hated shaking hands, too informal, too undignified. A bow was better, more controlled, more theatrical. A handshake was a contract between equals, and Washington, despite what he may have said about liberty and fraternity, preferred to remain just out of reach. That distance was deliberate. He knew how to wear power like a glove. You could see it, admire it, but never quite feel the warmth of his skin through it. He loved dogs, though, especially foxhounds. He bred them, pampered them, named them absurd things. Sweetlips was one, Drunkard was another. He let them roam the estate at Mount Vernon, symbols of a more relaxed domain where loyalty was instinctive and the barks less treacherous than the speeches of men. His false teeth were never made of wood. That was the clean lie we invented to keep history sanitary. In reality, they were made from ivory, brass, and the teeth of other human beings. Some of those teeth were purchased from the enslaved. It was not uncommon, it was not illegal, it was simply grotesque. They sit now in museums, those smiles of empire, silent witnesses to a man obsessed with control, but never quite his own decay. And speaking of control, he was pathologically punctual. He believed lateness was a kind of sin. His schedule was militarized down to the minute, dinners at exactly 4 p.m. Guests reprimanded with silence if they arrived late, clocks that ticked like musket drills. His own body was a parade ground, each movement precise, rehearsed, arranged. He had a deep obsession with appearances, so much so that he wore padded underwear not for comfort, but posture. He posed for painters like a man constructing a myth in real time. Not a man, but an idea, wearing breeches and powdered hair, carefully staged to make democracy look like an oil painting instead of an experiment dripping with blood and tobacco. He never had biological children. The reasons are speculative. Illness, sterility, fate. He raised stepchildren, signed letters, "Your affectionate father," and moved through life with the calculated grief of a man aware of his legacy and its missing heirs. A father of a country, but not a family. Immortal in granite, but ultimately human in bed. He feared owls. Not abstractly. Their calls were omens of death. 1 hoot, a warning. 2, a funeral. Washington, the rationalist, The Freemason, the Enlightenment icon spooked by birds that wouldn't shut up after dusk. It's easy to forget that even the Founding Fathers listened to trees differently at night. He threw parties, though. Washington loved to dance. For a man who refused handshakes and refused to be touched in undress even by age, moved through ballroom floors like a general commanding silence between violins. He danced for hours. One observer wrote he could dance with the elegance of a French courtier and the stamina of a blacksmith. There's something about that, a man who couldn't speak comfortably in public, letting his body articulate what his mouth wouldn't. His spy network was one of the most sophisticated of the 18th century. Invisible ink, coded letters, agents codenamed 355. There's a letter in the Library of Congress written in his hand that's completely blank to the naked eye, just parchment. Until it's brushed with heat. Then the words emerge, confessions from the shadows, proof that democracy's founding came with a side of espionage and shadows flickering behind red drapes. He brewed his own whiskey. Lots of it. Mount Vernon was one of the largest distilleries in the country at the time. That austere, stiff-lipped icon of marble and mourning? He was also a liquor baron. The man who demanded silence on Sundays made his fortune selling intoxication to farmers 6 days a week. He was nearly killed multiple times in battle. Bullets tore through his coat. Horses were shot out from under him. He walked away from firefights that should have ended him, cloak tattered but untouched. Soldiers called it providence. Washington likely called it timing, or symmetry. He had an eye for both. He wore no wig. That's another myth. He powdered his own hair, tying it back neatly, white not from age, but from flour and perfume. He played the role. He studied it. He knew the president wasn't a person, but a mirror that needed to reflect authority, decency, restraint. Even if the man inside the suit had chronic stomach issues, a short temper, and the ability to scare away death with etiquette. And when he finally did die after a cold, a doctor, and a series of bloodlettings that drained the life from him faster than the illness he was, as requested, left above ground for 3 long days. Just in case he woke up. Just in case death was running behind schedule. They buried him after that. He didn't rise. The owls had been right. But what comes next isn't resurrection. It's disorientation. Because the man who followed Himor's second president was shorter, louder, and spoke to himself in the garden while walking in compulsive circles. And that wasn't the strangest thing about John Adams. Not by a long shot. John Adams believed manure was the key to civilization. He wrote letters about it, detailed, pungent, almost lyrical letters, to his friends, to his wife, to himself. He obsessed over compost the way other men obsessed over theology or empire. The perfection of a dung heap, he once wrote, is the true measure of a nation's progress. There were no jokes in that sentence. He wasn't kidding. This, perhaps, explains the man better than any of his portraits. And he would have hated that being said. Portraits, to him, were lies wrapped in flattery. He never smiled for them. He believed a grin undermined the dignity of the office. The only thing worse than a smile was a joke told too early. Adams feared death more than he feared public ridicule. And he feared ridicule like it was a disease. He was a hypochondriac, a self-diagnosing ball of New England nerves who once recorded, in his diary, that he thought his intestines were melting. They weren't. But his fear of decay never stopped decaying him. He believed hard cider was medicine, 1 tankard, first thing in the morning. Not because it tasted good, though it did, but because it was reliable, a cure for something unnamed. Maybe the 18th century version of anxiety. Maybe just thirst with a bad attitude. Adams also walked in circles. Perfect circles. In his yard. For hours. He said it helped him think. Neighbors assumed it was madness. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. But the ritual was precise-like. A compass had been swallowed and was now spinning under his ribs, a man trying to outrun his own center by orbiting it. He talked to himself, not metaphorically, not in passing, out loud, loudly, in libraries, in carriages, in front of dinner guests. He'd debate both sides of an issue, call himself an idiot, then rebut himself with a quote from Cicero. He had more conversations with John Adams than anyone else in his life, including Abigail. He described himself as obnoxious and disliked. Not in jest. In a letter. That he meant. That kind of self-awareness either destroys a person or turns them into something bulletproof. Adams chose bulletproof. He plowed forward through decades of mockery, mediocrity, and migraine-inducing Senate debates powered by indignation and something that felt like purpose but smelled a lot like pride. And yes, he bit his nails, to the quick, down to blood, in public, during arguments, in bed, in the Senate, during negotiations. It wasn't nerves, it was a habit. The body's way of chewing through decisions that wouldn't get made. Abigail reportedly tried gloves. He reportedly ate through the gloves. He loathed Philadelphia, said it smelled like death. He wasn't wrong. The summer stench of 18th century cities could knock a man off a horse, but Adams's distaste was personal. He claimed the food was an insult to civilization. He once skipped an entire banquet because someone used nutmeg incorrectly. These were not ordinary complaints. These were philosophical objections to how others chewed. He had a habit of counting how many people liked him. In journals, in letters, sometimes at dinner parties. He'd keep a running tally in his head. Spoiler, the number was always lower than he wanted. He once calculated that Benjamin Franklin had 47 more public admirers in Boston than he did. The math was not approximate. And speaking of Franklin, Adams hated him. Said he was lazy, said he was Frenchified, said he wore too many ruffles and smelled like expensive failure. Franklin ignored all of this and kept lounging through Paris like a scandal in a wig. Adams collected rocks. Not interesting ones. Not rare ones. Just rocks. From places he liked, from places he didn't. He labeled them with names like Valley of Disappointment and Fort of Self-Doubt. He didn't think it was funny. He thought it was geology. His handwriting was horrific. His letters looked like they were written mid-earthquake, by a man being chased. Historians now use digital enhancement to decipher his grocery lists. There's a letter he wrote to Jefferson that contains so many crossouts. The paper looks like it lost a duel. Adams called it editing. Others called it a crime scene. He once practiced law so aggressively that a jury cried. Multiple witnesses confirmed this. One of them said Adams didn't even raise his voice. He just described a property line so vividly that the plaintiff wept from exhaustion. He considered it his finest courtroom hour. He also didn't trust smiling. He believed joy, like thunder, should happen in private. He thought laughter should be reserved for literature. Not because he lacked humor, Adams was actually quite funny in letters, but because he believed a joke should never be mistaken for sincerity. He wore dignity like an iron wig. He trained himself to rise before 5 a.m., even in his 70s. He said it gave him a head start on entropy. He thought late sleepers were morally suspect. When asked if he ever slept in, he replied, "Once. It was war." The joke was lost on everyone, including him. He believed horses could smell liars. His favorite mare once bucked off a visiting diplomat. Adams smiled, just once, that year. He often refused to eat meat in public, claiming it made people look unphilosophical. But he privately adored onions, raw ones, bitten into like apples. He said they cured the doubts of digestion. No one asked for clarification. And then there's the parrot. Yes, he and Abigail had a parrot that swore loudly at guests, possibly from overhearing John during his morning debates with himself. No one dared correct it. The parrot died of unknown causes shortly after Adams left the presidency. Some say heartbreak, others say exhaustion. His last words were, "Thomas Jefferson survives." He was wrong. Jefferson had died hours earlier, on the same day, July 4th, exactly 50 years after the Declaration of Independence. Two founders, two rivals, two men who spent decades inventing a nation and arguing about its metaphors, both dying on the day they mythologized. But death, it seems, has a sense of irony. Or maybe it just keeps a tight calendar. Because the man who followed Thomas Jefferson didn't just shape the country. He tried to rewire it. With pasta, mammoths, and a mechanical closet that spun between rooms like the earth on a private axis. Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson believed in the power of design, both architectural and metaphysical. He built Monticello not as a home, but as a monument to Enlightenment geometry. Rooms rotated around natural light. Bookshelves vanished into walls. Closets turned on hidden pivots. The whole house operated like a clock built by someone trying to prove that time itself could be reasoned with. And yet, it leaked. The ceilings dripped. The experimental roofing failed in summer heat. Visitors admired the symmetry while dodging puddles. Jefferson took notes about the leaks, of course. He noted everything. Daily temperatures, the price of butter in Richmond, the flight patterns of local birds, his feelings, barometric pressure, his heartbeats, the number of peaches picked on a Thursday, the moods of the moon. He treated the universe like it was waiting for a proper audit. He hated public speaking. His voice is soft. Almost a whisper barely made it past the podium. Contemporary accounts say he often mumbled and looked down. The author of the Declaration of Independence had a voice like a tired schoolteacher caught in a windstorm. He delivered the inaugural address, then never again spoke directly to Congress. He preferred letters. Long, passive-aggressive letters. Jefferson had a pet mockingbird named Dick. It perched on his shoulder, sang while he read, and had the run of the house. At dinner parties, it would land on the guests' heads. Jefferson refused to cage it. He claimed it was more intelligent than several members of his cabinet. No one asked which ones. He also kept grizzly bear cubs. For a while, a gift from explorer Zebulon Pike, he let them roam a makeshift pen near the White House. No one remembers what happened to them, which is somehow worse than knowing. His dietary choices were inconsistent with his philosophies. He once declared that meat was merely a condiment. He was a vegetarian by instinct, he claimed, but he hunted obsessively, loved ham, loved venison, loved wine even more. He imported over 20 zero bottles during his presidency, had custom cellars built, described wine in his journals as though it were a philosophy made drinkable. He was obsessed with macaroni and cheese. He discovered it in Europe, brought back a pasta machine, and served it at White House dinners like a cultural trophy. Guests were confused. No one knew what to do with it. He didn't care. Jefferson was fascinated by mammoths, not metaphorically. He genuinely believed giant creatures still roamed the unexplored American West. He wanted to find them. Prove to European naturalists that America wasn't biologically inferior. He had a moose shipped to France just to show its size. It was stuffed and stood in the hallway of a Parisian salon like a silent rebuttal to British zoology. He invented things constantly. A swiveling chair, a dual pen called a polygraph that copied his handwriting in real time, a secret rotating bookshelf. Devices to log rainfall, log temperature, log motion, log logs. His notebooks are filled with sketches of inventions that never quite caught on. One of his favorite tools was a thermometer he carried like a compass. He checked the temperature constantly. He claimed it helped him make decisions. He designed his own tombstone. He left off the presidency. Listed instead the Declaration of Independence, the founding of the University of Virginia, and the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom. He arranged his own legacy like a sentence with commas but no conclusion. He rewrote the Bible, literally, cut out the miracles, removed the divine, kept only the moral teachings of Jesus, glued the remaining pieces into a new book, the Jefferson Bible. He read from it nightly. It made him feel cleaner, somehow. He believed soaking his feet in cold water prevented illness. Every morning, even in winter, he believed dreams contained warnings and wrote them down next to weather reports. He avoided mirrors late at night. He thought tomatoes were poisonous for most of his adult life, then grew them obsessively. He was terrified of debt, documented every purchase, balanced his own accounts, then died deeply in debt anyway, hundreds of thousands of dollars. He once tried to sell his personal book collection to pay off creditors. Those books became the foundation of the Library of Congress. The government's memory is made of Jefferson's panic. He hated confrontation. He preferred to resolve conflicts by writing letters instead of speaking directly. Some were 3 pages long, others were 30, some were never sent. He wrote them anyway. Sometimes twice. He rarely made eye contact. People noted this. Described conversations with Jefferson as a kind of slow-motion duel with an invisible fencer. He looked past people, around them, through them. One diplomat said it was like talking to a painting that occasionally breathed. He was convinced Native Americans were mentally equal to Europeans, but he advocated for their cultural erasure. He said this gently. In letters, with good grammar, he believed in phrenology, believed skull shapes predicted destiny. His enlightenment wasn't always lit. He trained himself to sleep only 4 hours a night, said it kept his mind sharper. He once claimed to think best on horseback. He would draft letters while riding. Once dictated part of a foreign treaty while galloping through a thunderstorm. He believed in patterns, repetition, systems. He arranged trees in deliberate geometric shapes, perfect triangles, deliberate circles. His garden looked like a diagram of a mind trying to discipline itself into order. He hated crowds, avoided banquets, wore slippers when receiving dignitaries, claimed shoes made him over-formal, wore homespun clothes as a statement against European decadence, then imported French wallpaper and silverware. He kept fossils on his desk, a mastodon tooth, vertebrae, bones from animals he couldn't identify. He believed the earth might be hollow. He supported early theories that underground civilizations could explain certain weather anomalies. He never fully renounced the idea. He designed a personal calendar system that rearranged holidays according to Enlightenment logic. It never caught on, but he celebrated it anyway. Alone. He was afraid of being misunderstood, but more afraid of being ordinary. He called silence a necessary discipline. Often sat alone at night with only candlelight and a violin, playing old concertos he had long since memorized, pretending the notes were arguments. He claimed certain vegetables had moral textures. He kept a garden diary where he ranked plants by virtue. Peas were consistent. Turnips were vulgar but useful. He called cucumbers philosophically inert. He never explained that last one. He died on July 4th, 1826, just hours before John Adams, on the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. He had once called coincidence the mind's excuse for missing patterns. So perhaps he knew, perhaps he timed it. But before death came decay, leaking ceilings, letters never answered, inventions nobody used, a house that looked like logic and sounded like dripping. And then, nothing. Nothing except a transition. Because the man who came next wasn't taller or louder or more charismatic. He was smaller, quieter, so small. In fact, he could barely be heard across the room. James Madison, America's most elusive voice, stood just 5'4" and weighed barely 100 pounds. But what he lacked in volume, he more than made up for in whispers. James Madison. James Madison never broke 5'4", and if he weighed more than 100 pounds, history forgot to write it down. He moved through rooms like a misplaced child at a dinner party, slightly bowed, tightly stitched into black wool that he wore so consistently. People began to think he might sleep in it. He might have. It was a safe, color-absorptive, non-committal, unremarkable in candlelight. Just the way Madison liked it. His voice was another matter. Not soft, but squeaky, faint. The kind of voice that made you lean in and immediately regret doing so. Public speeches were agony. Not for him, he already knew he hated them, but for the audience, who sat straining to catch syllables, like moths chasing candlelight. He fainted once while giving a speech in Congress, collapsed mid-sentence. Someone caught him. They had to. He never held a job outside of politics and academia. Not a day in law, not an hour on a farm. His hands were not the kind that knew shovels or shears. They were writing hands, thin fingers ink-stained from obsessive drafting. Bills, letters, arguments. He didn't build walls, he built clauses. He spoke Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, sometimes all three in a single sentence. He'd pepper letters with quotations in original languages because translation, he believed, was a form of dishonesty. He even made jokes in Greek. Most of them are still waiting for someone to laugh. Madison didn't trust horses. Late in life, he stopped riding them altogether. He claimed it was for health reasons, but some think he simply didn't like how large they were, how alive they were. He preferred to walk. Quietly, slowly, wrapped in 3 layers of clothing, even in springtime. He was perpetually cold. Fireplaces didn't help. Virginia's sunshine didn't help. The cold, he said, was inside him. He was a hypochondriac. Profoundly so. He believed every sore throat might be consumption. Every missed heartbeat, an omen. He once counted his own pulse for 3 straight hours, convinced it was skipping like a stone on water. His letters to his doctor read like confessionals. A slight pressure near the temple, a curious warmth in the foot, a fleeting ache in the left elbow, not the right. He didn't trust mirrors. He rarely looked into them. Vanity, he believed, was a distortion of character. He claimed that his wife, Dolly, once tried to surprise him with a full-length looking glass. He made her store it behind a curtain, for emergencies only. He refused to own a dog, said their barking distracted him while reading. Noise was a moral issue. He believed silence was the appropriate setting for thought. He kept his study door locked, the windows latched, the drapes pulled. He said it made the ideas clearer, like echoes bouncing through a cave. He was afraid of thunderstorms. Not in a theatrical way, no pacing, or muttering, or window watching. He would simply disappear. During a particularly loud storm, guests found him in the basement, bundled in a wool cloak, seated beside an empty wine crate, whispering scripture in Latin. He stayed there until the thunder stopped. His shoes were always too small. He claimed tighter shoes improved posture. He wore them daily, walked the White House halls like a man trying not to show pain to the floorboards. He logged the weather obsessively. Temperatures, wind speed, rainfall, for over a decade. One guest remarked that Madison knew the barometric pressure better than his own staff. He smiled. Just once. It's unclear whether it was because of the compliment or the phrase barometric pressure. He wrote the Bill of Rights while recovering from a nervous breakdown. That's not a metaphor. He was literally under blankets, sipping broth, dictating amendments to a clerk who kept asking him to slow down. Madison would pause, blink, then continue with the next liberty. He once got so drunk at Monticello Jefferson's house that he passed out on the floor of the study and slept there until morning. He woke up surrounded by books and swore he had dreamed of being interrogated by Cicero. He never had children, possibly couldn't, possibly didn't want to. He never said he preferred reading to parenting, or writing, or planting trees. He once arranged an entire orchard in the shape of a 12-point star. When asked why, he said only, "They like the symmetry." He loved puzzles, ciphers, anagrams, logic games. He sent coded letters to friends for no reason at all. One note to Jefferson included an entire paragraph in reversed Latin. Jefferson replied with a drawing of a squirrel. He refused to sleep more than 5 hours a night. He said excess sleep dulled the mind. Most of his letters were time-stamped around 3:00 or 4:00 a.m. Some were just drafts of letters he never sent. He kept them anyway. He believed thunder was caused by spiritual imbalance, never admitted it publicly. But in a letter to a cousin, he wrote, "The sky growls when the earth forgets its proportions." He drank buttermilk religiously, said it was the healthiest liquid after water, refused wine, sipped whiskey only when traveling, always carried a small flask, said it was for emergencies, never clarified what kind. He planted trees in perfect circles, measured them with string, pruned them with surgical care. He believed trees had memories, that they recorded what they saw. He named them constancy, remorse, fidelity. When one of them died, he buried a broken quill beneath it. He had a nervous tic, rubbed his hands together during arguments, palms whispering like paper being folded. It distracted his opponents just enough to win the debate. He once had a dream that he was being attacked by books, dozens of them, flying off shelves, slamming into his chest. He interpreted it as a warning to stop reading so much philosophy. He did not stop. He once locked himself in his study for a full day to avoid unexpected guests. Dolly told the visitors he was writing a treaty. In reality, he was playing solitaire with custom-made cards that had no suits, just verbs. He signed his name in tiny, angled script, barely legible. He believed handwriting revealed moral fiber. He practiced drills well into his 70s. His M had 17 strokes. 17. He wore a different pair of wool stockings for each day of the week, labeled, organized, ironed, hung from pegs in his closet like soldiers waiting for orders. And when he died, he outlived all the founding fathers, the frailest among them, the quietest, the one who fainted in Congress and whispered amendments into the cold. He made it to 85. But history doesn't reward longevity. It remembers the drama, the theater, the war cries and flags and duels. Madison left behind none of that. Only silence, carefully arranged, precisely measured, and ready to be replaced by a man who dressed like time had stopped moving in 1776, a man who talked to trees, who named cheese, who forgot his own birthday. His name was James Monroe, and he was the last president to powder his wig like the Revolution was still on the table. James Monroe. James Monroe carried a bullet in his shoulder for most of his life, a physical souvenir from the Revolutionary War, buried deep in the tissue near his collarbone, close enough to feel when the weather changed. He refused to have it removed, claimed it was a reminder. Though of what? He never said. He didn't need to. He was the last American president to wear a powdered wig. Not as an ironic statement, not for ceremony, just always. Even as the style died, even as others moved on to newer fashions and hairlines, Monroe persisted. He powdered, tied, and styled it with the same reverence one might reserve for a flag. It wasn't vanity. It was inertia. A man suspended in the era he helped ignite, refusing to shave off the century clinging to his scalp. His clothes were similarly out of time, tailcoats with fading brass buttons, breeches that barely held together, silk cravats older than some of his aides. He once attended a state dinner looking like a Revolutionary War reenactor who had wandered into the wrong century and decided to stay. No one said a word, not because they respected him, but because they weren't sure if he could hear them through the past. Monroe distrusted banks with the kind of intensity most men reserved for snakes or shadows. He preferred coin chevy, clinking proof of value. He once bartered an entire shipment of household goods for European cheese. Not a metaphor, actual cheese. A wheel from France, blue-veined and pungent, carted across the Atlantic in a crate labeled personal indulgence. His staff begged him to throw it out after 3 weeks. He refused, said it needed to settle. He had a pronounced fear of paper currency, called it phantom money, believed it had no soul. He paid for nearly everything in silver or barter. At one point, he tried to conduct an official transaction, using nothing but a bundle of tobacco and a promise. He disliked mirrors, found them unsettling, kept as few as possible in his home. The ones that remained were veiled in gauze or tilted toward the floor. He believed reflections could lie. He preferred shadowsless detail, more honesty. Monroe once mended his own coat with a bone needle, not out of thrift, but out of belief that tailors made clothing too soft. He said the stitch of a president should hold like a promise. He later gave that same coat to a guest during a storm. The buttons were missing. The lining was torn. The guest still has it. Or at least, the guest's great-grandchild does. He didn't speak for the first hour of the day. Not to staff, not to guests, not even to his wife. It wasn't a rule, just a practice. He claimed it helped align his thoughts. His aides called it the presidential silence. Some assumed it was meditation. Others said he was simply counting. Monroe never confirmed either theory. He was known to count things out loud. Steps, spoonfuls, candle wicks. Once he was caught murmuring numbers as he climbed a staircase during a diplomatic visit. The ambassador assumed it was a prayer. It wasn't. He believed that dreams had utility, that sleep, if angled correctly, could yield information. To this end, he often slept in his study, surrounded by maps and open ledgers. Claimed it helped him channel thoughts. One aide found him once, sitting upright in a chair, eyes closed, whispering, "No boats today. It wasn't raining." He rarely rode in carriages, preferred to walk, even in the rain, even in snow. He would walk entire stretches of road, with his cane tapping a steady rhythm tap, 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 like a clock's heartbeat. He said walking gave his mind room to breathe. The cane was mostly ceremonial. He didn't need it for support. He just liked the sound. He gave names to trees. Not metaphorical names, literal ones. On his estate, he had a sycamore named Elijah and an elm called Thrice. He believed trees had personalities. He wasn't wrong, just early. During thunderstorms, Monroe would retreat to his cellar, not out of fear for his life, but out of certainty that thunder was an omen. He called it the drum roll of consequence. He'd sit in the dark, facing the wall, fingers steepled beneath his nose, waiting. One time, a visitor found him down there. Asked if everything was all right. Monroe didn't answer, just stared into the stone and said, "It's not done yet." He collected rocks, one from every state, labeled and stacked in a cabinet he called the Union Bones. Some were smooth, others jagged. He rubbed them before important meetings. Once brought one into a treaty negotiation, set it on the table, said nothing. Negotiators stared at it for 10 minutes before realizing it wasn't a threat, it was a witness. He believed paint colors affected mood. His study was a deep gray, his dining room a brittle yellow. His bedroom was painted a color his aides described only as absent blue. He wouldn't allow red anywhere indoors, said it made people too certain of their opinions. He chewed licorice root to calm anxiety, carried bundles of it in his coat, handed it to staff during tense meetings. Once offered it to a foreign diplomat during a trade dispute. The man declined. Monroe chewed it himself, slowly, then stared at the ceiling and said, "Then we'll begin with salt." He disliked pets, found them unpredictable, but he allowed squirrels to live in the garden, refused to trap them, said they were natural punctuation. He believed in omens, but only subtle ones. He refused to eat food that had touched the floor, even briefly. If a cup fell, he wouldn't use it again. If a candle sputtered 3 times before catching, he would cancel the next appointment. He wore silk gloves indoors. Year-round, said they preserved his grip. Refused to remove them to shake hands. Visitors often left unsure whether they had been greeted or cursed. He never whistled indoors, claimed it invited mischief. His staff did not question this. He once gave a speech at a state event wearing a waistcoat embroidered with dozens of miniature eagles, each one facing west. It was custom made. He wore it only once. When asked why, he said, "Because it knew where to look." All his clocks were set 10 minutes fast. He called it foresight in motion. Staff who corrected them were reassigned. He collected handwritten letters but never replied to them directly. Instead, he kept a ledger of emotional reactions, scored from 1 to 10. No one else ever saw the ledger. It was found in a drawer after his death. The highest score was a 9.5. It was next to a letter from a child who had asked him if the moon could feel lonely. And on July 4, 1831, Monroe died, Independence Day. He was the 3rd president to die on the 4th of July. 3 in a row. Jefferson, Adams, now Monroe. He died in borrowed clothes, on borrowed time, in a borrowed room in New York City. Far from home, far from the powdered wigs and painted rocks and quiet mornings he had known. He died without ceremony, and what followed was no less strange. Because the next man would rise at dawn, strip off his clothes, and wade into the Potomac River naked. John Quincy Adams was not a man you could catch in a moment. He made sure of that. John Quincy Adams. John Quincy Adams greeted the day by stripping down to nothing and wading into the Potomac River. Not metaphorically, not symbolically, literally. Every morning, around dawn, the 6th President of the United States removed his clothing neatly folded on the riverbank and swam in the current, alone, naked, often humming to himself, sometimes reciting Latin. He called it invigoration. The guards called it logistically stressful. On at least one occasion, a reporter tried to interview him mid-swim. He declined, citing inappropriate setting. He kept a diary for over 60 years, handwritten, nearly every day, more than 15,000 pages, a private monologue of discipline and self-reprimand. He graded his own behavior like a schoolmaster. Slightly prideful today, B-. Impatience with servant D. Resisted urge to scold a stranger. He didn't care much for joy, believed it to be a fleeting and suspicious visitor. He refused to smile in portraits. He believed smiling made a man look unserious. Photographers, when they arrived, found him nearly impossible to direct. His eyes wandered, his jaw clenched, his mouth stayed shut like a vault. He gave himself report cards of virtue, wrote letters to birds, composed sermons in his head while walking in circles. These were not affectations, they were systems. To Adams, systems were salvation. He walked 5 miles a day, often alone, often talking to himself, not muttering, conversing, pausing to argue, changing tone, quoting authors. He practiced rhetoric in public parks. Once was found debating aloud with a tree about the moral obligations of a republic. He apologized after interrupting a squirrel. He believed walking barefoot on wet grass improved eyesight. He never proved it, But he tried. Routinely. He also believed tomatoes were poisonous until adulthood. When he finally tried one, he pronounced it acceptable but treacherous. He refused to gamble, refused to dance, scolded those who did. At parties, he would often sit silently in a corner, watching, arms crossed, as guests tried to avoid making eye contact. He wasn't angry. He just didn't see the point. He spoke multiple languages: Latin, Greek, French, and English. Sometimes all in the same sentence. He wrote diplomatic dispatches in quadrilingual code. Not for secrecy, just because he could. He considered the act of limiting a sentence to one language a missed opportunity. He kept a pet alligator in a White House bathroom, a gift from the Marquis de Lafayette. No explanation, no plaque, just a live alligator in a tiled room. Guests were warned not to open that door. Some did anyway. The screams were inconsistent but memorable. He believed animals had moral compasses. He spoke to birds, named them, confided in them. He once declared a finch more honest than any man at the State Department. No one contradicted him. The finch remained unchallenged. He fasted for clarity, sometimes for entire weekends, drank only water, walked in slow, geometric patterns. He called it spiritual calibration. His staff called it Friday. He kept track of how many letters he received annually. Every year, he recorded the precise number, sorted them by theme, categorized them by tone. He could tell you how many complaints arrived in 1,827 versus 1,828. He could also tell you which ones hurt the most. He carved inspirational quotes into tree trunks, quietly, alone, often at night. He carried a small knife just for the purpose. His favorite tree was nicknamed the Philosopher. It bore 4 languages and 3 contradictions. He composed poetry in his head during long walks, wrote it down from memory, rarely showed it to anyone. When asked, he would sometimes recite it aloud without warning, eyes closed, as though reading from behind his eyelids. He refused to wear hats in winter, said the cold hardened the mind. He also refused warm clothing most days. Staff tried to intervene after a snowstorm, nearly froze him to the pavement. He responded by walking 20 miles the next day, barefoot. He memorized entire chapters of the Bible, recited them during debates, often in monotone, often uninvited. He once interrupted a congressional argument about tariffs by quoting Ecclesiastes for 6 minutes straight. No one stopped him. He won the vote. He believed the moon influenced human behavior, kept charts of lunar phases alongside journal entries, tracked his moods against tides, claimed that certain dreams only occurred during waning crescents. He believed those dreams were warnings, or instructions, or both. He weighed himself every morning, wrote it down, analyzed fluctuations like a stockbroker studying fate. He charted his weight against moral events. One entry read, "Gained half a pound, laughed at an undignified joke, possibly connected." He hated celebrating his own birthday, called it an arrogant endorsement of inevitability. He would spend the day in silence, often working through dinner. One year, he read an entire volume on beekeeping instead of opening letters. He said bees were metaphors. He didn't explain further. He trained himself to read upside down, said it improved perspective. He could read across from people at dinner without turning the book. Visitors found this impressive, or alarming, or both. He kept broken household items in a closet marked Object Redemption, believed every item had a second life, repaired spoons, repainted cracked cups, rebound torn books. Once, he fixed a shattered doorknob with beeswax and a philosophical statement carved into it. He hiked up mountains in dress shoes, in the snow, to watch sunrises, alone. He didn't bring supplies. He brought notebooks, wrote haikus in freezing wind, laughed once when his ink froze mid-sentence, wrote around the blotch. He believed silence could be weaponized. At meals, he often said nothing, not as a form of meditation, but as judgment. His family learned to interpret the silence like weather patterns. A fork dropped at the wrong time could trigger an entire week of philosophical withdrawal. He believed animals dreamed morally. Once wrote an essay proposing that a dog's dreams reflected its loyalty and a cat's dreams its inner rebellion. It was never published, but he quoted from it in a congressional hearing on trade tariffs. He believed reading novels weakened the spine, preferred classical philosophy, scientific treatises, and dictionaries. He once read a botanical lexicon cover to cover, then wrote a poem about a fern that refused to bloom. He once refused dinner at a royal banquet because he found the table centerpiece immoral. It was a tower of meat, shaped like a swan with glowing sugar eyes. He left without saying goodbye. He studied the migration of birds and believed they communicated news from other countries, not in words, but in urgency. He said the speed of a robin could tell you how Europe was feeling. He wasn't joking. He trained himself to speak in whispers during arguments, said shouting made the content smaller. He once won a congressional dispute by slowly reciting a poem about waterfalls, then walking out. He died at his desk, literally, in the Capitol, after suffering a stroke, mid-session, mid-thought. Surrounded by the sound of ink-scratching paper and the slow hush of people realizing something irreversible had just occurred, he died working. No fanfare, no finale. But the story doesn't pause there, because next came a man who believed duels were a kind of punctuation mark. A man who survived an assassination attempt, then beat his would-be killer with a cane. Andrew Jackson wasn't a man of notes. He was a man of gunpowder, silence, and very loud consequences. Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson was 13 when he first went to war, and not because he was brave, but because the war showed up and didn't ask his age. He was captured by the British. They told him to shine a boot. He said no. So they struck him across the face with a saber. The scar stayed with him for the rest of his life, a shallow reminder of refusal carved just below the eye. Later, when people asked him what made him who he was, he'd point to that scar and say, "That." By the time he was president, Jackson had survived so many bullets that his body whistled when he walked. He carried one round in his chest for over 40 years, too close to the heart to remove. It had lodged there after a duel over a horse race and an insult to his wife. He won the duel, his opponent did not. But Jackson bled freely afterward, spitting red into a handkerchief and declaring, "I would have stood there all day." He participated in over 100 duels, possibly more. No one kept track that well, and Jackson wasn't inclined to clarify. Some were formal, with pistols. Others were messy and improvised, chairs thrown, hats burned, rooms cleared. He believed slights were debts, and debts had interest. He survived the first assassination attempt on a U.S. president. The attacker approached with 2 pistols, raised both, pulled both trigger sand, nothing. Misfires, both weapons. Jackson didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped forward and beat the man senseless with his cane until bystanders pulled him off. They say the attacker was later deemed insane. But so was Jackson, just better dressed. He kept a parrot, named it Pole, taught it to talk. The bird developed a vocabulary so profane, it was removed from his funeral, literally carried out mid-ceremony because it wouldn't stop swearing. No one was surprised. The parrot, like Jackson, did not believe in silence. He called himself Old Hickory. Because hickory bends, but doesn't break. It wasn't a nickname, it was a claim. His spine was metaphor. His stare was a weapon. Guests at the White House reported feeling physically smaller in his presence, as if the furniture shifted to make room for the gravity of his disdain. He didn't clean his boots before entering the White House. When asked why, he said, "It's already dirty with politics." He hated banks, hated paper money, preferred gold coins he could bite. Believed trust should have weight. When he was gifted a new set of paper notes, he lit one with a match and used it to light a cigar. It was a weekday. He slept with a loaded pistol under his pillow, even in the White House. He also had a cannon installed outside his bedroom door, just in case. No one ever specified what kind of case that might be. He believed owls were unlucky. Once shot one that perched too long on his windowsill. Later, he told a guest that owls stare too much for their size. The guest did not ask follow-up questions. He chewed tobacco constantly, spat on the floor, in meetings, in the cabinet room. Once during a state dinner, he said rugs were for fancy people and weak ideas. No one contradicted him. Rugs, it turns out, can't file complaints. He burned letters from people he didn't like often without reading them. He'd hold the envelope over a flame and say, "No lies today." His fireplace, at one point, was stuffed with scorched envelopes. They crackled like gossip. He believed cats were spies, for witches would not allow them in the White House. Once kicked one out of a guest's carriage before it even crossed the threshold. Said, "This house has enough secrets." He never apologized for anything. When pressed, he would reply, "I do not reconsider." Or, if pressed harder, "Next question." If there was no next question, he would simply leave. He named his horse Sam Patch, after a daredevil who jumped off waterfalls for applause and survival. Fitting. Sam Patch once bolted during a parade, and Jackson rode it bareback through a crowd, tipping his hat while the Secret Service panicked. He referred to himself in the third person when angry. "The president will not be questioned." Jackson does not yield. Let the people find another fool. Jackson is busy. He once wrote a letter to Congress beginning, "I am told you require my thoughts. Here is the storm you ordered." He called his fireplace the only honest thing in Washington. Would stare into it for hours, muttering the names of people he suspected of betrayal. One aide claimed to have counted 74 names in a single night. None of them repeated. He hated photography. Sat for one portrait, under protest, refused to smile, refused to remove his overcoat, refused to hold still. The result was a blurry scowl wrapped in wool. It hangs somewhere, still uncertain whether it's a portrait or a warning. He kept a collection of editorials written against him. Read them aloud to dinner guests. Laughed at the meanest ones. One article referred to him as a tyrant in buckskin. He framed it. He preferred candles to oil lamps. Said they had warmer souls. On cold nights, he would light 6 at once and sit in the middle of the flickering halo, eyes closed, breathing like a man waiting for the room to confess something. He believed sneezing mid-sentence was a sign of lying. Once walked out of a meeting when a senator sneezed during a land dispute explanation. Later said, his nose knew what his mouth refused. He carved insults into trees on his property line, called it boundary maintenance. One tree bore the phrase, "Your fence is a coward." Another, "Talk less, dig straighter." He referred to rain as a conscience test. If it made you retreat, you had something to hide. He stood in storms, coatless, hatless, motionless, said it clarified the bones. He believed mirrors revealed too much if stared at too long, kept none in his bedroom, covered others with cloth, called them the traitors of reflection. He once said, "If you talk to yourself, at least you know where the loyalty lies." It was unclear if he was joking. Jackson rarely was. He believed music softened the brain, called violins whining wood. Once banned live musicians from a dinner because the sound distracted him from identifying liars. He hated winter, not for the cold, but for the stillness. Said it made people forget how to be sharp. Stayed indoors for weeks, pacing, reading old speeches, writing new ones he never gave. He had a locket with his wife's hair in it, wore it every day, never spoke of her publicly. When someone insulted her once, he challenged the man to a duel and won. The man didn't get to apologize. He called his presidency a war with interruptions, kept his schedule on scraps of leather, refused to write on parchment, said leather had memory. He died with his boots on, refused to be buried in anything else. And as his casket was lowered into the ground, the Parates, that one was heard screaming from the rafters of the church. No one wrote down what it said, maybe because it couldn't be printed, maybe because it shouldn't have been. What followed was silence. Not in the country, not in politics, but in the footsteps of a man barely 5.5 feet tall, with tight trousers, a Dutch accent, and sideburns that required a full hour of grooming every morning. His name was Martin Van Buren, and he believed luck could be carried in a peppermint. Martin Van Buren. Martin Van Buren was born in a tavern, which might explain why he understood silence and noise better than most. The rhythms of spilled beer and half-heard arguments were his first lullabies. He came into the world in Kinderhook, New York tiny, bright-eyed and already fluent in Dutch before he ever heard the English word president. That would come later, much later. And it would sound different in his mouth. He was the first president born a citizen of the United States. Every man before him had come into the world under the British crown, but not Van Buren. He was pure product of the Republic, brewed in the tavern steam of a post-war generation and flavored with a dialect that made even his staff lean in to understand him. His Dutch accent stayed with him for life. Thick, melodic, unapologetic. It bent his English into new shapes. He once said, equality, in a way that made it sound like both a prayer and a sneeze. Van Buren stood at just 5 feet 6 inches, always impeccably dressed. Tailored coats, gleaming boots, a cravat tied with the precision of a chess move. He was obsessed with detail. He once returned an entire shipment of gloves because the stitching was off by 1/8 of an inch. The gloves were reordered. The seamstress was paid twice. He called it moral geometry. He maintained a grooming schedule that bordered on religious. His mutton chop sideburns were masterpieces of follicular symmetry. Each morning began with shaving, oiling, brushing, combing, inspecting. A valet once described his routine as a ceremony of mirrors. Van Buren never denied it. He believed presentation was a form of truth-telling. He never chewed tobacco, never drank to excess, never raised his voice. He had a whisper of a laugh and a handshake like a secret. Yet, despite this civility, he had a deep, almost superstitious belief in personal luck. He carried peppermint candies in his pocket at all times, gave them out before speeches, ate one before each major decision. When asked why, he said, "Mint clears the path." He wrote thank you notes to enemies, signed them with flourishes, dated them with care. He believed formal language disarmed informal rage. Sometimes, he added pressed flowers to the envelope. Not to be kind, but to confuse. He had a personal library of over 20 books, arranged not alphabetically or by subject, but by the mood in which he first read them. He called it a map of personal weather. Visitors were not allowed to touch the shelves, not because he feared damage, but misplacement. A single misfiled volume, he claimed, could alter the course of memory. He believed that names held power, repeated them often, whispered them under his breath before meetings, kept lists of people he'd met, with notations like strong handshake, smells of varnish, or eyes twitch before answering. These lists were never published, but they were rumored to exist in a drawer near his bed, organized by candlelight. He rarely wrote with ink, preferred pencil, said it kept his ideas softer, more humble. He used a specific brand of pencil imported from Germany, with graphite mined near the Danube. When shipments were delayed, he refused to write until they arrived. He spoke to portraits, in private, mostly Washington's and Jefferson's. Once, an aide heard him say, "You would have done it differently," to the Jefferson painting during a thunderstorm. The aide left the room before hearing the rest. He claimed to sleep no more than 4 hours a night. Said anything longer invited confusion. He took short, deliberate naps in a leather chair next to a fireplace that he refused to use in summer, even during cold spells. "Fire is for honest cold," he said. He refused to wear a watch, said it made him too aware of endings. Instead, he marked time by Shadowsh's office window was specifically oriented to let in precise slants of sunlight at certain hours. Meetings were scheduled accordingly. He called them intervals of light. He had an aversion to birds indoors, believed they disrupted the air. Once refused a meeting in a drawing room because someone had opened a window and a sparrow flew in. He conducted the conversation in the garden instead, with the sparrow watching from a nearby branch. The meeting went poorly. He believed umbrellas were a sign of weakness. Carried one only once in his life, during a funeral. It wasn't raining. He once spent 3 hours observing a weather vane, not because it was interesting, but because, according to him, it had forgotten how to pivot. He brought a ladder, climbed up, and adjusted it himself. The weather vane, reportedly, spun perfectly after that. No one asked what else he had fixed. He loathed applause, claimed it took more than it gave. At public events, he would often bow and immediately exit, refusing to bask in noise. If applause continued, he would wait silently behind a curtain until it stopped. Some believed this was humility, others believed it was strategy. Van Buren never corrected either group. He called mirrors the enemy of imagination, kept only one in his entire home, and covered it with a velvet cloth, except during shaving. His reflection, he said, was a guest, not a resident. He kept an extensive journal of dreams, annotated them, sketched diagrams of recurring images, watermelons, clocks with melting faces, bridges that turned into staircases. One dream, repeated over 15 times across 3 years, featured him rowing a boat made entirely of clocks across a sea of ink. He called it the reminder. He wore the same style of coat for 30 years, had dozens tailored identically. Aides once tried to introduce a new cut. He stared at it for a full minute, then said, "This is not mine." The coat was quietly donated to charity. He believed certain days had texture. Mondays were abrasive, Thursdays numb. Sundays, he said, were hollowed like a spoon. He once refused to sign a document because it smelled like a Friday. He disliked music, found melodies distracting, preferred silence or the clatter of horse hooves on cobblestone. Kept a room in his house with nothing in it, no furniture, no books, just bare walls and a single window. He called it the listening room. Visitors were never allowed inside. He believed apples cured melancholy, ate them slowly, one slice at a time, never the core, always from a plate. Said the smell alone could undo confusion. When he died in 1862, at the age of 79, his last words were reported to be, "There is no flavor left." No one knew what he meant. Some believed it referred to a conversation, others to the peppermint he had carried in his pocket every day for 40 years. But flavor, like memory, rarely survives the man who tastes it. And the man who came after didn't care much for flavor at all. He cared for maps, for steam, for iron and calculation and canals that bent rivers to will. He was called William Henry Harrison. And The mystery wasn't how he lived. It was how fast he didn't. William Henry Harrison. William Henry Harrison was 72 years old when he decided he had something to prove to the weather. It was Inauguration Day. Cold, wet, the kind of DC chill that seeps through wool and ambition. His staff begged him to wear a coat, a hat, maybe gloves. He refused all three. He insisted on walking to the Capitol, insisted on delivering the longest inaugural address in American history, nearly 2 hours, over 80 words, in the rain, with no hat, with no gloves, with something in his chest that had already begun turning breath into warning. He believed in fortitude, not the abstract kind, the physical kind, the kind that made your back straight even when your lungs asked you to sit down. He stood there in the drizzle, a man wrapped in defiance, reciting Roman history and personal virtue to a crowd too cold to clap. He thought he was showing resilience. He was showing pneumonia. 31 days later, he was dead. But his story didn't start with tragedy. It started with names. Lots of them. William Henry Harrison was the son of a Declaration signer and the grandfather of another president, which made him the hinge in a political family portrait that rarely smiled. Born in 1773 on a plantation in Virginia, he was raised among the rhythms of revolution and the slow, deliberate logic of land ownership. As a young man, he studied medicine briefly before deciding cadavers were too quiet. So, he joined the army. He fought. He negotiated. He governed territories. He lived in log cabins and drank hard cider, and once served raccoon to a guest without warning. The guest said it was chewy. Harrison said it was local. He believed maps were suggestions, that rivers could be reasoned with. He loved geography, had entire walls covered in cartographic sketches, not just of America but of imagined Americas. Territories extended, borders redrawn. He once proposed a canal that would connect the Mississippi to the Atlantic in a perfectly straight line. When engineers explained that terrain doesn't work like that, he replied, "Then the terrain will have to adjust." He wrote letters like he was filing legal evidence. Structured, precise, emotionally vacant. He once described his own birthday as an unavoidable occasion. He believed in regularity. He took his meals at the same time every day. Beef at noon, bread at dusk, whiskey at discretion. He kept a feather from a hawk in his journal, said it reminded him that clarity comes from height. That same journal contained dozens of sketches of military formations, weather patterns, and what appears to be a drawing of a bear smoking a pipe. He never explained that last one. He hated being late, said punctuality was the final honesty. Once arrived at a meeting 12 hours early and slept in the hallway until the doors opened. Staff found him upright in a chair, arms crossed, wide awake. He carried a pocket watch that chimed every hour on the hour, not to tell time but to interrupt it. He'd pause mid-sentence when it rang, stare off into the middle distance for precisely 7 seconds, then continue talking as if no time had passed. People learned to wait. He distrusted mirrors, said they made people focus on the wrong face. He shaved with his eyes closed. He called it trusting the blade. He loved chairs, had over 30 of them in his home, different sizes, different purposes. He named them, one for reading, one for brooding, one he only sat in during thunderstorms. It was filled with sandbags. He claimed it kept him grounded. He spoke softly but punctuated sentences with sudden gesturous snapping fingers, striking a table, drawing invisible lines in the air, not out of anger, but as punctuation. He believed speech should move like fencing, controlled, with flourish. He believed silence was a kind of punctuation, too. During debates, he'd often go completely still, not blinking, not breathing visibly. It made opponents nervous. One said it was like arguing with a wax figure who might come to life and slap you. He once tried to train a raccoon to fetch him slippers. It did not go well. The raccoon bit a senator. Harrison apologized to neither. He had recurring dreams of a wooden bridge breaking under his weight. In each dream, he carried a candle that wouldn't go out. He interpreted this as a warning against shortcuts. He still walked across wooden bridges. He rarely laughed, but when he did, it was sudden, loud, abrasive, like something had snapped inside and found joy by accident. The laugh would last exactly 3 seconds. He timed it. He said humor was best served with restraint, like whiskey or advice. He kept his old army boots next to his bed, even when he no longer wore them, said they reminded him that direction was a privilege. Guests once caught him talking to them, whispering. The words weren't recorded. He kept an hourglass on his desk. Large, wooden, loud when flipped. He turned it at dawn, midday, and dusk, even during meetings, even during arguments. When asked why, he said, "It's good to hear time pass." He called fire a patient thief. Refused to light more than one candle in a room. He claimed excessive illumination invited vanity. His home was dim, but orderly. Everything in its place, even the dust. He had a coat made from buffalo hide, wore it only once, to a funeral, his own, as it turned out. The coat had been ordered in advance and delivered late. He had it placed on the casket. No one knew why, but they left it. He gave exact change whenever possible. If he owed 17 cents, he produced exactly that down to the penny. He kept 2 pockets full of coins arranged by denomination. Staff joked he jingled when he walked. He did not laugh. He signed his name slowly, 5 seconds per letter, as if unsure they would hold. His signature resembled a storm brief, concentrated, then gone. He didn't believe in second chances, but he did believe in long pauses. Thought silence could correct mistakes better than speech. Once went 3 days without speaking after an error in a speech draft. Not as punishment, as rebalancing. He died on April 4, 1841. The official cause, pneumonia. The unofficial cause, stubbornness made physical. He'd ignored the warnings, the cold, the shivering, the cough that sounded like a secret trying to escape. He was president for 31 days, the shortest tenure, the longest speech, the most memorized lesson in not wearing a hat. But time, as he once said, doesn't care for length, just wait. And the man who followed him didn't intend to carry anything. He inherited the office like a key left in a door. John Tyler's soft voice, 12 children, and a tendency to disappear from rooms without anyone noticing was already halfway into the mystery before the country knew it had begun. John Tyler. John Tyler was the first man to become president without being elected to the office. He didn't campaign for it. He didn't expect it. He didn't even have time to move into the House properly before being told he was in charge of it. One day he was vice president. The next, he was sitting in a darkened room, holding a candle and listening to the echo of the word president roll off the walls like it belonged to someone else. The Constitution hadn't made it clear what should happen when a president died in office. There was debate. Some called him acting president, others vice president, acting as president. Tyler ignored them. He declared himself president, full stop, moved into the White House, took the oath, refused to answer mail addressed any other way. When Congress hesitated to recognize it, he locked the doors and said, "Then we will wait together." He was nicknamed His Accidency. He never smiled at it. He didn't protest. He didn't need to. He simply continued writing, speaking, signing, vetoing, with the unblinking calm of a man who knew the difference between noise and authority. Tyler was born into Virginia aristocracy, a plantation child who learned violin before politics. He preferred music to people, kept a bow in his study, said the strings made more sense than most arguments. He once composed a short waltz and performed it at a small dinner. The guests clapped politely. He never played it again. He was thin, angular. His cheekbones looked carved rather than grown. His eyes were sunken but sharp, like candle flames recessed into a cave wall. He wore tailored coats, crisp collars, and gloves even in summer. He believed the skin of the hands told secrets. Gloves made them forget. He didn't like crowds. At public events, he often stood just outside the circle, observing. He claimed large groups distorted the truth. That in groups, people became louder than their own thoughts. He liked one-on-one conversations, whispered debates, rhetorical traps. He rarely used first names, preferred surnames and titles. Even for his children, he had 15 of them, 8 with his first wife, 7 with his second. The youngest was born when he was 70. The oldest once mistook him for a cousin. He carried a quill case made of ivory. Inside were 3 pens, one for correspondence, one for law, one for silence. The last was never used, but it had a name, Stillness, engraved in tiny script across the shaft. He kept a pocket diary, leather-bound and padlocked. The entries were short, dry, unyielding. Clouds today, letter from Kent, must write back in caution. Or, voice strained 3 fewer words spoken than Monday. Good progress. Some entries were just single letters. No one ever deciphered them. He hated thunder, believed it unsettled the throat. During storms, he would retreat to a soundproof closet in his home, sit in a wooden chair, and read from a book of laws until the sky gave up. He carried peppermint oil in a glass vial, dabbed it on his temples before debates, claimed it sharpened rhetoric. His opponents said it just made him smell like a haunted apothecary. He spoke softly, measured, often paused mid-sentence not for effect, but because he was checking the sentence for leaks. He once abandoned a speech entirely because he decided, mid-paragraph, that the word whereupon was a betrayal. He slept fully clothed, even in July, claimed it preserved dignity, claimed dreams required uniforms. He did not whistle. He said it fractured intention. He had a habit of turning clocks to face the wall, not because he hated time, but because he thought time should be listened to, not watched. When asked the hour, he would often reply, "That depends on what you're waiting for." He believed that flowers were spies for the ground, that plants grew toward liars. He refused to keep roses in his office, said they knew too much. He preferred ivy slow, quiet, and prone to climbing. He held grudges like letters neatly folded, dated, and never thrown away. He had a file cabinet for names, people he said he'd outlast. Some he did. He would sometimes test his own memory by writing letters backwards. Full sentences, reversed. Not as code, just to see if language obeyed him both ways. He didn't believe in ghosts, but he believed in echoes. Once claimed the Capitol stairs retained phrases whispered during crises. He walked them slowly, counting the number of syllables his footfalls erased. He ate alone whenever possible. Claimed meals with others were the slow death of concentration. He favored bread, soaked in broth, hard cheeses, and black coffee. No sweets, no wine. Liquor only on days of failure. He had a telescope in his study, pointed not at the stars, but at the rooftops of Washington. He said watching chimneys told you more about a house than knocking on its door. He wrote letters with no intention of sending them. Apologies he would never give. Confessions he didn't owe. Dozens found after his death, sealed, unopened, each labeled with a date and a word, pause, If, despite. He once insisted that a floor be torn up and relaid because the boards creaked too much. He said sound reveals intention, and these boards were too eager to gossip. He signed documents with a knife-like flourish, long horizontal lines that sliced across the page like final thoughts. His signature was both elegant and threatening. One historian called it a paragraph disguised as a name. He once locked himself in a room for 48 hours after a failed negotiation. Didn't eat, didn't sleep, just sat with a blank page and wrote the same sentence 71 times. Not all losses are loud. When his term ended, he left quietly. Refused fanfare, refused ceremony. He boarded a carriage without luggage and said only, "All that was mine was borrowed." He later supported movements and causes that many would disown, but that's another shadow, and this room doesn't need more. He died in 1862, in the middle of a war tearing apart the country he'd once led. He was buried quietly, not as a president, but as a man who had touched the machinery of power, then stepped away before it noticed. And what followed was no less strange. Because next came a man born into the plains of Ohio, with a name that sounded like it belonged on a tool handle or a tombstone. James K. Polk was coming, and he didn't like being interrupted. Not by Congress, not by clocks, not even by history. James K. Polk. James K. Polk did not like being interrupted, not by clattering doorknobs, not by misplaced footsteps in the hallway, not even by the occasional bird that insisted on tapping its beak against the office window. Every morning, before opening the door to anyone, Polk would sit at his desk for precisely 17 minutes in total silence, staring into an unlit oil lamp. Some said it helped him think. Others said it helped him disappear. He was born in a log cabin in North Carolina, then raised in Tennessee, where the trees outnumbered people and the air smelled like wet bark. He came into the world pale, frail, and profoundly allergic to small talk. He spoke with the kind of voice that didn't echo soft, clipped, entirely controlled. He didn't waste syllables. He made lists, endless ones. He numbered his thoughts. Even his dreams sometimes came with bullet points. As a boy, he suffered from bladder stones, excruciating, untreated. At age 17, he underwent a primitive surgery without anesthesia. The instruments were sharp. The recovery was slow. He never forgot the feeling of being split open in silence. After that, he learned how to outweight pain and people. He was a strict man, to his bones. He woke at exactly 5 a.m. and went to bed precisely at 9:30, regardless of weather, crisis, or conversation. His meals were scheduled like train departureson the dot, without deviation, bread, stewed apples, cold ham. He disliked variety. He distrusted flavor. He ate like a man, trying not to enjoy anything too much. He did not drink, not out of virtue, but suspicion. He believed alcohol turned hours into shadows. His glass of choice was filled only with water, cold, colorless, without surprises. He rarely smiled. On the rare occasion that he did, it looked rehearsed, a flicker, a formality. Photographers often had to beg him to look less stern. He obliged once, then said, "This is the face I use when I'm working." It was also the face he used when he was alone. He believed in the desk as sacred ground. He once refused to move his writing table by even an inch, claiming it was geometrically correct to the hour. The desk faced a wall, not a window. He said windows encouraged distraction. Walls demanded answers. He kept a meticulous diary, each entry dated, labeled, filed. It was not for posterity. It was for tracking his own thoughts. He reread them nightly, annotating in the margins like an editor grading a stubborn manuscript. Too emotional. Unclear on purpose. Wasted sentence. He walked with a stiffness that made people stand aside, not out of illness, just tension, coiled into posture. His hands never flailed. His gestures were small, surgical. He would often tap a finger 3 times on the desk before speaking, as if tuning the air. He rarely left the White House, thought travel was unnecessary unless conquest was involved. The world, he said, came to him by paper, which was more reliable than people. He once said, "If I cannot hold it in my hand, I do not believe it's been said." He had the world delivered in letters, newspapers, and precise maps, many of which he corrected in ink. He kept a globe that he refused to spin. It stayed locked in place, turned to the Pacific, as if looking for something he wouldn't name. He loathed music, called it ornamented noise. During state dinners, he would request silence between courses, not conversation silence. He said digestion worked best without metaphors. He disliked mirrors, kept only one, angled downward in his washroom so that it reflected nothing but the sink. He shaved by memory. He said his face hadn't changed since 17. He had no hobbies. When asked, he'd say, "The presidency is my recreation." It wasn't a boast, it was an explanation. His life revolved around governance like the moon around the earth, distant, inevitable, and tidally locked. He didn't stroll. He didn't nap. He barely blinked. Some thought he'd trained himself out of it. He had a clock that chimed once an hour, not with bells, but with a single low hum. Visitors reported hearing it and instinctively checking their thoughts, as if time itself was issuing a warning. He wore black more often than not, said it refused distraction. His coat pockets were lined with charcoal cloth. He kept notes in them, tiny ones, often illegible to anyone else. He called them triggers. He didn't explain what they triggered. He believed in efficiency as a moral principle. He wrote policy drafts with no adjectives. He once cut 17 pages from a bill simply by removing every sentence that started with "however." When asked why, he said, "Conjunctions are a form of doubt." He had one favorite possession, a small, worn Bible with a cracked spine and no annotations. He claimed it was his only object that didn't need improvement. He had no children. When asked if he regretted it, he replied, "There are too many voices already." He liked quiet, not silence quiet. "The difference," he said, "was that quiet still listens." He once stood completely still in a hallway for over an hour, refusing to answer a question posed to him until it was phrased in a way he considered precise. The man who asked it eventually walked away. Polk didn't move until the echo died. He died 3 months after leaving office. Liver failure, most likely. His wife said he had been tired for months but refused to rest. He left behind thousands of documents, few friends, and no debts. His last recorded words were whispered to no one in particular. "I tried to finish everything." And maybe he did, because what came next was unfinished in every direction. A man who dyed his hair to delay time, who talked to paintings, who believed rain followed him, and sometimes it did. Zachary Taylor, the general who hated suits, was already waiting. He had mud on his boots, pepper on his tongue, and the kind of patience that ends in sudden violence. Zachary Taylor. Zachary Taylor didn't care much for titles. He preferred the word man to sir, fire to committee, and mud to ceremony. He was the kind of figure who arrived without fanfare and left the same way. Muddy boots, calloused hands, pepper-gray eyes squinting into the weather like it owed him money. When he stepped into the presidency, he didn't so much take office as track it in like dirt across a clean floor. He never wore a uniform that fit, even as a general. His buttons were mismatched, his sleeves frayed. His sword belt always looked borrowed from someone smaller. He was often mistaken for a stable hand or a cook. He didn't mind. He believed vanity clouded decisions, and that cloth could lie. His boots were always caked in something: dirt, blood, ash, grease, occasionally, all at once. He once walked into a diplomatic reception with a smear of soot across his brow and didn't notice until someone offered him a lace handkerchief. He stared at it like it was a napkin made of fog, then wiped his hands on his trousers instead. He hated suits, refused to wear them. He only donned one when forced into his official presidential portrait, and even then, he looked like a man in a borrowed coffin. He fidgeted the entire time. The artist later said he painted most of it from memory, because Taylor kept getting up to pace the room, mumbling to himself about these damned fancy buttons. He didn't trust paper, said it rotted too easily and told too many lies. He preferred to speak in person, and if he couldn't do that, he'd send a man on horseback rather than risk the message bleeding ink in the rain. He once tore up a treaty draft because the paper smelled weak. He didn't explain what that meant. He chewed tobacco constantly. It wasn't a habit, it was a ritual. He'd spit into the same tin can all day, rotating its position on the desk depending on the direction of the light. One aide claimed he could predict Taylor's mood by the angle of the can. Another said the can had more personality than half the cabinet. Taylor didn't believe in speeches. He gave fewer than any president before or since. When pressed, he'd mutter something that sounded like a threat and walk away. At public events, he often stood behind people rather than in front, said he liked to watch their necks. No one asked what that meant either. He had the gait of a man always walking toward a fight, slow, heavy, deliberate, each step a prelude to either violence or breakfast, sometimes both. He believed in eating early and heavily cornbread, salted beef, cold coffee, hot pickles. Once, he ate an entire watermelon in silence while a delegation waited for a decision. They didn't get one. Just juice and eye contact. He once killed a man with a shovel, not metaphorically. During the Seminole Wars, when a soldier failed to follow orders and chaos broke loose, Taylor allegedly picked up a shovel and struck him dead. The report was buried, the shovel was not. He didn't read novels, claimed they wasted honesty. He preferred ledgers, maps, weather reports. Kept a stack of bullet-scarred field journals by his bedside, dog-eared and smudged with grease. Some pages were annotated with single words: coward, flood, sun. He liked storms. Would sit outside under a porch roof, legs up, chewing a sprig of grass, watching lightning fracture the sky like a broken mirror. He once remarked, "I like a sky that doesn't make promises." He refused to sleep in beds made by others. Even in the White House, he had a cot brought in from a military supply wagon. Thin mattress. No pillow. He said dreams came easier when the bones had less to rest on. He carried a rusted compass. Never used it. Just touched it when he was unsure. Once said it had stopped pointing anywhere long ago, but that doesn't mean it forgets where north used to be. He didn't write poetry, but he hummed low tunes, tuneless and looping, like a thought trying to stay warm. Sometimes, in meetings, he'd hum so softly it became a vibration, a kind of pressure. Cabinet members would start fidgeting. He wouldn't stop. He hated clocks. Claimed time kept cutting him off. Covered the White House mantel clock with a feed sack. Told visitors they'd know when a meeting was over when he stood up. He believed eyes were more honest than mouths. Would stare too long, too quietly. Visitors sometimes left the room unsure if they'd been threatened, forgiven, or recruited. He once settled a dispute between two envoys by saying, "He blinked first," and walking out. He collected bones, animal bones, from hunts, battlefields, roadkill, kept them in a trunk labeled reminders. Once gave a femur to a boy visiting the White House, told him to keep it dry. He didn't trust fire indoors. Preferred lanterns, one per room. No more. Said too much light makes people forget they're surrounded by dark. On cold nights, He wore 3 coats and a scarf made from an old Union flag. He believed horses understood fear better than people, trusted their reactions more than his own, rode daily, even as president, even in storms. If the horse spooked, he turned around. He rarely used names, preferred roles, called his daughter the girl, called his cook Grease, called most of Congress that mess. They kept coming back anyway. He had an iron ring made from melted rifle barrels, wore it on his thumb, said it kept decisions from sliding off. His voice was low and gravel thick. Sounded like it came from a dry well. He didn't shout. Didn't need to. You felt it in your ribs when he said, "Enough." He didn't trust umbrellas. Said they made people weak and the sky cocky. Walked through rain without flinching. One aide claimed he once ate soup outside during a thunderstorm, pausing only when the bowl filled with water. He kept a scrap of cloth in his breast pocket, a fragment from a uniform soaked in blood from an unnamed soldier. Never said whose. Never explained it. Pulled it out once when asked about sacrifice. Didn't say a word. Zachary Taylor died suddenly on July 9, 1850. The official cause, acute gastroenteritis. The unofficial theory, iced milk and cherries on a sweltering day. Or something darker, whispered through poisoned spoons and quiet politics. He had served just 16 months. His presidency was brief, disjointed, and heavy. When they opened his body years later, looking for toxins, they found nothing conclusive, just soil and silence. As if history itself had decided to let this one lie. And yet the mystery didn't fade. Because the man who followed, tall, mournful, perpetually exhausted, had already lived through more contradiction than most men can carry. Millard Fillmore didn't so much take power as inherit a long pause, and he would spend the rest of his life trying to finish a sentence no one wanted to hear. Millard Fillmore. Millard Fillmore sounded like the name of a clerk, and for much of his life, that's exactly how he was treated. Man whose syllables echoed faintly down the marble halls of power, often unnoticed, rarely invited, always present. He came into the presidency not through ambition, but by vacancy. Zachary Taylor died, and the keys were handed to the man who knew exactly how much each key weighed. Born in a log cabin in the Finger Lakes region of New York, Fillmore's childhood was one long draft of winter. He was poor, ridiculously poor. He spun wool to make his own clothes, borrowed books from strangers, taught himself grammar with pages torn from discarded newspapers. He read by firelight. He mended shoes. He apprenticed with a cloth dresser and watched the dye soak into skin, the kind of job that makes a boy think too much about stains. He looked older than he was, even as a young man, sunken cheeks, shoulders rounded from habit more than age. He wore plain black, almost obsessively. Said it erased vanity. The buttons on his coat were dull on purpose, his collars starched into submission, his hair, always parted with forensic precision, looked as though each strand had signed a treaty. He rarely raised his voice, not because he lacked conviction, but because he understood acoustics. People leaned in to hear him, and when they did, they listened too closely to interrupt. He collected dictionaries, dozens of them, different editions, languages, printing errors. He annotated the margins with cross-references, underlining words like obsolescence and vestige, with little pencil marks that curved like sighs. When asked why, he replied, "A word misused is a shadow cast in the wrong direction." He refused to hire anyone who wrote with sloppy penmanship. "What a man does with ink," he once said, "is how he will treat silence." He walked with an awkward stiffness, as if always bracing for something to fall. Some said he shuffled, others said he floated, One aide described it best, like a ghost that still paid taxes. He believed in posture, kept a straight-back chair in every room he used, refused armchairs, said rest was a luxury, not a default. Guests were offered hard seats, lukewarm tea, and soft conversation. He slept 6 hours a night and spent the last hour lying still with his hands folded over his chest, eyes closed, but not asleep. Preparation, he called it. He did not keep pets. He said animals were unpredictable. He once fed a stray cat in the White House kitchen and then refused to do so again for 3 weeks, claiming it needed to learn detachment. He enjoyed the smell of ink, the sound of paper folding, the weight of seals pressed onto parchment. His desk was obsessively organized compass at 2 o'clock, letter opener parallel to the lamp base, papers arranged by thickness and date. If someone touched his desk without permission, he would quietly remove the object, clean the surface with a cloth, and say nothing. He had no hobbies beyond categorization, collected receipts, railway schedules, foreign stamps, menu cards from official dinners, not for nostalgia, for order. He believed weather had intent. He tracked barometric pressure alongside his mood and noted correlations in a ledger titled Atmospheres. On days with high humidity, he spoke less. On windy nights, he stayed indoors and wrote in long, looping sentences. The mind, he said, should not compete with gusts. He practiced speeches by mouthing them to his reflection in candlelight, whispered debates with himself, pacing slowly. If interrupted, he'd stop mid-syllable and start from the beginning, always from the beginning. He didn't believe in humming, said it led to imprecision. He distrusted laughter that came too easily, claimed jokes should be earned like confessions. During dinners, he would listen to humorous stories with a faint, unreadable expression. If he approved, he nodded once, as if granting parole. He wrote thank you notes even to critics. Dry, formal, faultless prose. Your observations are noted with due consideration, he once wrote to a columnist who called him a wooden ghost in a man's suit. The columnist later framed the letter. He believed tea should steep exactly 4 minutes and 17 seconds. No more, no less. He kept an hourglass for the task, the same hourglass he used for meetings. It sat silently between him and his guests. When the sand ran out, so did their time. He spoke French passably, Latin awkwardly, and German with bizarre confidence. He learned Icelandic just well enough to read a 13th century law manuscript and pronounce it overrated. He disliked mirrors but tolerated them. He covered most of them with silk during storms. Said thunder distorted reflection. He once removed a mirror entirely after catching a glimpse of his own face mid-yawn. The soul recoils, he said, not elaborating. He kept a locked drawer in his bedroom labeled, in case. No one knew what was inside. When asked, he said, things that must wait until they don't. He had a singular fondness for maps, particularly outdated ones. He pinned them to his walls, studying borders that no longer existed. Time's handwriting, he called them. He visited hospitals at night, unannounced, handing out folded linens and speaking to no one. Nurses once reported he arrived with his own bandages, wrapped in brown paper, labeled, for recovery, quietly. He once refused to attend a theater performance because he had previously dreamed the entire third act. When pressed, he recited lines from memory. The actors later confirmed their accuracy. He believed chairs spoke in creaks. He'd listen to the wood as he sat, claim it commented on the day. He had a small scar behind his left ear, shaped like a comma. When asked, he said only, an early mistake. I left it there to remind myself not to finish too soon. His wife, Abigail, died shortly after he left office. He never remarried. His letters afterward became even more spare. One postcard sent to a friend read only, silence is heavier than it looks. He died in 1874, aged 74, after suffering a stroke. His final words were, "The nourishment is palatable." No one knows whether he meant the soup or the silence. Millard Fillmore left behind no grand stories of conquest, no sweeping changes, no thunderclap moments. Just a cabinet full of folded maps, a desk that remembered where the hands had been, and the quiet legacy of a man who outweighed the noise. Franklin Pierce. Franklin Pierce entered the presidency the way some people enter a funeral dress too well, standing too still, unsure if he was the mourner or the corpse. He had the kind of face that seemed drawn in graphite. Delicate lines, sad mouth, eyes too large for the page, and he smiled the way people do when they're trying to remember how. He was born in a farmhouse in Hillsborough, New Hampshire, with 7 siblings and the kind of quiet that freezes your breath in winter. He grew up reading poetry aloud to trees and walking the same dirt path to school in boots 2 sizes too big. His father was a Revolutionary War veteran. His house smelled like boiled flannel and ambition. He graduated 3rd from the bottom of his class at Bowdoin College. Not because he wasn't clever, he was. But cleverness has little use when your attention keeps turning inward. One classmate described him as a daydream in trousers. Another said, he spoke with grace, but lived with ghosts. Pierce had the eerie composure of someone who waited too long for bad news and stopped being surprised when it arrived. His handwriting was flawless, tight cursive lines like rope wrapped around thoughts. He kept journals full of Latin quotes, morose proverbs, and short personal observations such as, "I have eaten, therefore I must continue." He dressed impeccably, gloves in every coat pocket, collars so stiff they left marks on his neck, shoes buffed to reflect judgment. He ironed his waistcoats himself, claimed it kept him from forgetting what fabric was supposed to feel like before the world wore it out. He spoke with precision, like a man who'd had a conversation with silence and lost. His voice was low, polished, and oddly melodic, with a hint of mourning even in greetings. He once read a toast so beautifully at a dinner that the host forgot to eat. Then Pierce folded the speech and left without dessert. He had a habit of vanishing, mid-party, mid-conversation, mid-sentence, just gone. He'd reappear hours later on a balcony, staring out at the sky like it owed him something. When asked where he'd been, he'd say, "Nowhere that didn't follow me back." He believed that mornings should be approached cautiously. He rose late, bathed in scalding water, dressed slowly, and refused to speak until his 2nd cup of coffee. He said dawn was an interrogator with poor manners. He collected canes, not to use, but to inspect. Mahogany, ash, ivory-handled. He'd hold them, weigh them, spin them like slow arguments. Once, he gave one away to a visitor and said, "This one speaks too much." He didn't keep a dog. He said animals could smell sadness and wouldn't leave him alone, but he fed strays from the kitchen-left scraps in the same place every night. When asked why, he shrugged and said, "Habit is a form of loyalty." He kept a copy of Dante's Inferno in his coat pocket for years, annotated it thoroughly. In one margin, he wrote, "There are warm places, even in the coldest hells." He disliked mirrors, called them revenge with glass. He covered them with curtains when he stayed in unfamiliar places. At home, he used a tin shaving mirror, no larger than his palm. He said that was enough face for one man. He once walked from Boston to Concord over the course of 3 days, just to be alone. He spoke to no one, ate bread and apples, slept beside stone walls. When asked later what the purpose was, he replied, "I remembered my own company." He wore a mourning band on his arm for years, long after the funeral it commemorated. When someone pointed out that it was fraying, he replied, "So am I." He did not enjoy music, found it too persuasive, said melodies could pull a man's memories out without permission. He once left an opera midway through and spent the night reorganizing his desk drawers. He had a peculiar fear of ceilings, not heights, ceilings. Claimed they press down dreams. In hotels, he requested attic rooms or windows that opened to the sky. On more than one occasion, he slept outdoors on a balcony rather than under a plaster lid. He never fully trusted stairs, said they wasted intention, preferred ramps, slopes, inclines, anything gradual. If he had to descend, he paused at the top, stared down as if waiting for the steps to confess something. He rarely laughed, but when he did, it startled people. It was too sudden, too loud, too much like a man escaping. He once laughed so hard at a misprinted telegram that he knocked over a candlestick and burned a hole in his carpet. He laughed again when he saw the burn. He kept a small silver locket in his desk drawer. Inside was a strand of hair, a slip of paper with no words, and a pressed violet. No one knew where it came from. He opened it on cloudy days and stared at it until the room dimmed. He disliked crowds, said they made promises no one could keep. He gave speeches, yes, beautiful ones, but always with the look of someone asking to be forgiven for speaking at all. Afterward, he'd retreat to his study, remove his cravat, and pace, sometimes for hours. He once tore up a speech moments before delivering it, wrote a new one on the back of a menu, said the original felt dishonest in the mouth. He delivered the new speech from memory, never looked down once, and ended it with a sentence that made the room go completely still. He believed in ink as much as blood. Both left stains. Both told the truth eventually. He would spend hours composing letters he never sent, filed them in a cabinet labeled "Answers Never Owed." He died in 1869. Alone, in a house full of furniture, half of it covered in sheets. No scandal, no crowd, just a man quietly stepping out of a long echo. The last book he read was about glaciers. He marked a passage that said, "Some ice moves so slowly, it appears still, but it carves everything it touches." And that was Pierce. Slow, still, carving. But there was no stillness in what came next. The next man wore a beard thick as winter bark, smoked cigars like promises, and wrote autobiography in cannon fire. James Buchanan was waiting, and the chair was already colder when he sat in it. James Buchanan. James Buchanan kept his gloves on indoors, even in summer, even during dinner. Not out of etiquette, he had long since transcended that, but out of habit. The gloves were white, always white, and worn so long they had become extensions of his posture. He'd tap his fingers together, slow and deliberate, like a judge waiting for the room to realize it was on trial. He was born in a log cabin in Cove Gap, Pennsylvania, the kind of place where every whisper carried a mile and every ambition was wrapped in frost. The second of 11 children, Buchanan emerged into the world with a face that always looked like it was thinking. His eyes were pale, his eyebrows skeptical, his voice described as gentle thunder, low, resonant, and full of unspoken verdicts. He was tall, over 6 feet. He loomed rather than stood, and he had the kind of bearing that made furniture seem insufficient. People stood straighter in his presence, though no one could explain why. When he entered a room, conversations thinned. When he left, the silence remained just long enough to feel deliberate. He had a glass eye, most forgot which one. That's because he learned to move them both in sync in art form, really. He'd fix his gaze on someone and never blink first. His stare wasn't intimidating so much as invasive, as if he were taking inventory of your guilt. He once said, "Every man lies, but some are quieter about it." He never married, the only bachelor president. The stories about that are endless, tangled in speculation and smoke. What mattered more was the effect. Buchanan was perpetually accompanied by absence. Not loneliness, she had friends, plenty, but absence. An empty space next to him at dinners, a chair never pulled out, a silence beside him in every photograph. He once said, "Some rooms require a shadow, not a guest." He wore black, almost exclusively. Cravats like nooses of silk, coats tailored to hint at motion without ever encouraging it. His hair was swept forward in the style of a man defying time by arrangement. His features were sharp, unyielding lines drawn in stone. He kept his correspondence in iron-bound trunks, letters arranged by tone, not date. Accusatory, wistful, presumptuous, forgivable. He once filed a letter unopened because he disliked the seal. Said wax reveals character. He had a morning routine that began at 5:45 a.m. precisely. A glass of water with lemon, a measured stretch of the fingers, each joint popped methodically, and 30 minutes of silent reading. His valet was instructed never to speak before 6:30. The one time he did, he was reassigned to stable duty. He walked with a slight lean to the left, the result of a mysterious injury during his time as a diplomat. He never explained what caused it. He called it a conversation with gravity. The lean gave him an eerie silhouette like a tree bending just before lightning. He disliked mirrors, claimed they forgot you too quickly. He had only one in the White House, behind a curtain. It was revealed only for shaving, which he performed with the calm precision of someone dissecting a poem. He took snuff, liberally, carried 2 gold boxes, one for domestic affairs, one for foreign. He tapped them rhythmically during discussions, a kind of metronome for diplomacy. When he was displeased, he'd open both and take pinches from each, balancing the vices, he called it. He wrote in tight cursive, always in black ink, always at a slant. His marginalia were filled with cryptic notations, not yet, unwise but tempting, resist again. Some pages were crossed out so viciously the ink bled through 3 layers. He never rewrotenly replaced. He drank Madeira by the case, not quickly, but consistently. He called it a gentleman's clock. He had specific glasses for each day of the week. The Thursday glass had a chip he refused to repair. A reminder, he said. Of what, he never explained. He kept a pocket watch that had stopped ticking decades earlier. He carried it anyway, polished daily, the time frozen at 2:17. When asked about it, he'd say, "That was the moment I became myself." He distrusted children, found them too immediate, but he was kind to animals, fed stray cats from a silver dish on the White House lawn, once stopped a parade to move a turtle off the road. Said, he has business too. He believed that handwriting revealed more than speech. Kept samples of signatures in a drawer marked motives. He'd study them before meetings, finger tracing the loops and slashes like reading a confession in cursive. He once stood still for 9 minutes during a heated debate, arms folded, eyes closed, speaking only once. When the wind blows hard enough, even liars get to fly. The room fell quiet after that. The bill passed. No one mentioned the quote again. He slept with a candle burning at his bedside, not for light, but as a symbol. "If I wake and see flame," he said, "then the darkness isn't lying." He had a collection of scarves, over 60, each folded into perfect squares and labeled by the weather in which they were acquired. Rainy, foggy, bitter wind, unseasonably mild. He wore one per week. Said they helped coordinate the air. He once refused to shake a man's hand because the man's handshake was too deliberate. He then offered his left hand, shook once, and left the room. The man later described it as like being dismissed by a shadow. He wrote a short poem every December, burned it, and scattered the ashes in the White House garden. When asked why, he said, so that something here grows from honesty. He died in 1868, at the age of 77, in a house filled with books, folded napkins, and closed doors. His last request was that no statue ever be made in his likeness. "Let the stone belong to someone louder," he said. His final words were whispered to an empty room. I meant to pause, not end. And pause it was. Because what followed wasn't a continuation, it was a rupture. The war had already begun. The cracks had already swallowed the walls. And the man waiting next was not here to prevent collapse. He was here to walk straight into it. Abraham Lincoln stood tall, thin as a nail, eyes like dusk, and hands too large to hide anything. He had dreams in which he died. And sometimes he told them out loud. Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln had a voice like creaking floorboards and eyes that never blinked at the right time. His face was a country all its own, long plains of cheek, a sharp ridge of nose, and a forest of beard beneath a mouth that only smiled when the joke wasn't his. He looked like he had been carved out of something harder than wood and made to stand still just long enough for people to wonder if he was going to move again. He was born in a one-room cabin in Kentucky, but he didn't stay there. He grew up walking through trees taller than truth and reading books by candlelight so dim that the words had to meet him halfway. He taught himself with borrowed pages, learned law by repetition, and practiced argument on silence until silence lost. Lincoln wasn't polished. He wasn't meant to be. He stood too tall to fit comfortably into doorways and too crooked to be mistaken for graceful. His sleeves were often uneven. His hat brim curled strangely at the sides. His boots were dusty even when he hadn't walked outside. His hands enormous, awkward, strong, looked like they were built to hold tools, not pens. But he held both the same way, with purpose, with care, and sometimes with regret. He kept papers in his stovepipe, hat letters, notes, half-written thoughts folded into fourths, like secrets not yet ready to confess. He called it portable office space. Aide once found a speech draft up there and asked if it was intentional. Lincoln replied, "Depends on how you define lost." He read everything. Newspapers, pamphlets, poems, plays. He carried Shakespeare in his pocket and recited Macbeth under his breath while shaving. He said, "Tragedy sounded truer when your face was half lathered." When someone asked why he preferred Hamlet to the histories, he replied, "Because Hamlet doesn't pretend to know what to do." He had a high, reedy laugh, too loud, too sudden, startling even when you expected it. He once burst into laughter during a funeral procession after someone's shoe came off mid-step, then immediately apologized, hat in hand, saying, "Even sorrow can't fix clumsy feet." He told stories constantly, long ones, meandering, with strange metaphors and uncomfortable punchlines. Cabinet members rolled their eyes, visitors squirmed, but he told them anyway. He once compared diplomacy to milking a cow with one hand while holding off a dog with the other. The silence after was not agreement, but exhaustion. He barely slept. 4, 5 hours at best. Night was when the ghosts came, and Lincoln welcomed them. He walked the halls of the White House in slippers, sometimes carrying a candle, muttering to himself or staring out the windows like he was waiting for the city to confess. Guards reported hearing footsteps long after he'd returned to bed. When asked, he simply said, "Thought doesn't always sit down when I do." He dreamed often, vivid, symbolic, unsettling. He claimed to have dreamt his own death, seeing himself lying in state, people weeping, a gunshot echoing through marble. He told Mary, his wife. She didn't laugh. He hated killing animals, refused to hunt. Once pardoned a turkey his son was keeping for Thanksgiving, said, "He's too noisy to die innocent," then turned away before anyone could respond. He had a blue wool blanket from his Illinois days that he kept folded at the foot of his bed. He touched it each night, never used it, said it remembered the cold differently. He disliked war. Profoundly. Not in theory and proximity. He visited hospitals in secret, walking among the wounded, speaking softly, asking names. He remembered them, repeated them later in private, as if reciting a prayer with no religion attached. He wrote in fragments, notes, thoughts, lines of speeches like shards of a broken window. He'd gather them days later, arrange them, edit them until they felt accidental. One speech began as 6 separate notes written on the back of telegraph messages. He called the process binding weather. He hated being photographed, said cameras stole your stillness. But he posed when necessary, standing too stiff, eyes too deep, hands folded like they were holding each other for balance. He had no middle name, no title he liked. People called him Mr. President, and he'd flinch slightly each time, as if they'd mistaken him for someone taller. He once joked, "I answer to Abe. I answer to Father, but sir still sounds like it's meant for the man behind me." He believed in letters more than speeches, believed in silence more than applause. Once tore up 3 versions of a reply to a grieving mother because none of them spoke gently enough. The 4th draft was written by candlelight, in one sitting. It was 37 words long. He sent it without edits. He wore the same coat every winter, black wool, worn thin at the elbows, with a hidden inner pocket sewn by Mary herself. Inside, he kept a photograph of his sons, a piece of pencil lead, and a folded poem titled, "Death is a Whisper." He never liked shaking hands, said it made strangers seem closer than they were, but he never refused it. He just held on a second longer than comfortable, like a man trying to remember what warmth felt like. He avoided mirrors unless shaving. When he did look, he stared like he was trying to see past himself. Once, he caught his reflection and muttered, "So that's the man everyone's looking at," then turned away mid-lather. He died on April 15, 1865. Shot in the head while watching a play he barely enjoyed. His last words were not recorded, only imagined. He was carried through cities, mourned by strangers who saw themselves in his sadness. But even in death, he seemed unfinished, a sentence left without punctuation. And what followed was no exclamation point. It was an ellipsis, drawn in bourbon, cigar smoke, and the long, thick silence of a man who couldn't forget the battlefield no matter how high the office. Andrew Johnson was waiting, and he still hadn't taken off his boots. Andrew Johnson. Andrew Johnson slept in his boots, not because he intended to, but because intention had stopped mattering. He came from a world where time arrived in calluses and left behind blisters. Born in a log cabin in Raleigh, North Carolina, without a bed or a book, Johnson entered life on the floor literally. His mother was a laundress, his father a janitor who died when Johnson was 3. There was no inheritance, no crest, no letters after the name. There was only stitching and silence. He never attended school, couldn't read until he was 10, couldn't write until he was older. Everything he learned while pressing cloth against iron, while listening to the sermons of weather-beaten men outside tailor shops and courthouse porches. He was apprenticed to a tailor at 14, fled at 15, wandered more, and finally settled in Greenville, Tennessee. There, in a small shack with a needle and thimble, he stitched suits and spoke softly to customers who called him Andy without asking. He taught himself to read by candlelight, mouthing out the Declaration of Independence like a prayer with teeth. He said the words made his hands shake. He repeated them aloud to his wife, Eliza, who sat with a primer on her lap and corrected his pronunciation without apology. She read to him at night. He stitched and listened. They lived like the world would break if they paused too long. He never trusted fine clothes. Even as president, his collars looked too stiff, his jackets too heavy. The tailors at the White House offered to fit him properly. He refused. he said. "I know where the seams are supposed to go." He wore thick boots, always. The soles were uneven, the heels worn down at an angle that made him tilt slightly to the left when he stood too long. When photographed, he often looked like he was preparing to walk out of frame, his hair dark, limp, combed over in a weary slant, looked like it had lost a battle with gravity and decided to retreat. He carried a watch with no chain. The glass was cracked. He kept it in his pocket anyway, never wounded. Said time didn't matter so long as it passed. When asked for the hour, he'd answer, "Later than it should be." He spoke in a low, deliberate drawl, never hurrying, often pausing mid-thought like he was arguing with himself in real time. His voice was hoarse from tobacco and long nights spent arguing with furniture. Witnesses said he could stand at a podium and talk for hours without blinking, his hands gripping the sides like he was holding back a storm. He didn't keep diaries. Said writing things down only made them harder to forget. Instead, he kept lists on scraps of linen names, places, debts owed, debts forgiven, quotes half remembered. He pinned them to the inside of his jacket and sometimes forgot they were there. One aide once found 3 stitched into the lining. Johnson looked at them and said, "They'll keep." He distrusted books with glossy covers, said truth didn't need shine. He read slowly, underlining with a knife tip, making notches instead of notes. His books were full of tiny scars. His Bibles were missing pages, not from damage, but deliberate absence. He never wore gloves. His hands were rough, stained with old ink and newer bruises. When shaking hands, he would squeeze hard, too hard, not in dominance, but proof, as if to say, "I am still here." He didn't drink, until he did. And when he did, the room noticed. The silence got sharper. His voice got slower. He once described alcohol as a match you light to find your way, then forget to blow out. There were days he couldn't stop lighting them. He had a deep fear of elevators, called them metal coffins that pretend to float. He once climbed 6 flights of stairs rather than step into one, said the air was too calm in machines, too dishonest. He was obsessed with coinage, not the economy literal coins. He collected misstrikes, errors, scratched faces, double profiles. He'd hold them between thumb and finger, muttering the dates like spellwork. He once spent an hour talking about a penny that had been flattened by a wagon wheel. "Still worth something," he said. "Still bears the face." He hated mirrors, would pass them sideways, would turn paintings away at night, said reflections lie twice, once in glass, once in memory. He had a peculiar relationship with windows, never opened them fully, never closed them either. They remained cracked just wide enough for a draft, just narrow enough for secrets. He said fresh air was fine, so long as it didn't get ideas. He never smiled with his teeth. Never. His lips curled in the shape of an almost. Even in portraits, the grin looked like a scar rehearsing a different story. He once refused to sit in the same chair twice during a week of difficult decisions, said it was contaminated with conclusion, had the chair removed. It was later found in a hallway turned toward the wall like a child being punished. He walked with a limp that got worse during storms. He blamed old injuries. Others blamed memories. Either way, when rain fell, he moved like the past was pulling on a rope tied to his knee. He didn't enjoy music, especially not pianos. Said the keys looked too much like teeth, the sound like someone trying to cry politely. When one of his daughters played, he listened from another room. He kept a pocket knife in his vest, blade dull, handle smooth from decades of worry. He didn't use it, just turned it over in his hand during long meetings, like worry beads with an edge. He slept in short bursts, 45 minutes at a time, never undressed fully, kept a lamp burning and boots within reach. Once told a visitor, "Sleep is trust. I don't have much left to give." He was buried in Greenville, near his tailor shop, beneath a tombstone that reads simply, "His faith in the people never wavered." But the people kept wavering, and the man who followed was born with a beard already growing. A man with a voice like syrup and a memory that never forgot a grudge. Ulysses S. Grant was next, and he brought silence of a different kind. Ulysses S. Grant. Ulysses S. Grant was born Hiram Ulysses Grant, but that name didn't survive the first bureaucratic typo of his life. A West Point clerk listed him as Ulysses S. Grant, and Grant, never one to argue with ink already dried, simply accepted it. When asked what the S stood for, he'd reply, "Nothing," or sometimes, "Silence." Both were true. He was born in a 2-room cabin in Point Pleasant, Ohio, in 1822, surrounded by fog, fields, and the sound of hoofbeats in the distance. His father tanned hides. His mother kept quiet. Grant grew up with the kind of stillness that can't be taught, could sit motionless for hours, eyes tracking dust in a beam of light, hands folded like he was negotiating with fate. He was small as a child, awkward as a teenager, and invisible as a young man. But he could ride a horse like the laws of balance applied only to other people. He didn't gallop, he glided. Horses trusted him, and Grant returned the favor with a reverence usually reserved for saints or chess masters. He once calmed a panicked stallion just by resting his palm against its neck and whispering something that no one else heard. He was quiet, profoundly so. He spoke in short bursts, his words tumbling out in dry gravel, stripped of decoration. His voice was low, steady, and almost reluctant, as if speaking gave too much away. He didn't believe in small talk. He believed in action, calculation, and waiting until the other man blinked. He kept a diary for 3 months, in 1853. It contained exactly 17 entries, each shorter than the last. The final one read, "Cloudy, good boots today, no further remarks." He never wrote in it again. He had gray-blue eyes and a face that seemed permanently half asleep. He wasn't handsome, but there was something in his expression an old grief with good posture. He wore simple clothes, loose trousers, rumpled coats, a hat that looked like it had seen things no milliner would approve of. He smoked cigars constantly. At one point, he was receiving over 10,000 a year from admirers. He didn't have the heart to say he preferred just one brand, or none. He could hold a pen like a surgeon. His signature was precise, swift, and without a flourish. He signed letters like they were battlefield orders. He rarely edited. When he did, it was with the same decisiveness that accompanied his famous silence. Crossed-out words looked strangled. Rewritten ones looked like absolution. He drank, quietly, mostly alone, never during battle. But when the days were long, and the decisions heavier than his shoulders could manage, he'd retreat with a bottle and let the night take a little more than it needed. He never made excuses, just moved on. Steadier, slower. He hated blood. Viscerally. He could watch men die by the thousands, direct strategy with ice in his veins, and still flinch when he saw a single wound up close. It wasn't fear, it was recognition. He said the dead looked unfinished, as though they'd been interrupted. He had a photographic memory for maps. He could glance once and recite rivers, hills, road distances by foot or hoof. He could describe terrain he hadn't seen in 10 years with the clarity of a current postcard. His aides once tested him. He drew a map from memory on a napkin. It was later confirmed accurate, down to the number of fence posts. He rarely raised his voice, even in command. He simply gave orders, waited for them to be obeyed, and lit another cigar. He had no use for speeches, no flair for theater. His leadership came like fog, quiet, inevitable, and hard to argue with. He kept a silver pocket watch that ticked too loudly, It had belonged to his father. He'd open it when waiting for news and stare at the mechanism as though trying to time the heart of the world. He disliked mirrors, said they showed too much of what you couldn't change. He shaved by feel, bathed with the windows open. If asked how he looked, he'd reply, "Functional." He had a dog named Rosie. Mutt. One eye, fierce loyalty. He once halted an entire train movement to search for her after she jumped from a car during a stop. When soldiers complained, he told them, "That dog's braver than most men you'll meet. We'll wait." He played cards, but only when necessary. Said gambling was just another form of guessing. Preferred chess. Moved pieces slowly. Sometimes made moves he knew would lose him the game. When asked why, he said, "I wanted to see what would happen." He disliked grand rooms. Said they made voices echo dishonestly. Preferred porches, tents, corners. When he entered a room with chandeliers, he'd unconsciously duck, as though instinctively avoiding something that might fall. He carried a flask, a handkerchief embroidered with a single letter U, and a tiny pencil sharpened to the nub. Said the pencil was for when silence fails. He was terrible at giving compliments. When a general performed well, he'd nod once and offer them half a cigar. If they refused, he'd say, "Then don't screw up next time." He died of throat cancer in 1885, months after finishing his memoirs, handwritten, dictated, edited, between coughing fits and morphine haze. He'd written over 275, 0 words, every one like a final march. He was bankrupt when he started. He was immortal when he finished. His last words were a whisper, "Water." But the page had already been signed. The silence was already closing like a door. And behind that door was a man with mutton chops wide enough to cause weather shifts, a voice like rusted brass, and a handshake that felt like a bear sizing you up. Rutherford B Hayes was next. And he brought the smell of compromise and the taste of cold coffee. Rutherford B. Hayes. Rutherford B Hayes had a beard like a dispute and eyes that never entirely left the horizon. He was the kind of man who arrived on time and left quietly, as if presence itself was something to be rationed. Born in Delaware, Ohio, in 1822, 2 months after his father died, Hayes entered life in the rear view of loss. Raised by a mother who dressed her grief in firm politeness, he was taught to spell discipline before joy, and carried that order with him like a second spine. He was a sickly boy, thin, pale, precociously serious. He had the demeanor of someone who had been asked too many difficult questions too early. He read everything. Classics, case law, botany manuals, travelogues, sermons, humor essays. He rarely found funny. He once read an entire legal volume in bed with a fever of 102. When his uncle asked what he remembered, Hayes replied, "Enough to regret the rest." He didn't speak often as a child, but when he did, it was as though every word had been cleared by an internal editor. He was polite to the point of being unreadable. Neighbors described him as present but protected. One classmate claimed Hayes could sit through an entire conversation without blinking. No one was sure if he was shy or just deeply unimpressed. He kept a daily journal from the age of 12 until the year of his death. Over 50 years of thoughts, records, grudges, weather reports, philosophical musings, and lists. He logged everything, every book read, every letter sent, every illness, every dog adopted, every mile walked. His journals ran over 60 pages in his lifetime. They are quiet, precise, and sometimes heartbreakingly plain. One entry, written on the day of his son's funeral, reads only, "The weather continues gray." He carried a watch that chimed softly on the hour, not to tell time but to remind him that time was passing. He never wore jewelry. Thought rings were distractions. bracelets were accidents, and necklaces were stories someone else told for you. He married Lucy Webb, an intelligent, deeply devout woman who didn't drink, didn't dance, and didn't tolerate foolishness. Hayes adored her. He called her mother, even in public, which confused guests and slightly alarmed dignitaries, but the way he looked at her made the nickname feel less strange and more sacred. He owned a dozen suits in varying shades of black, gray, and midnight doubt. He kept his collars starched to the point of injury. His boots were polished every Sunday. He wore his beard with the discipline of a religious obligation, neatly combed, trimmed along strict geometric guidelines. One aide said it was less facial hair and more topiary. He carried a small notebook in his breast pocket labeled Undones. It contained things left unsaid, letters never written, favors owed, apologies considered but never issued. He flipped through it on long train rides, adding a word or two, never crossing anything out. He walked daily. Rain, snow, blistering, soon it didn't matter. He rose at dawn, adjusted his tie, and walked 3 miles before breakfast. He said it helped him unfold the day before it's spoken for. Strangers sometimes followed him out of curiosity. He never acknowledged them. He had a peculiar love of maps, especially obsolete ones. He framed a map of the Louisiana Territory as it looked in 1812 and hung it in his office. He said, "You can learn more from what used to be true." He did not like to be touched. He would shake hands, but never with both. He recoiled slightly from sudden contact, just a millimeter, but noticeable. He once told a visitor, "The body's perimeter is the last honest boundary." He could sit for hours without moving. He did not fidget. He did not shift. He once remained so still during a thunderstorm that a photographer assumed he'd fallen asleep. He hadn't. When asked what he'd been thinking, he replied, "I was listening to the roof." He wrote letters in impeccable script, slanted, tight, full of careful loops. His exclamation marks looked like disappointed commas. He believed ink could betray you if you weren't paying attention. He once rewrote a letter 6 times because he kept accidentally revealing his opinion in the salutation. He believed books should be written in pencil first. Ink assumes permanence. Pencil leaves room for modesty. He owned a pet goat named Whiskers, which followed him around the grounds of the White House like a slightly resentful assistant. He once tried to introduce the goat to a visiting general. The goat bit him. Hayes didn't apologize. He said, "Whiskers has concerns." He collected pressed leaves, kept them between pages of legal volumes. Maple, oak, sycamore. He labeled them by color, not type. One was tagged simply, "First read after Lucy left for Cleveland." He disliked music with lyrics, preferred simple piano pieces, played poorly, but with conviction. He once said, "A melody with no words can't betray your expectations." He rarely laughed. When he did, it was soft and brief, like the breath before sleep. His smiles were more frequent but never wide. He seemed always on the edge of melancholy, as if happiness were something he believed in theoretically, but distrusted in practice. He read obituaries daily, clipped them, saved them, not just for friends, but strangers. He said they helped him remember how little the world expects of people, and how often it's right. He once spent an entire evening arranging and rearranging the chairs in the Blue Room. When a staff member asked what he was doing, he replied, "I'm trying to make the silence sit evenly." He avoided mirrors in the morning, preferred to shave in shadow, said too much reflection before breakfast made a man unnecessarily philosophical. He didn't believe in last words, said death should be met with silence, not punctuation, but his final phrase, muttered to no one in particular, was recorded anyway. "I know I am going where Lucy is." Rutherford B. Hayes died with his boots neatly placed beside his bed and his desk organized as if he'd be back by noon. But he wouldn't be. And neither would the quiet. because next was a man with a buffalo's mustache, an opinion on everything, and a voice so loud it could rearrange wallpaper. James A. Garfield was next, and he had unfinished business, even as the bullet was already in the air. James A. Garfield. James A. Garfield never asked for the world to notice him, but the world did anyway, usually with surprise. He looked like a man pulled halfway from a marble statue, beard first, with eyes that scanned rooms like he was grading them for grammar. Born in a log cabin in Moreland Hills, Ohio, in 1831, Garfield entered life as the last of 5 children in a house built with more debt than insulation. His father died when he was just 18 months old. His first memories were of hunger quiet, patient hunger and the sound of his mother praying while stitching winter coats from borrowed cloth. He had that strange spark children get when they're left alone too long with books and their own brains. He read obsessively, early and fast, swallowing whole chapters like they were food. His first love was mathematics. His second was language. His third was silence. He could quote Cicero before he could afford shoes. And by 15, he was preaching sermons to backwoods congregations who mistook his eloquence for divine favor. He let them. He worked on canal boats, barefoot and waterlogged, shoving mules down muddy paths to earn tuition money. He once fell overboard, nearly drowned, climbed back up the side of the barge, and finished the shift. When asked later what he remembered, he said, "The silence beneath." He attended Williams College in Massachusetts, where he memorized entire books and out-argued professors. He was known for pausing mid-debate to ask questions that unraveled the other speaker's premise like a bad hem. His essays were written in dense, near-perfect prose with titles like Moral Tension and the Engine of Civilization. Even his margins were articulate. He returned to Ohio with 2 degrees, a pocket full of ink-stained handkerchiefs, and the kind of ambition that wrapped itself in humility and waited for doors to open. They did. He became a professor, then a college president, then a state senator, and he did it all with the quiet conviction of a man who'd already run the equations in his head and found the odds tolerable. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and always slightly disheveled like he'd just stepped away from a blackboard mid-lecture. His hair was thick, his beard a wilderness of ginger and gray. He had a high forehead, a long nose, and the kind of jaw that looked like it had a favorite hymn. His clothes fit, mostly. His boots were worn soft. He carried books in his coat pockets, Greek, Latin, political theory, theology, sometimes more than one. His jackets hung slightly crooked from the weight. He spoke in long, rolling sentences paragraphs, really filled with metaphors and historical allusions. He once compared the presidency to a stagecoach being driven across a minefield during a thunderstorm by a team of drunken horses. The room went silent. Then someone asked, "And what's the role of the president?" Garfield said, "To avoid the ditches." He kept notes constantly, not just policy, thoughts, fragments, bits of poetry, quotes from lectures, observations about the shape of clouds. His notebooks were filled with elegant, looping script, and the occasional ink blot shaped like a regret. One page read, "Conscience is the quiet thing we hear best when no one else is speaking." He hated spectacle, preferred parlors to podiums, said applause made men forget what they were clapping for. At rallies, he often stood behind the crowd before taking the stage, observing, calculating, watching people listen to others before deciding how to speak. He believed in books more than banners. Once gave a speech about Plato during a 4th of July celebration and received polite confusion. Later told his aide, "They expected fireworks. I gave them philosophy. Same combustion. Slower burn." He collected pens, not expensive ones, broken ones, bent nibs, ink-starved veterans of forgotten letters. He kept them in a drawer labeled Efforts. When asked why, he said, "Because nothing writes without resistance." He liked cats, quiet, unbothered creatures with opinions they didn't share. He kept one in his office that slept on unopened legislation. He once remarked, "He vetoes more than I do." He read newspapers from 3 cities daily and clipped articles he thought got it wrong, filed them under public misunderstanding, said he liked to track patterns in the errors, believed they told a story truer than the headlines. He walked every morning, rain or shine, carried a cane he never used, said it was for balance that doesn't lean on wood. He distrusted clocks, believed time was real but its measurements were biased. He wore a watch but never checked it, preferred to ask others, then compare answers for deviation. He had a handwriting that looked like it came from a fountain with excellent posture. Even his grocery lists had a kind of literary elegance. Once wrote, "Apples, red. Bread, honest. Milk, chilled but not resigned." He adored trains. Not just for the function, for the rhythm, the sense of momentum. The way metal and steam could carry ideas across state lines faster than doubt. He kept timetables in his journal and memorized departures like scripture. He carried a letter in his pocket from a boy who wrote to thank him for speaking kindly during a school visit. The grammar was bad, the ink smudged, but Garfield folded it neatly and kept it. When asked, he said, "That child was listening. That matters more than who shouted." He didn't believe in destiny, but he respected cause and effect. Believed in lines not just the straight ones, but the bent, the interrupted, the ones that returned. He once said, "History doesn't repeat. It mutters familiar warnings." He was shot on July 2, 1881, in a train station by a man who wanted a job. Garfield didn't die right away. He lingered for weeks. Through heat, infection, and the slow deterioration of the body's most necessary optimism, he read, dictated letters, spoke softly to his wife. He apologized to his doctors for flinching, said he hated to make trouble. His final words were whispered to her, barely audible. "I'm sorry, I've tried." He died on September 19, 1881, only 4 months into his term. His desk still had books open, notes unfinished, and one chair turned slightly askew like he'd stepped out for a moment and would return to finish the thought. But the thought was never finished. And into that half-spoken legacy stepped a man with a 3-piece suit for every kind of silence, a mustache that never bent, and an expression that said he'd heard every joke and forgave none of them. Chester A. Arthur was next, and he brought with him the sound of polished shoes walking across unswept marble. Chester A. Arthur. Chester Allen Arthur didn't walk into a room he arrived. Every entrance was a statement, every coat perfectly tailored, every button polished to an unreasonable gleam. He looked like a man invented by a haberdasher with a secret grudge against minimalism. His mustache, meticulously waxed and shaped into twin sabers, preceded him like a calling card. He wore silk vests that caught the light like they had opinions. His shirts had cuffs you could hear rustle before you saw him. Chester A. Arthur didn't believe in first impressions. He believed in lasting ones. He was born in 1829 in Fairfield, Vermont, or maybe in Canada, depends on who you asked, and how long they'd known him. Even his birthplace had a footnote. His father was a Baptist preacher, his mother quiet and devout. The family moved often, which meant young Chester became a connoisseur of exits, learning early the value of clean departures and polished goodbyes. He graduated from Union College in New York, where he spent more time debating than sleeping. He was a brilliant student, but not an obsessive one. He had a taste for conversation, the well-placed, quote, the flourish at the end of an argument. He joined the debating society and quickly learned that logic without style was like a suit without a tie, technically correct but spiritually disappointing. He became a lawyer, a good one, but more importantly, a visible one. He wore cravats to court, changed pocket squares midday. He once delivered a closing argument in a double-breasted coat imported from Paris. When the jury returned a favorable verdict, he winked at them and said, "Never underestimate a well-dressed fact." He had a home with monogrammed gas lamps, leather-bound ledgers of dinner menus, and 3 separate wardrobes: day, evening, and after hours. He owned over 80 pairs of trousers. A reporter once tried to count his coats and gave up at 72. Arthur didn't deny it. He simply said, "Each occasion deserves respect." He enjoyed parties, but only ones with crystal decanters and at least one string quartet. He could talk to anyone: politicians, merchants, poets, undertakers. He spoke in slow, ornate sentences, full of metaphor and velvet. He had a voice made for toasts and eulogies. Guests listened not for the content, but for the cadence. He rarely wrote things down. He preferred to memorize. Said paper was too fragile for important thoughts. His aides learned quickly that instructions would be given once, elegantly, and never repeated. He hated early mornings, believed no important decision should be made before noon. His valet was instructed to bring coffee, cigars, and silence until at least 11. He once said, "Dawn is a rude guest. Let it knock elsewhere." He slept in a bed carved from walnut, beneath embroidered covers, with a book on his chest and a watch ticking steadily beside him. He read philosophy and fashion catalogs in equal measure. Kept a volume of Marcus Aurelius next to a guide to gentlemanly posture. He didn't trust mirrors with dust on them, polished his own occasionally, said reflection deserved clarity. He shaved with cold water and warm thoughts. His mustache routine was a ritual: brush, balm, comb, whisper encouragement. He kept his office at a temperature most would find slightly too cold, claimed it kept the mind sharp and the visitors brief. He arranged his books by color, not topic. Preferred aesthetics over logic, at least in shelving. He collected walking sticks, each one different, some ornamental, some weaponized. He never leaned on them, just held them like punctuation. When someone asked why he needed so many, he replied, "A gentleman must be prepared to punctuate the unexpected." He had a fondness for oysters, sherry, and quiet rooms with tall windows. He dined late, always by candlelight. Refused to eat anything that had been pronounced improperly. Sent a plate back once because the waiter called it roast beef. He owned a silver inkwell shaped like a lion. Used it only for personal correspondence. His letters were short, flowery, and sometimes illegible. He didn't mind. "Elegance," he said, "rarely begs comprehension." He had one photograph of his late wife, Ellen, placed on the mantel above the fireplace in his private chambers. After her death, he never remarried, rarely mentioned her. But every evening, after guests had gone, he'd pour a single glass of port, stand before the photo, and say nothing for several minutes. He had dreams grand, elaborate, Baroque dreams, full of spiraling staircases and masked dinners. He kept a dream journal under his mattress, not beside it. Said dreams were not for immediate analysis. He walked at night, alone, through the halls of the White House, down silent streets, into the fog. Once, a guard spotted him standing still under a gaslight at 3 a.m., gazing at the Capitol dome. When asked what he was doing, he answered, "Measuring the distance between consequence and vanity." He didn't like clocks that ticked loudly. Believed time should be felt, not heard. He owned a pocket watch with a cracked face and a chain made of silver links shaped like commas. He visited the sick quietly, left notes, flowers, coins, never stayed long, never explained. He said kindness was more believable without explanation. He disliked photographs taken from the left, claimed the angle made him look too decisive, preferred a 3/4 profile with soft lighting, instructed photographers to suggest, not declare. He died in 1886, in the same house where he had once hosted 26 guests for a winter banquet that featured swan, string music, and a snow machine on the roof. His last words were allegedly a whispered joke about neckties, but no one could remember the punchline. His funeral was understated, as he would have hated anything less than perfect. His clothes were laid out on the bed the night before, folded with military precision. His walking stick rested beside them, pointing east. The newspapers called him enigmatic, elusive, decorous. Some said he was style over substance. Others said he was the rare man who knew that sometimes style was the substance. But history doesn't wear aftershave. And the man who came next didn't own a tuxedo. He came from a log cabin, rode by instinct, and fought like he had something to prove to every ghost that ever stood behind him. Grover Cleveland was waiting, and he brought with him the shape of a man too heavy for irony. Grover Cleveland. Grover Cleveland arrived into history like a slow-moving avalanche, inevitable, massive, a little indifferent to what stood in his way. He wasn't flashy, he wasn't fast, he wasn't polished. But he was there, exactly when he said he would be, and with the kind of gravity that made furniture seem to lean toward him. His friends called him Big Steve. His enemies used his full name like a warning. Born Stephen Grover Cleveland in Caldwell, New Jersey, in 1837, he dropped the Stephen like a bad coat and kept the rest. His father was a Presbyterian minister with sermons like thunderclaps and a stare that could make soup boil. His mother, gentle and worn thin by 9 children, gave him books and patience in equal measure. His father died when Grover was 16. After that, he never really leaned on anyone again. He grew up in upstate New York, in towns where streets were made of mud and ambition was considered a little rude. He didn't go to college. He didn't have the money. And even if he had, he probably would have spent it on something practical. He worked as a clerk, copied legal briefs by hand, studied at night until the pages blurred, and passed the bar with fingers permanently stained by ink and bacon grease. He was a man built from rectangles. His body was square, his jaw was square, his hands were large, square-palmed, and covered in calluses that no amount of soap could convince to leave. He weighed over 250 pounds most of his adult life, wore suits that strained to pretend they fit, and carried his mass with a kind of calm authority, like a banker who could wrestle if it came to it. He had a mustache that looked like it was planning something. Thick, full, drooping over his upper lip like a tired general. His eyes were small and slightly hooded, giving him the look of someone permanently considering a second opinion. His voice was low, even, and not especially musical. When he spoke, it felt like a door closing, not abrupt, but final. He preferred cigars to conversation, smoked constantly, the kind of constant that left his clothes infused, his papers scented, and his moods calibrated to the quality of ash. He chewed more than he smoked, often rolling one between his teeth like a toothpick with aspirations. He was not a sentimental man, but he kept things. A pocket knife from his brother, a silver dollar from his mother, a frayed letter from a childhood friend who had vanished in the Civil War. These lived in his desk drawer, tucked into the corners like old debts not yet collected. He didn't care for ceremony. At one banquet, when handed a gold-plated knife, he asked for a regular one and carved his steak with a penknife from his vest. When asked why, he replied, "Because this one works." He believed in silence. Not the awkward kind, but the purposeful kind. The kind of silence that made other people explain themselves twice. He would often sit through entire meetings without speaking, then offer one sentence that wrapped the whole matter in barbed wire and set it neatly on the shelf. He was famously stubborn, unyielding, not theatrical about it, just immovable. Once, when advised to reconsider a difficult decision, he said, "If I were a rock, I'd move faster than I planned to on this. He disliked shaking hands, preferred nods. When compelled, he'd extend his hand briefly, grip firmly, and release like a man who believed no flesh contact should last longer than a handshake's utility. He wrote sparingly. Letters, notes, signatures, everything brief, everything necessary. His handwriting was thick, slanted, slightly uneven, like it had been carved with a spoon. He underlined heavily, sometimes unnecessarily. He kept a calendar so detailed it included not only appointments but the time he expected to regret them. Margins were filled with phrases like 2:30, meeting with board, likely annoying, or 11:45, post office, remember to frown. He married late 49 to a woman 27 years younger, the first wedding in the White House. He didn't smile much during the ceremony, not out of indifference, but gravity. When asked afterward what it felt like to be a husband, he answered, "Same as before, but now there's someone else to ask what time supper is." He kept his shoes polished, but not his hats. Believed a man's hat should reflect the weather and the miles, not the mirror. He owned 4, one for travel, one for Sunday, one for foul weather, and one he claimed was, "For visits I hope end quickly." He walked slowly, but with intent. His gait was deliberate, the kind that made people move aside without being asked. He had knees that creaked, ankles that preferred level ground, and a posture that said, "Try me." He hated telephones. Believed voices should arrive with bodies. When forced to use one, he'd hold it away from his ear, grimace, and say as little as possible. One of his aides joked that he spoke to telephones the way most people speak to biting dogs. He read newspapers but distrusted them, kept clippings in a folder marked guesses, and often circled headlines with notes like untrue or wishful thinking. He once described journalism as conclusions in search of a cause. He didn't care for music, said it made feelings louder than they had any right to be, preferred silence, or the sound of shuffling paper, wind, or his own footsteps across polished wood. He collected walking sticks, not for use but for contemplation, lined them against the wall like sentries. Once remarked, "A good stick is just a quiet sword." He liked clocks, big, slow ones. He had a grandfather clock in his study that chimed with a deep, sorrowful tone. He listened to it like it was telling him something he almost remembered. He believed in naps. Daily, brief, unashamed naps. He would lie back in a leather chair, fold his hands over his stomach, and drift off like someone clocking out of a shift he planned to return to in 15 minutes. He died in 1908 at the age of 71. His last words were, "I have tried so hard to do right," said not to a crowd or a priest, but to the air. Said like a line from a journal nobody was meant to read. He had served 2 non-consecutive terms. One ended in disappointment, the other ended in silence. Both left the chair colder than he found it. But the chair didn't stay cold for long. Because next came a man with a bushy mustache, a booming voice, and a heart that beat to the rhythm of manifest destiny and bare-knuckle boxing. Benjamin Harrison was waiting, and behind that reserved exterior was a storm that had been practicing its thunder. Benjamin Harrison. Benjamin Harrison never quite looked like he belonged in the century he was born into. Too formal for the frontier, too buttoned up for the Gilded Age, too reserved to be mistaken for one of the louder ghosts of history. He was the kind of man who entered a room without disturbing the air, but somehow still managed to rearrange it. A compact figure, short, stout, precisely bearded Harrison always seemed like he had just walked in from a colder place. One where words were weighed, hands were clean, and boots left no trace. Born in North Bend, Ohio, in 1833, into a family that had already tasted the peculiar burden of legacy. His grandfather, William Henry Harrison, was a president. Briefly, young Benjamin grew up in a house where history lingered like smoke and expectations walked around in borrowed shoes. His father was a farmer and congressman, a man who believed in duty, rain or shine. Benjamin, the second of 10 children, learned early how to speak quietly and still be heard. He was not a large man, 5'6", on a tall day, but his presence made people sit up straighter. He had a sharp gaze and a voice that arrived in short, clipped syllables, like it had somewhere more important to be. His beard, pale and meticulous, made him look like a New Testament prophet moonlighting as a tax auditor. His suits were perfectly fitted, always a shade too somber, and his shoes could have served as mirrors in an emergency. He was called Little Ben by those who mistook height for scale, but no one called him that twice. Not because he'd rebuke them, but because they'd feel, almost immediately, that the nickname had bounced off something harder than flesh. He studied law, as serious men often did, but found his temperament better suited to precision than persuasion. He practiced with the calm patience of someone folding maps in a windstorm. Every brief he wrote was laced with logic so tight it squeaked. Judges read them aloud. Opponents took notes for their next life. He fought in the Civil War, commanding a regiment with such unshakable composure that soldiers said he looked like he was hosting a lecture mid-battle. He rode with his spine straight, his eyes scanning terrain like a surveyor measuring moral topography. One private claimed Harrison's uniform never looked rumpled, even after a night in the mud. Another said he once saluted so crisply during cannon fire that the explosion seemed to pause for it. He had an odd relationship with time. Owned 4 pocket watches, each set 3 minutes apart, so he could chart the direction of the day. He never wore a wristwatch, said clocks didn't belong on hands. He scheduled meetings by the quarter hour and ended them when the air in the room got too warm or too vague, whichever came first. He disliked idle conversation, believed words should be carried in a toolbox, not tossed like confetti. If forced into small talk, he'd pivot gracefully to weather patterns or 17th century oratory. At dinner parties, he was often mistaken for a man silently enduring the company of strangers, when in fact, he was categorizing everything: cutlery alignment, the shape of laughter, the proximity of exits. He wrote letters with a handwriting so neat it bordered on clinical. Narrow lines, consistent slant, minimal crossings out. He preferred blue ink, said black was too final, red too aggressive. His correspondence was filled with careful clauses and formal endnotes, even when writing to friends. He once addressed his wife as, "My dearest Caroline, loyal witness to my efforts and endurer of my absences." He was a morning person, but not a cheerful one. Rose early, read silently, drank coffee strong enough to file metal, and began each day by reviewing his notes from the previous one. He logged everything: tasks completed, conversations held, people encountered. His journals, discovered after his death, read like a cross between a tactical report and a confessional. One page simply read, "Met with Colonel H over rail disputes. Man sweats lies." He distrusted applause, said it had the same sound as a warning, just with better lighting. He once delivered a speech to a full hall, received a standing ovation, and left the podium without acknowledging it. When asked why, he said, "The speech is over. Why pretend it isn't?" He had no patience for untied shoelaces, half-buttoned coats, or chairs not pushed in. He adjusted furniture mid-conversation, straightened paintings while making decisions. An aide once reported seeing him correct a crooked curtain during a crisis meeting with the phrase, "Even a crisis can hang properly." He did not whistle, hum, or drum fingers. His silence was clean and intentional, the kind that made people check their own breathing. He enjoyed fishing but never caught anything, said the point wasn't the fish, it was the quiet. He kept a tackle box labeled "Borrowed Optimism." No one knew what that meant. No one asked twice. He played the violin, poorly, but with reverence. At night, he'd sit by the fireplace and draw the bow across strings like he was arguing gently with the instrument. His family knew to listen silently. He called it an exercise in necessary futility. He adored electric light, one of the first presidents to have it installed in the White House, though he was too cautious to touch the switches himself. Believed light should arrive on command but didn't trust the machinery behind it. He called electricity a contained miracle good until it isn't. He traveled with a small leather case that held a shaving brush, a flask of cologne, a silver toothpick, and a tiny worn copy of the Federalist Papers. He once said it made him feel ready for most kinds of arguments. He died in 1901, alone in a quiet room, after writing 3 thank you notes, adjusting a pillow, and refusing a final dose of medicine with the words, "No need to prolong what is already complete." His last breath was quiet, exact, and right on time. The clocks in his study ticked on. None of them were wrong. But the century was changing, and the man who came next would not leave the room undisturbed. He would knock the chairs over, invite in the wind, and shout over the sound of his own gallop. William McKinley was waiting, and he was already holding the hand of fate. William McKinley. William McKinley wore a flower in his lapel like it was guarding something. A red carnation, always fresh, always placed with the care of someone who knew what symbolism cost. He didn't dress like a president, dressed like a banker who once dreamed of becoming a preacher. Always proper, always buttoned, always restrained. If Benjamin Harrison was a well-closed book, McKinley was the bookmark you kept forgetting was there until you opened to the right page. He was born in 1843 in Niles, Ohio, in a modest house, filled with modest expectations. His father made iron, his mother made conviction. He was the 7th of 9 children, which meant he learned early how to speak only when needed and to be heard on the first try. The McKinleys were Methodists, and young William was devout in the way only children with clear chores and clear rules can be. He kept his shoes polished, his words precise, and his guilt close at hand. He attended Allegheny College briefly, but left due to illness and finance problems he never quite stopped treating like temporary inconveniences. He taught school for a time, then enlisted when the Civil War broke out. Joined as a private, left as a major, not because he was a natural soldier, but because he knew how to follow chaos with order and make it look like instinct. He once served hot coffee to soldiers under fire, ducking bullets with a tin kettle in hand. When asked why, he said, "Men don't run when they're warm." No one argued. After the war, he studied law, quietly, carefully, methodically, passed the bar and practiced in Canton, Ohio. He didn't dazzle in court, he didn't charm juries, but he won. Not by spectacle, but by silence made heavy with facts. Clients called him gentlemanly. Opponents called him deliberate. Secretaries just called him early. He married Ida Saxton, a woman of poise, intellect, and tragedy. Their 2 daughters died young, one in infancy, the other at 4. Ida's health unraveled into seizures and melancholia. McKinley never flinched. He cared for her every day, arranged his schedule around her episodes, kept fresh flowers by her bed, and once stopped a parade to return home when a tremor hit. He never spoke of the strain, never complained, never let grief talk louder than loyalty. He had a voice that was firm but unassuming. Not booming, not theatrical. A voice made for contracts, not commands. People leaned in to hear him, which suited him fine. If they wanted to listen, they'd have to try. He believed in words with corners definite, exact, not made to slide. He kept a red carnation in his coat every day, said it was a symbol of good fortune. He gave them away to children who asked nicely. He never explained why the flower mattered, only that it did, and that he'd keep wearing one until the luck ran out. He carried a pocket watch engraved with the phrase, "God's time is best." He never wounded in public, claimed the ticking made him anxious. He once told an aide, "If I could make minutes slower, I would." He didn't enjoy crowds, but he understood them, understood their energy, their rhythm, the way people leaned toward something that didn't flinch. He stood on train platforms across the country, waving, nodding, saying a few words that landed like handshakes. Always calm, always composed. His speeches were not fire, they were foundation. Dry bricks laid one after another until the weight held itself. He read newspapers with a pencil in hand, underlining phrases he found misleading. He kept a folder labeled "Corrections," filled with clippings and annotations that no one else ever read. It was his way of arguing back, quietly, in margins. He believed in ritual, rose at the same time, wore the same style of suit, ate the same breakfast toast, coffee, half an orange. He disliked variety for its own sake. Said surprise was fine for birthdays, not governance. He wrote in a tight, narrow script, every line justified like typeset. Even his personal notes looked ready for publication. He didn't doodle. He didn't scratch out mistakes. He'd start a new page before defacing an old one. He loved music, not for the melody, but for the discipline. He listened to operas the way some men read maps, said a good aria was like a sermon wrapped in smoke. He kept a piano in the residence, though he never played. Preferred to sit beside it while someone else did. Said the keys were better at speaking what I can't. He hated confrontation, but didn't avoid it. He simply absorbed it, let tempers break against him like waves on stone. He'd listen, nod, pause, and then reply with a sentence so calm it felt like an apology, even when it wasn't. He had one superstition, beyond the carnation. He never rode facing backward in a train. Said it made him feel like history was chasing him. On September 6, 1901, at the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York, McKinley stood in a receiving line, shaking hands, smiling, composed. A man approached with a hand wrapped in a bandage. Inside the bandage was a gun. 2 shots rang out. McKinley staggered, fell, and still, even as blood spread through his white vest, he whispered, "Don't let them hurt him," referring to the shooter. Always composed. He lingered for 8 days. Doctors probed the wounds with their fingers. The room grew hot. Infection arrived, uninvited. He asked for music. He asked for his wife. He said, "It is God's way, His will be done." He died on September 14, 1901. The red carnation still pinned to his coat, its petals dark with something deeper than water. And as the parlor grew still and the clocks ticked on, a new sound began to rise. The sound of boots, fast, confident, loud. Because next was a man who didn't wait for introductions, didn't ask for permission, and never entered a room without a plan to change it. Theodore Roosevelt was already on his way. And he wasn't knocking. Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt didn't walk into history. He kicked the door in, shouted something Latin, and challenged the calendar to a duel. He was the only president you could reasonably imagine charging uphill in a thunderstorm for exercise and then giving a speech while still out of breath. He wasn't built for silence. He wasn't built for stillness. He was built for movement, sharp, ceaseless, incandescent movement. Born in 1858 in a brownstone in New York City, Theodore came into the world with asthma, a weak heart, and a set of lungs that struggled to draw breath, much less project authority. But no one told him that. Or rather, they did, and he chose to ignore them with the kind of intensity that could make ignoring look like a profession. From a frail, wheezing child wrapped in blankets, he transformed himself into something closer to a stampede in human form. His father, Theodore Roosevelt Sr., told him, "You have the mind, but you haven't the body. You must make your body." So he did, brick by brick, lift by lift, breath by stolen breath. He built muscles, the way some boys built treehouses out of stubbornness and splinters. He boxed, swam, climbed, hunted, rode horses, climbed mountains. And in between all that, he read everything. He consumed books like food pages torn through with desperate speed. History, biology, military tactics, philosophy, Norse sagas, Darwinian treatises, poetry. He memorized passages, debated authors in his journals, and could quote Cicero and Longfellow in the same sentence without blinking. He kept whole shelves of books stacked by mood war for breakfast, literature for lunch, and geological theory for dessert. He had a voice that sounded like gravel in a wind tunnel. High-pitched, energetic, unmistakable. He didn't talk. He declared. He once famously shouted through a 90-minute speech with a bullet in his chest because, as he said, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." He wasn't wrong. He had a mustache that belonged in a cavalry charge thick, sandy, bristling with conviction. His teeth flashed constantly, either in joy, fury, or effort. His eyes were bright, piercing, and always 10 minutes ahead of the conversation. His laugh, loud, staccato, unpredictable. More bark than chuckle. Once described as a sound like a bear discovering opera. He carried a walking stick in 6 stories to explain why. He wore pince-nez glasses perched low on his nose, tethered with a cord that flapped when he gestured, which was always. His gestures were large, broad, kinetic. He talked with his hands, his elbows, sometimes his whole body. Chairs were moved. Papers were displaced. Rooms learned to adapt. He was a rancher in the Dakotas, where he hunted outlaws and lived in a cabin built mostly from ambition. After his wife and mother died on the same day, Valentine's Day, 1884, he vanished into the Badlands, grew a beard, slept under open skies, and rode with his grief until it stopped trying to buck him off. In his diary, on the day they died, he drew a single X and wrote, "The light has gone out of my life." Then he didn't speak of it again. He returned to civilization leaner, harder, and louder. He wrote 35 books, speeches too numerous to count, letters by the thousands. He had more correspondence than most libraries. Wrote them longhand, quickly, with lines slanting upward as if trying to escape the page. His signature looked like it had been carved with a bayonet. He kept a boxing ring in the White House and sparred regularly, even after a punch from a military aide left him blind in one eye. He never told the press. Didn't want to discourage the man, he said. He practiced judo in the East Room, hosted diplomats while standing on one leg to test balance, and once greeted guests at a reception with a parrot on his shoulder. He had children, lots of them, loud ones, and treated them like junior cavalrymen. They rode bikes through the White House halls, kept a menagerie of exotic pets, including a badger and a snake named Emily Spinach, and interrupted meetings with questions like, "Can I use the East Room for a wrestling match?" He loved nature, truly, violently. He could name 50 species of birds by sound alone, took notes on plants during hikes, read Darwin's On the Origin of Species under a sycamore tree, and wept. As president, he once paused a conversation mid-sentence to point at a hawk in the distance and describe its migration pattern in exact detail. He conserved more land than any president before him, millions of acres, hundreds of parks, forests, and monuments. He did it not as a performance, but as a compulsion. Said trees had more right to the future than most men he knew. He kept a journal, of course. Several. One for thoughts, one for dreams, one for quotes, and one he referred to simply as exertions. He wrote in block letters, underlined often, and always in pencil-said pens lied too quickly. He couldn't sit still. Meetings were walking affairs. Lectures turned into hikes. Breakfast was often served during calisthenics. He slept 5 hours a night, woke with a shout, and started each day like it had personally challenged him to a duel. He traveled constantly, often by train, waving to crowds with both hands, giving extemporaneous speeches from the caboose, and grinning like he had just been dared to run for president again and might. He read 6 books at a time, sometimes more, and not slowly. He once claimed he could read a novel before lunch and summarize it before dinner. Aides tested this. He passed. He was shot on October 14, 1912, while campaigning. The bullet passed through his folded speech and into his chest. He assessed the bleeding, declared himself not seriously hurt, and gave the full speech any 190 minutes, blood soaking through his vest, his voice unshaken. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "I don't know whether you fully understand that I have just been shot." He lived. Of course he did. He died in his sleep in 1919 at 60. No final words recorded. But one of his sons, stunned, said, "The old lion is dead." And maybe he was. But the dust he kicked up hadn't settled yet, because next came a man whose voice moved slower, whose hands stayed folded longer, but whose mustache betrayed a quiet sort of calculation. William Howard Taft was next. And he had weight to carry of all kinds. William Howard Taft. William Howard Taft was a man built for sitting, but not idly. His frame was legendary, his movements deliberate, and his thoughts slow in the way that tectonic plates are slow, powerful, inevitable, and prone to reshaping everything given enough time. He weighed over 300 pounds for most of his adult life, but the joke was never his. It belonged to others. Taft himself was not amused, nor was he in a rush. Born in Cincinnati, Ohio, in 1857, Taft came from a family already deep in the machinery of public life. His father, Alphonso Taft, was a founder of the Republican Party and a former Attorney General. But where his father was sharp and lean like a suit's crease, William was round, deliberate, and uninterested in spectacle. From an early age, he was most at home with books, law, and the sound of decisions being made quietly in long rooms. He had a face made for solemnity wide, well-ordered, with eyes that rarely blinked more than required. His mustache was thick, sweeping, and meticulously groomed, like a bird of prey perched above a lecture. His voice was calm, mellow, and a little gravelly, like a cello being played just outside the door. He didn't shout. He didn't gesture much. He didn't need to. When Taft began speaking, the air simply quieted. He went to Yale, graduated second in his class, and joined Skull and Bones, though he didn't brag about it. He wasn't a braggart by nature. He believed success should announce itself in completed tasks, not in volume. He studied law, clerked, served as a judge before most men his age were finished with apprenticeships. He earned respect not through charm, but through reliability. He was always where he said he'd be. He always did what he said he'd do, and he did it all with a slow, steady pace that unnerved faster men. He loved the law not as a weapon or a shield, but as a cathedral. He once said, "Laws are not merely constraints. They are the architecture of peace." He could quote entire opinions from memory, refer to cases without notes, and write with a kind of clarity that made editors suspicious. His legal opinions were dense, elegant, and often included footnotes so thorough they bordered on compulsive. He did not believe in brevity for its own sake. He disliked confrontation, not out of cowardice, but out of principle. He believed argument should be conducted like chess, with rules, patience, and no theatrics. He once debated a rival for 4 hours without raising his voice. At the end, the rival said, "I don't know if I lost, but I certainly feel corrected." He had a famously gentle demeanor, especially with his family, called his wife Helen, or sometimes Nellie, and wrote her letters filled with long sentences and quiet affection. When she fell ill, he canceled trips, rearranged meetings, and sat by her bedside reading aloud until her fever broke. He never mentioned it publicly. He didn't believe love needed advertising. He adored food, but not like a gourmand, more like a man seeking comfort in predictability. Breakfast was hearty and unvaried: steak, eggs, toast, fruit. He once tried dieting. It didn't go well. He hired a physician to monitor him, kept a weight log in his journal, and lamented the tyranny of lettuce. His greatest success was losing 60 pounds over a year. His greatest failure was gaining back 70. He was famously said to have gotten stuck in a White House bathtub. The story is apocryphal. The real story is that he had a custom tub installed that could fit 4 average-sized men. He bathed regularly, luxuriantly, and without apology. He said water reminded him how to float above the noise. He slept well, often, during meetings, on trains, in carriages. He snored with dignity. One aide claimed he could nap between knocks on a door. Another said he once fell asleep in mid-sentence and woke up to finish it. He denied neither. He didn't enjoy public speaking, found it draining, said he preferred to deliberate rather than to declaim. His speeches were carefully written, cautiously delivered, and most notable for what they refused to sensationalize. He once delivered an entire address on tariff reform in a voice so level, the audience leaned forward just to be sure it wasn't Morse code. He walked with a measured gait, his steps heavy but not plodding. He held his hands behind his back, fingers interlaced like a man listening to a complex prayer. He never rushed, even when running late. Said hurrying invited mistakes. He kept his desk clean. Papers filed, pens aligned, inkwells full. He disliked chaos and treated clutter as a kind of disrespect. His handwriting was neat, looping, old-fashioned. He wrote in fountain pen and always blotted the page carefully before folding it. He wore custom-tailored suits that required extra cloth and extra patience. His jackets were broad across the shoulders, his trousers wide and cuffed. He preferred dark colors, subtle stripes, and shirts starched enough to make motions sound like intention. He always looked dressed for a photograph he hadn't agreed to yet. He didn't travel lightly. Wherever he went, there were trunks, many, filled with robes, books, hats, special slippers. He said comfort was not a luxury, it was the absence of distraction. He once read the entire commentaries on the laws of England, 4 volumes, while recovering from a cold. When his doctor asked how he felt, he replied, "Enlightened and congested." He loved golf, though he played poorly. He once hit a ball that struck a tree, rebounded into a pond, and was retrieved by a heron. He kept the ball, labeled it hazardous repetition. He was self-aware enough to laugh, but not out loud. He became Chief Justice of the United States, after leaving the presidency, the only person ever to serve in both roles. That was the job he'd always wanted. That was the office where he belonged, where robes were worn not for show, but for silence. He died in 1930, quietly, after years of declining health and increasing peace. His funeral was brief, dignified, formal, the first presidential burial at Arlington. A single flag draped his casket, no spectacle, just reverence. His final words, whispered to an aide, were, "I am very tired." And the earth, which had held him up so patiently for so long, finally took him back. But the chair would not be empty long. Because next came a man who had survived polio, firestorms, and the kind of personal reinvention that left fingerprints on the century. Woodrow Wilson was waiting. And he brought with him the stillness before the storm. Woodrow Wilson. Thomas Woodrow Wilson moved like a man who believed the world was a sentence unfinished, elegant, and best delivered slowly. He didn't stride into rooms, he entered like punctuation quiet, composed, and aware of every clause. His eyes were cool, gray, and slightly distant, the eyes of someone who saw ideas hovering above people's heads and took notes while they spoke. His jaw, angular and slightly clenched, looked like it had been cast from principle, and his voice measured, low, tinged with the drawl of Virginia wasn't persuasive so much as persuasive adjacent. He didn't shout, he explained. Born in Staunton, Virginia, in 1856, Wilson arrived into a nation breaking itself in half. His father was a Presbyterian minister, his mother from the Scottish Highlands, and both carried God in their bones like marrow. The household was one of sermons, scholarship, and unrelenting self-discipline. As a child, Wilson watched the Civil War unfold from porches and pews, absorbing its rhythms and ruins like other children absorbed bedtime stories. He saw soldiers march through town. He heard the gunfire in the distance. He learned early that nations, like people, could be wounded and not know it until much later. He was not a robust boy. Thin, pale, prone to illness. He had difficulty reading, probably dyslexia, but no one called it that then. They called it slowness, and he rejected the word outright. He taught himself to read by listening. He trained his memory like a muscle. He could recite entire passages after a single hearing. Later, as a scholar, he would dictate lectures without notes, drawing applause and unease in equal measure. He studied law, briefly, then politics, then philosophy. He devoured Hume, Burke, Montesquieu, Aristotle. He became a professor, then a college president, then a writer of dense moralistic treatises that treated government like a tragic novel in need of editing. His books didn't sell widely, but they lingered on the shelves of those who wanted the appearance of deep thinking. His lectures, however, were another story. He spoke in paragraphs. Elegant, coiled ones. His students described him as hypnotic. One said he didn't speak, he revealed. He used words like scaffolding. Ideas climbed them. He gestured with 2 fingers, as if pointing at invisible footnotes. He disliked interruptions, preferred to finish a thought and then let silence settle like dust before the next. His suits were dark, his ties narrow, his collars stiff enough to survive hurricanes, his spectacles perched delicately on the bridge of his nose, often reflecting more light than his face. He rarely smiled in public, and when he did, it looked like he'd filed it down first. He was photographed often, and almost always looked like he'd rather be somewhere with fewer people and more books. He kept a journal, mostly quotations and questions, sometimes just single words. Responsibility, order, symmetry. He once wrote, "Silence is not the absence of sound. It is the architecture of thought." He walked every day, usually alone, often lost in what others called brooding, but what he insisted was deliberation. He preferred quiet streets, low clouds, and the soft scrape of shoes against pavement. He hated mud, once stepped around a puddle so deliberately, a child watching from a window thought he was dancing. He collected pens, wrote with a fountain pen that scratched like an argument. His handwriting was sharp and vertical, like thoughts climbing uphill. He underlined phrases 3 times when annoyed, once when in awe. He kept letters he'd never sent in a drawer labeled, "For later." He never mailed them. He adored grammar, not for its own sake, but for the clarity it imposed. He believed misused commas were a form of moral decay. He corrected newspapers in pencil. Once, when handed a poorly punctuated speech, he rewrote it from memory, saying, "Ideas deserve better than this." He suffered migraines, blinding, body-wrecking storms of pain. He'd retreat into silence, draw the curtains, breathe slowly. He told no one, just waited, and returned to the world like someone stepping out of fog with a tighter tie. He didn't drink, didn't swear, kept his emotions in check with the kind of pressure valve that hisses once a decade. He loved music but couldn't play. He said violins made him feel like time had been forgiven. He loved baseball, not watching it, but the idea of it, the symmetry, the strategy, the geometry of motion. He once diagrammed a game like a battle plan, labeling each base runner as a tactical decision. He was married to Ellen First, a painter, quiet, insightful. She died in 1914. He was devastated, grieved quietly, wrote her letters after her death. Then, within a year, he met Edith. They married in 1915. She would become more than a partner. He would become a steward of his health, a guardian of his image, and later, something closer to a regent. He liked roses, not because of the scent, but because of the symmetry. He once said, "A perfect bloom is a solved equation." He disliked interruptions, despised them, actually. Once, during a meeting, when an aide coughed 3 times in a row, Wilson stood up, walked to the window, and stared out until the room fell silent. Then said, "Now that we've all finished what we didn't mean to say, let's begin again." He kept a watch in his vest, checked it not for time, but for rhythm. He measured his days in paragraphs. If he couldn't fit a thought into 3 sentences by lunch, he rewrote the morning in his mind. In 1919, after a punishing schedule and the weight of months spent pushing his body like a stubborn mule, he suffered a massive stroke. His left side weakened, his speech faltered. His thoughts, once symphonic, began to arrive out of tune. He did not resign. He did not announce. Edith, his second wife, shielded him, managed him, filtered communication like a translator in a sealed room. For a time, the presidency existed behind a curtain. He died in 1924, at home. His library shelves were still arranged by subject and sentence length. His last written note, found on his desk, read simply, "Work finished, time pending." He left behind books that still gather dust in libraries, letters that still circle margins, and the impression of a man who believed ideas should be delivered only when dressed properly. But the chair was not left empty long. Next came a man shaped by oil, scandal, and poker games where the stakes were always higher than the cards revealed. Warren G. Harding was waiting, and he was already shuffling the deck. Warren G. Harding. Warren Gamaliel Harding looked like a president painted by someone who had never met one but had memorized the silhouette. Broad shoulders, square chin, perfectly parted hair, so immaculately silver it seemed manufactured in a mint. His face handsome, in that vintage postcard, Way held the kind of calm that suggested either deep wisdom or a man who had practiced standing still long enough to avoid questions. And he liked questions about as much as he liked cold coffee. He was born in 1865 in the small Ohio town of Blooming Grove, a place with more barns than books and the kind of soil that clung to boots like it had something to say. His father was a jack of many trades, doctor, farmer, local philosopher. His mother was a healer too, though more spiritual, with a touch of herbalism and enough superstition to keep mirrors covered during storms. Harding was one of 8 children, which meant he learned early to speak loudly, laugh often, and carve out personal space wherever possible. As a young man, Harding drifted toward journalism, not the noble, ink-stained ideal, but the day-to-day grind of running a small-town newspaper, the Marion Daily Star. He bought it with borrowed money and a stubborn sense of ambition. He edited, printed, and delivered the papers himself. He learned how headlines worked, how rumors traveled, how to write words people would actually read. The office was dusty, the press temperamental, and the gossip persistent. Harding didn't mind. He welcomed all three. He was tall, over 6 feet, with the posture of a man always about to shake your hand. His suits fit like good, story-tailored, but never too tight. He favored dark fabrics, wide ties, and fedoras worn just so. He had a smile like a front porch, open, familiar, and big enough to hold two versions of the truth. People liked him, even people who didn't know why. He listened well, nodded at the right places, and had a way of saying something that sounded like agreement even when it wasn't. He had a voice that could flatten grass. Rich, baritone, smooth as a wax seal on velvet. When he spoke in public, crowds leaned in just to feel the sound settle on their shoulders. Reporters called it presidential. Old women called it soothing. One child, when asked what Harding sounded like, said, "Like bedtime, but slower." He kept a little black book not for names, but for phrases. He collected sentences like others collected coins. Normalcy, for example, was his favorite. Not a real word at the time, but one he used so often, it became one. He liked how it sounded soft, round, forgettable. He believed in the comfort of familiar syllables. He loved cards, poker specifically, not the bluffing kind, but the steady, calculated kind. He hosted regular games in the White House, in rooms that smelled faintly of cigars, bourbon, and the possibility of minor blackmail. He played well, not brilliantly, but with enough skill to earn respect and enough luck to earn suspicion. He smoked, constantly, cigars, mostly. The kind that left a room changed when he exited. He kept them in ornate boxes, gave them as gifts, lit them with matches that sparked like tiny decisions. When he was stressed, he smoked faster. When he was confident, slower. When he was hiding something, not at all. He loved to travel, not for the scenery, but for the applause. He was good at trains, good at waving, good at pausing, mid-sentence so a cheer could fill the gap. He gave speeches that drifted like clouds, occasionally shaped, often circular, always pleasant. He avoided sharp edges, preferred generalities, said things like, "America's best days lie ahead," and let the crowd fill in the blanks. He wrote letters, hundreds, sometimes thousands, most of them affectionate, some of them scandalous. He had a weakness for handwritten intimacy words, scribbled quickly, folded neatly, sealed in envelopes that carried more than postage. He kept them in drawers, not always locked. When confronted, he rarely denied. He preferred to sigh, light a cigar, and say something like, "The heart is a complex organ." He was a man of rituals. Woke early, bathed slowly, read newspapers with a pencil in hand, underlined names, circled numbers, occasionally drew frowns in the margins. He liked things predictable. His shoes shined, his hair combed, his neckties symmetrically knotted. He believed in luck, but not chaos. He had a dog named Laddie Boy, an Airedale Terrier with a stronger press presence than most senators. Laddie Boy had his own chair in cabinet meetings and was once given a birthday cake made entirely of liver. Harding doted on him, called him "my little secretary." It was only half a joke. He once told an aide, "I'm not fit for this office and never should have been here." The aide pretended not to hear. Harding didn't repeat himself. In 1923, he embarked on a cross-country tour by train, his so-called voyage of understanding. He visited the West, posed for cameras, waved from platforms, and smiled for people he would never see again. The trip was grueling. The heat, relentless. The pace, exhausting. In San Francisco, in a hotel room overlooking a fog-covered bay, he collapsed. A sudden illness. Some said it was food poisoning. Others whispered about stress. Still others speculated freely. His wife was with him. Doctors were summoned. They argued, diagnosed, disagreed. And then, on August 2, 1923, Warren G. Harding exhaled his final breath, just as he had lived between sentences, under soft light, with questions left on the table. His body was returned to Washington in a mahogany coffin, draped in flags, accompanied by rumors. Thousands gathered, most were respectful, a few were confused. His last public appearance was dignified, quiet, immovable. No definitive cause of death was ever confirmed. But the silence that followed was immediate. And into that silence stepped a man with the jaw of a bronze coin, the eyes of an accountant, and the moral tone of a library at midnight. Calvin Coolidge was waiting. And he did not plan to speak until absolutely necessary. Calvin Coolidge. Calvin Coolidge did not walk into history. He stood, already there, waiting for the rest of it to catch up. Quietly, neatly, unsentimentally. He was the kind of man who could enter a room and make it feel like someone had just vacuumed. With a face carved from Yankee restraint and a voice like a barely used violin, Coolidge became president not with a roar, but with a murmur so soft it became myth. He was born on the 4th of July, 1872, in Plymouth Notch, Vermont, in a house that creaked with duty and quiet faith. His father was a shopkeeper, justice of the peace, tax collector, notary public, and occasional undertaker, a man who believed in rules, penmanship, and the wisdom of doing things slowly the first time so you didn't have to do them again. From him, young Calvin learned how to listen before speaking, and how to speak as if you were signing a legal document with every syllable. He was not tall, not imposing, not particularly expressive. His face narrow, pale, and composure rarely gave anything away. His eyes were small and alert, as if always proofreading the world. His hair, parted with near geometric precision, seemed like the only part of him that had ambitions beyond modesty. From a young age, he valued silence not as a lack of sound, but as an act of respect. He once said, "You don't have to explain what you don't say," and he lived by it. Teachers praised his discipline. Classmates found him inscrutable. He was not shy, just economical. Coolidge didn't waste words. He rationed them, like a man packing for a long winter. He attended Amherst College, where he studied Latin, philosophy, and the art of showing up exactly on time. His essays were clean, his logic spare, his margins narrow. He debated, but not loudly. Argued, but not angrily. He believed truth didn't need volumate, just needed patience. He studied law and passed the bar without attending law school, because law school seemed unnecessary. He practiced in Northampton, Massachusetts, where his office contained exactly one chair for guests and one clock that never needed adjusting. He wore three-piece suits that looked like they'd been pressed by monks and never removed his jacket in public, even in July. His personal habits were monkish. He rose early, went to bed early, avoided alcohol, disliked jazz, distrusted improvisation. His idea of excitement was reading Roman history by lamplight and pausing only to sharpen his pencil. His wife, Grace, was warm, lively, and outspoken, a counterbalance to his austerity. She laughed easily. He laughed rarely, but when he did, it felt like seeing a glacier smile. He was called Silent Cal, a nickname he never contradicted. He once attended a dinner party where a woman told him she had bet she could get more than 2 words out of him. He replied, "You lose." That was the entire conversation. Coolidge kept a journal, but sparingly, just a few lines per entry, weather reports, brief observations, a quote, an occasional sentence like, "It rained today, I waited it out." He didn't see the point in elaboration. The world was already complicated enough. He loved animals, especially cats, He had a raccoon named Rebecca who roamed the White House grounds and occasionally joined him on walks. He fed her by hand, didn't talk to her, just nodded, like a man acknowledging an agreement. He was vice president under Warren Harding, not a role that required much from him. He accepted it with the kind of shrug you could hear in his silence. And then, in 1923, Harding died suddenly in San Francisco. Coolidge was at his family home in Vermont when he got the news. The house had no electricity, no phone, no security detail. At 2:47 a.m., his father, a notary public, administered the oath of office by lamplight, his hand on the family Bible, in a parlor that smelled of pine and dust. It was perhaps the quietest presidential transition in history. After that, Coolidge moved like a ghost made of ice water, calm, deliberate. He did not try to fill rooms, he tried to avoid them. When he had to speak, he did so slowly, like a man tiptoeing across a floorboard of public opinion. He took daily naps, sacred, uninterrupted naps, usually 2 hours, every afternoon, with the curtains drawn and a do not disturb sign that needed no explanation. One aide said he could time the day by the rhythm of Coolidge's breathing through a closed door. He had a passion for economy of words, of money, of emotion. He wrote his own speeches, often with a fountain pen and long pauses. His addresses were short, clean, and forgettable by design. If a sentence wasn't needed, it was removed. If a paragraph wasn't perfect, it was abandoned. He believed in clarity, not applause. He did not like small talk. At receptions, he'd stand still, nod once, say, "Thank you," and drift away like fog receding from a field. He didn't offer stories. He offered silence. And people, not knowing how to handle it, often mistook it for wisdom. He dressed immaculately, every suit pressed, every tie modest. His cufflinks were plain, his shoes polished to a shine that reflected restraint. He once said that appearance is not for vanity, but for order. He wrote poetry in private, simple, spare poems about trees, silence, and the Vermont hills. He never published them, just folded them into a drawer where only dust and time could read. He adored his son Calvin Jr., who once played tennis on the White House lawn without socks. A blister formed. It became infected. Within days he was dead. Coolidge didn't weep publicly. He simply said, when he died, the power and the glory of the presidency went with him. And then, for a while, he said nothing at all. In 1928, he announced he would not seek another term. Not with a rally, not with a speech. He handed reporters a note. 5 words. "I do not choose to run." He returned to Northampton, lived quietly, read books, wrote his memoirs, walked alone through streets that had not changed much. He visited the cemetery often, wore the same coat each winter, said little, still. On January 5, 1933, Calvin Coolidge died of sudden heart failure. No final speech, no grand farewell, just the quiet sound of a clock ticking in an empty room. His gravestone reads, "A good citizen of the Republic." And then nothing. But history, like conversation, has a pause only long enough for breath. Because next came a man who arrived with dust on his shoes, engineering in his veins, and the heavy hum of destiny waiting for him behind every handshake. Herbert Hoover was already building, and the blueprints didn't show the cracks. Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover was not built for applause. He was built for plans solid, meticulous, unsentimental plans. The kind that begin on graph paper, survive in committee rooms, and are buried under the weight of things no blueprint ever accounted for. He moved like a man who had learned long ago that silence was not avoided, was an ingredient. And failure? Just feedback with bad manners. Born in 1874 in West Branch, Iowa, Hoover came into the world small, pale, and serious. He was the first president born west of the Mississippi River, though that fact pleased him less than it puzzled him. His father was a blacksmith with a stutter. His mother was a Quaker devout, reserved, relentless in her virtue. Hoover absorbed her beliefs: hard work, humility, service. Then she died, and his father soon after. By the time he was 9, young Herbert was an orphan, carted off to live with relatives who offered him structure but little warmth. From early on, Hoover seemed less like a child and more like a foreman in waiting. He organized, he calculated, he fixed broken things without complaint. Emotion was not his language, efficiency was. He spoke, in short, declarative sentences, made decisions the way others made tea, quietly, methodically, with precise temperature control. He attended Stanford University, part of the very first class, paid his way by doing laundry, clerking, and taking notes that would later become textbooks. He studied geology, not because it was glamorous, but because it was measurable. While others joined clubs, Hoover joined expeditions. While others flirted, he charted rock formations. He graduated with a mind full of tectonic metaphors and a conviction that the Earth, if studied carefully enough, would never surprise you. He became a mining engineer, one of the best in the world. By his early 30s, he had traveled to Australia, China, Russia, and Burma. He didn't just survey mines, he transformed them. Created systems, improved yields, drafted operational manuals. He spoke 8 languages poorly but functionally. He carried a slide rule the way some men carried compasses. In London, he built a firm so profitable, he could have retired young. But that wasn't his tempo. During World War I, Hoover re-emerged this time as a humanitarian. He organized relief for stranded Americans in Europe, then turned his attention to Belgium. He fed millions, created logistics networks that moved food faster than armies, coordinated with governments, charities, shipping companies, and reluctantly politicians. His reports were precise. His handwriting, tight and square. When someone asked how he managed it all, he replied, by not wasting time on the unnecessary. He kept long hours, slept little, ate the same meals repeatedly: roast beef, bread, apples. Efficiency extended to digestion. He didn't believe in overindulgence, sentimentality, or redundant meetings. He once said, "The worst disease which can afflict business is bureaucracy." Then created flowcharts to treat it. He married Lou Henry, a fellow Stanford graduate and geologist. She matched his intelligence and exceeded his linguistic curiosity. She spoke Mandarin, among other languages. Their courtship was conducted mostly through correspondence. Their marriage through mutual respect. They translated ancient mining texts together. As First Lady, she organized the White House's cataloging system with military precision. Hoover was not charming in the traditional sense. He didn't slap backs or trade jokes. He answered questions with numbers. He preferred memos to speeches. He gave interviews reluctantly, and only when charts were allowed. He found emotion exhausting and small talk nearly intolerable. His aides joked that he could silence a room by entering it and quiet it further by speaking. He kept a daily schedule carved into iron. Rose early, wrote in longhand, reviewed reports, not headlines. He distrusted the press, believed accuracy had a shelf life of maybe 4 hours. When asked to smile more in photos, he said, "The smile is not a metric of sincerity." He kept his office sparse: a desk, a lamp, a framed map of global shipping routes, no family photos, no unnecessary furniture. His pens were aligned like infantry. His paper stacked by size, then urgency. He believed clutter was a symptom of poor thinking. He avoided parties, declined invitations, found socializing to be inefficient and frequently dishonest. When required to attend galas, he stood in corners with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding every 42 seconds. He had a peculiar fondness for fishing, not for sport, but for the quiet repetition. He fished in silence, rarely caught anything, and always looked slightly relieved when he didn't. He said the goal was not to hook, but to pause. He loved facts, not just information, but data that had been tested, charted, and stripped of emotion. He built databases in his head, could recall shipping weights from memory, once corrected a statistic mid-conversation that had been misquoted by a decimal point. He wrote constantly. Books, reports, memos. His prose was dense, unadorned, and allergic to metaphor. He kept carbon copies of everything, annotated in red ink. Filed by topic, then year, then confidence level. He distrusted chairs that creaked. Said a man couldn't think in a noisy seat. He had his replaced twice. The final model was upholstered in leather, reinforced with steel, and moved with the sound of a whisper surrendering. He kept a private note pinned in his desk drawer that read, "If you don't document it, it didn't happen." His presidency came to an end, not with scandal or betrayal, but with a slow, methodical collapse he could not outcalculate. He left office unbroken, but bent like a bridge that had been tested past its design. He returned to private life and resumed writing, memoirs, policy papers, proposals, letters that read like autopsies of unseen disasters. He lived into his 90s, outlasted many of his critics, kept a filing system until the very end, wrote by hand, edited in the margins, trusted silence more than applause, trusted structure more than hope. He died in 1964. His final words are unknown, but his papers say more than most voices ever could. The world did not pause. It never does. And next came a man who walked with a limp, but led with fire. A man whose cigarette holder tilted at a perfect angle toward the future. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was already moving. And he would not stop for anything. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Franklin Delano Roosevelt didn't walk into history, he wheeled in, smiling like a man who knew the house was already his. If Hoover had been the engineer, FDR was the illusionist. Sleeves rolled, cards hidden, smile loaded. He was elegant without apology, theatrical without excess, and above all, immovable in motion. The only president who carried the entire 20th century on his back and did it, while hiding the fact that he couldn't stand on his own. Born in 1882 in Hyde Park, New York, FDR was never taught to expect a small life. The Roosevelts were old money, Hudson Valley aristocracy, the kind of people who inherited mansions and considered modesty something you hired out. He was the only child of doting parents, especially his mother Sarah, who hovered with the intensity of a general inspecting troop formations. He was dressed like a young gentleman from birth, starched collars, formal portraits, a life measured in etiquette and inherited furniture. He went to Groton, Harvard, Columbia Law. He joined clubs, wore tailored coats, and wrote letters in looping cursive that took up more space than necessary. He was not brilliant, but he was smooth. Charisma without sharp edges. Even as a young man, he smiled like he was being photographed for future textbooks. He married Eleanor, his fifth cousin once removed. She was shy, principled, brilliant in ways that did not advertise themselves. Franklin smiled, Eleanor thought. Franklin mingled, Eleanor watched. They grew apart almost instantly, but not out of hatred, just misalignment. He had affairs. One of them almost broke the marriage, but they stayed together. Not because of passion, but because of purpose. In 1921, at the age of 39, he contracted what was then believed to be polio. He went to bed with a fever and woke up paralyzed from the waist down, legs gone. Permanently. It should have ended everything. It didn't. What it did was alchemize him. Franklin didn't wallow. He disappeared. Retreated to Warm Springs, Georgia, where he floated in warm water, practiced muscle control, studied wheelchairs like blueprints, and trained himself not to wince when he failed. He wore braces so heavy they could stand on their own, practiced walking between furniture, with his sons pretending not to help. He taught himself to stand for short periods gripping podiums, locking knees, using his shoulders like pulleys. Cameras were not allowed to show him being carried. The illusion of stride was maintained with military discipline. His voice, though his voice still stood tall, rich, empathic, confident, with just enough tremble to sound human, a voice that could lift crowds and lull nerves. A voice that didn't ask for trust, it took it, gently. He cultivated that voice like a gardener, controlled cadence, lowered timbre, knew exactly when to pause, and let silence do the rest. He was radio incarnate. He loved the tools of performance, cigarette holders angled at a 45-degree tilt from his mouth like a punctuation mark, glasses perched halfway down his nose, capes in cold weather. Dramatic lighting for speeches. He understood that people believed what they saw, and they followed what they felt. He laughed loudly, too loudly sometimes. He was not afraid to be amused. His sense of humor leaned toward the sardonic. He'd tell a joke, let the room laugh, then raise an eyebrow as if to say, "Now that you're relaxed, I'll be serious." He was constantly in motion, rolling, turning, hosting, negotiating. He hated being alone, surrounded himself with aides, friends, secretaries, visitors, secretaries of visitors. His schedule was full by design. His hands were always in motion, gesturing, tapping, conducting invisible orchestras. He wrote hundreds of letters, dictated thousands more. His correspondence had charm, gravity, and a slyness that could fold contradictions into compliments. He called people by nicknames, remembered birthdays, sent flowers and condolences in the same envelope. He kept stamps in his desk drawer, as if the U.S. Postal Service might need his help someday. His desk was cluttered but ordered in its own code-framed photos, naval paraphernalia, stacks of unfinished memos. He liked naval things maps, ships, binoculars. He said they reminded him of order and distance. He kept pets. Fala, the Scottish Terrier, became a celebrity in his own right. Rode in the car, attended meetings, got more mail than most congressmen. FDR called him a good judge of character, which, for Roosevelt, was a very specific compliment. He loved Hyde Park, his estate in upstate New York. He'd retreat there often, roll through the trees, sip drinks on the porch, and dictate with the Catskills at his back. He said the land smelled like before decisions. He had a hatred for indecision. Even when he was unsure, he chose something. He said, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." But what he meant was, fear is a delay, and delays are dangerous. He believed that action, even flawed, was morally superior to paralysis. He read everything: biographies, memos, novels, gossip columns. He liked Dickens, Tolstoy, naval histories, and crime stories. He claimed to finish a book a day. He didn't. But he wanted people to think he could. He traveled extensively. In a time when mobility was difficult, he made it seem easy. His train car was fitted with ramps. His aides lifted him with rehearsed choreography. Elevators were scouted in advance. He made discomfort invisible and turned necessity into grace. He held press conferences more than any president before him. Almost 1-0 in total. He answered questions with jokes, redirects, and the occasional stare that made reporters question their own syntax. He once said, "A great leader is one who can get people to do what they don't want to do and like it." His signature was swift, confident, and slanted forward as if the ink was running toward the next challenge. He signed bills with 3 pens, gave the extras away as souvenirs. A small piece of something enormous. He had his dark days, of course. Days when the braces pinched, when the phone lines grew too quiet, when the war news arrived before breakfast, but he never let it linger in the room. He had a smile for everyone, even when his teeth ached. He died on April 12, 1945, in Warm Springs, surrounded by his people, his dogs, and a half-finished portrait. A stroke took him mid-sentence. The artist never finished the face. The world paused, not just the country, the world. Because whether you loved or loathed him, he had been the voice in your home, the silhouette on your stamps, the man who kept rolling forward when standing still was no longer possible. They buried him in Hyde Park, under simple stone, with only his name and his dates. And then silence, for a moment. But not for long. Because next came a man with a Missouri drawl, a poker face that cracked like gunpowder, and a temper that waited behind a handshake. Harry S. Truman was walking in. And he was already rolling up his sleeves. Harry S. Truman. Harry S. Truman had the eyes of a man who'd already read the fine print. Small, steel-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose like punctuation, catching light in just the right way to remind you he had no time for nonsense. He didn't charm so much as outlast. His handshake was dry, firm, and over before you realized he was measuring your intentions. There were no illusions with Truman. Just the creak of old shoes and the clink of a fountain pen that never ran out of ink. He was born in Lamar, Missouri, in 1884, into a world of droughts and stonemasonry. His father was a farmer and mule trader. His mother, a storyteller with sharp elbows and sharper judgments. There was no indoor plumbing, no safety net, no expectation of grandeur. The only inheritance he received was a stubbornness that bordered on myth. He grew up poor, with bad eyesight and good manners. He read constantly Plutarch, Shakespeare, the Bible by kerosene lamp, in a house that smelled like dust and ambition. He took piano lessons, wore hand-me-down glasses, and recited Latin to barn cats. He had a brain made of indexes and an unshakable memory for numbers, names, and personal slights. He tried everything before politics: railroad timekeeper, bank clerk, failed farmer, men's clothing merchant. The store collapsed in debt. He paid every cent back. Took 12 years. Never complained. Said it taught him more than any degree. He wore that failure like a medal on the inside of his jacket. He enlisted during World War I and was made an artillery captain. No one expected much. He turned out to be a natural commander, not loud, but exact, not fearless, but unmoved. His battery never lost a man in combat. He barked orders like math problems and ran drills until muscle memory replaced nerves. They called him Captain Harry, with respect and relief. After the war, he entered politics through the back door of the Jackson County Court. A ceremonial role, mostly. He turned it into an efficiency machine. Paved roads, balanced budgets, made enemies with lazy contractors, made friends with vote counters. His rise was quiet, methodical, helped in part by the Pendergast machine in Kansas City. He never denied the help. Never pretended the system wasn't the system. But he didn't stay in anyone's pocket for long. He reached the U.S. Senate in 1935 balding, modest, underestimated. The press called him the senator from Pendergast. He didn't flinch. He worked harder than anyone, memorized appropriations, reports, and ran subcommittees like cross-examinations. When World War II exploded across Europe, he chaired a committee to investigate waste and fraud in defense spending, found billions in bloat, called it out publicly, earned a reputation as incorruptible. A reputation that stuck. He became vice president for Franklin Roosevelt in 1939. 945. It was a symbolic role. They met a few times, spoke less. When Roosevelt died on April 12, Truman was called to the White House and told, "Mr. President, come with us." He asked if there was anything he could do for Eleanor. She replied, "Is there anything we can do for you? You are the one in trouble now." He wasn't prepared, but he showed up. He kept a sign on his desk. "The buck stops here." It wasn't for decoration. He believed responsibility was not to be shared. Every decision was his, every failure his burden, every success temporary. He spoke plainly, sometimes bluntly. His speeches were dotted with Midwestern metaphors, statistics, and the occasional barb that landed like a horseshoe thrown in a bar fight. He never tried to sound smarter than he was, only clearer. "If you can't convince them, confuse them," he once joked, and then rewrote the sentence 3 times to be sure he didn't. He wore suits that wrinkled, ties that sometimes drooped, and a fedora set slightly too high on his head. He looked like a man late for church, but still stopping to read the newspaper. His glasses fogged in humidity. His walk was brisk, not because he was in a hurry, but because standing still gave people time to ask too many questions. He woke early, read 5 papers before breakfast, made notes in the margins, took his coffee black and his eggs soft. He played piano when no one was around, mostly Chopin, sometimes ragtime. Said it calmed his hands. He loved history, could quote Roman emperors, revolutionary generals, and the entire lineage of English monarchs. He once corrected a tour guide mid-sentence on the architectural lineage of the Capitol Dome, then apologized for the interruption, then did it again. He was direct. When aides asked how to respond to a nasty letter, he said, "Answer them politely and file it under S for stupid." When a music critic insulted his daughter's recital, he mailed back a note saying, "I hope to meet you someday. When I do, you'll need a new nose." He signed it, in ink. He walked every day, rain or shine. Around the block, no entourage, just one Secret Service agent trailing behind and occasionally jogging to keep up. He waved to neighbors, shook hands with gardeners, and remembered the names of their dogs. He kept a diary, dozens of them, filled with dates, thoughts, lists, frustrations, no poetic flourishes, just inked summaries of days most people would have collapsed under. He wrote about naps, about meatloaf, about decisions with consequences that would echo for centuries. He didn't like limelight, found cameras intrusive. When photographers caught him shirtless on vacation, he laughed, posed again, and said, "Make sure to get my good side," then forgot about it. He signed letters with a fountain pen shaped like a bullet. His handwriting was sharp, deliberate, and slightly right-leaning. He underlined words with conviction, rarely used exclamation points, preferred periods firm, final, and irreversible. When his term ended, he packed his bags, shook hands, and rode the train back to Missouri. No speech, no motorcade, no secret exit. Just Harry and Bess in a Pullman car headed home. He returned to independence, moved back into the house they'd had since 1919, and lived like someone who had been borrowing the presidency, not owning it. He refused to profit off his fame, turned down offers for endorsements, book deals, speaking tours, said public service wasn't a brand, wrote his memoirs in longhand with footnotes, corrections, and coffee stains. He lived into his 80s, walked every morning, read every evening, told visitors stories that weren't rehearsed. And when asked how he wanted to be remembered, he said, "I did the best I could with what I had." He died in 1972. Funeral was simple. Small crowd. No pageantry. The headline read, Harry Truman, plain-spoken president, dies at 88. No statues fell. No trumpets sounded. But somewhere in the archives, a decision still echoes with his fingerprint. Because the next man would not enter quietly. The next man walked in with cameras flashing, teeth gleaming, and a war in his shadow. Dwight David Eisenhower was coming. And the maps had already been drawn. Dwight D. Eisenhower. Dwight David Eisenhower had the kind of smile that looked like it belonged on a recruitment poster. Big, toothy, sincere but with just enough wear behind the eyes to suggest he'd read every word of the fine print and underline the part about consequences. He wasn't loud. He wasn't brooding. He was the kind of man who turned decisions into weather, inevitable, undeniable, and above all, strategic. Born in Denison, Texas, in 1890, Eisenhower was raised in Abilene, Kansas, a town that clung to the edge of the prairie and expected its boys to grow up with dirt under their fingernails and discipline in their bones. He was one of 7 brothers, all elbows and ambition. His mother, a pacifist, hated war but raised sons tough enough to win one. His father worked in a creamery and believed in quiet strength. From them, young Dwight learned restraint, endurance, and the virtue of waking before dawn, whether or not you had somewhere to go. He was known as Ike. Everyone called him that, and he never minded. It fit. It was short, punchy, non-threatening, exactly the kind of nickname that sounded good shouted across a battlefield or stitched into a campaign button. He went to West Point because it was free. He stayed because it gave him structure. There, he learned how to polish shoes, follow orders, and memorize chain of command like it was scripture. He played football, poorly, broke his knee, considered quitting, didn't. Instead, he studied military history like it was an owner's manual for civilization. Napoleon, Grant, Sherman, he memorized their campaigns, critiqued their mistakes, and quietly prepared for a war that didn't yet exist. For years he sat behind desks, assigned to posts with names no one remembered. He trained other men, studied logistics, managed paperwork. He was overlooked for combat in World War I, a wound that never fully closed. Instead, he climbed the ranks through organization, strategy, competence that didn't demand applause. He wrote detailed reports, drew maps with pencil-sharp precision, knew the difference between strategy and tactics before most men knew the difference between a rifle and a radio. When World War II arrived, it found him ready. Eisenhower didn't charge into battle. He managed it across continents, across egos, across a million moving parts. He coordinated the largest amphibious invasion in human history. He was the man behind day, behind the planes, behind the silence that came just before the ramp dropped. Soldiers called him Ike, too, even when they'd never met him. They carried his face in their pockets, not because he was a warrior, but because he made it all feel planned. He didn't yell, he delegated, he listened. He removed officers not because of grudges, but because they weren't fast enough. He understood timing like a composer, knew that a minute lost at dawn could echo for days in casualties. His staff said he never raised his voice. His eyebrows, however, could end a career. He chain-smoked, constantly, 4 packs a day. His fingers were stained, his ashtrays full, his desk always ringed with smoke. He called it a necessary evil and refused to stop. When advised by doctors to cut back, he asked, "Do you have a better idea for stress?" He had a temper, but it came in flashes, not tantrums, just short detonations that cleared the air. Afterward, he'd apologize. Genuinely. Move on. No grudges, just discipline. He loved golf, not for leisure, but because it mirrored command. Long walks, calculated risks, personal accountability. He played often, poorly, but took each stroke seriously. His golf bag had initials etched in leather. His tees were arranged by height. He wore suits like uniforms. Boxy, gray, unadorned. He didn't care about tailoring. Said clothes were for comfort, not ceremony. His haircut was military short, and by the time he took office, his scalp shone like a well-polished helmet. He disliked pretense. His desk was clean, his language plain, his jokes leaned old school, corny, harmless, full of timing and soft landings. He wrote letters longhand. Neat, small script, emphatic punctuation. He didn't overwrite. He revised with a black pen, not to improve style, but to remove fluff. He rose early. Drank coffee like a soldier on watch, briefed himself, met with staff, never liked to be surprised. He believed a well-run day was invisible from the outside. His favorite word was balance. He used it in speeches, in conversations, in margin notes. He believed most problems could be solved by balancing something interests, risks, decisions, egos, especially egos. He played bridge like a tactician, held weekly games, invited aides, generals, old friends, kept track of scores in a ledger no one else was allowed to see. He rarely spoke emotionally. When he did, it was with great effort each syllable, weighted, but his actions carried sentiment. He visited troops alone, unannounced, walked graveyards in silence, memorized casualty numbers like verses. He didn't like compliments, deflected them with shrugs, jokes, or questions about your family. Said too much praise was a distraction. Said he preferred progress reports. He kept notes. Short, to the point, often written on index cards, instructions, names, reminders. One aide found a drawer filled with notes labeled urgent, all with dates from 3 years prior. Eisenhower's handwriting didn't change over time, just got faster. He had a dog named Heidi, a small Weimaraner with a soft temperament. She had free roam of the White House. He greeted her every morning, never raised his voice at her. When she died, he didn't speak for an hour. He gave his farewell address in 1961, warned about something no one expected, the military-industrial complex, not with anger, not with fear, just with the quiet authority of someone who had watched weapons multiply like spores. He retired to Gettysburg, bought a farm, painted landscapes, wrote his memoirs in longhand, walked the fields with his grandchildren, wore old sweaters and a cap that looked like it belonged to a railway engineer. He never missed his morning paper. He died in 1969 at the age of 78. His casket was simple, his funeral dignified, his name carved in stone at a site where wars had once divided. There was no dramatic farewell, just the echo of competence and the knowledge that maps remember who drew them. And yet, behind the quiet machinery of Eisenhower's legacy, the stage lights were already warming, because the next man would not wait backstage. He was already rehearsing. Already rehearsed. John Fitzgerald Kennedy was on his way, and the camera had just started rolling. John F. Kennedy. John Fitzgerald Kennedy arrived like a spotlight turned on in a room full of oil paintings. Too polished, too perfect, too vivid to be believed yet. There he was, blinking into the cameras with the precision of someone who understood that history, like fashion, was all about timing. He didn't walk, he glided. He didn't speak. He performed sentences like musical notes. He smiled with the self-awareness of a man who knew the world wanted to believe in the idea of him even more than the reality. He was born in Brookline, Massachusetts, in 1917, into a family where ambition wasn't an aspiration, it was inherited, like dinner silver. His father, Joseph Kennedy, believed in control, competition, and cameras. His mother, Rose, believed in religion, order, and making sure every child said thank you. The Kennedys had 9 children and more expectations than bedrooms. John Jack was the second oldest and the one most likely to vanish for hours to read alone, only to return with a grin and a broken rule. He was sick a lot, chronically, dramatically, inconveniently. Scarlet fever, colitis, back pain that hummed like a bad radio signal. His health problems followed him like an understudy, always ready to steal the scene, but he never let them play lead. He smiled through fevers, danced through pain. There are photographs of him during hospital stays, lying in bed with a grin that says, "Yes, I'm in traction. No, I'm not staying." He was educated in all the places the powerful send their sons to be sharpened. Choate, Harvard, the London School of Economics. At Choate, he got in trouble for pranks. At Harvard, he wrote a thesis that turned into a best-selling book before he even graduated. It was called Why England Slept, and it read like the kind of thing that made professors say promising and publishers say photogenic. He served in World War II, commanded a PT boat in the Pacific. The boat was sliced in two by a Japanese destroyer. Jack swam for hours with an injured crewman's life jacket strap clamped in his teeth, dragging him to safety. He received a Navy and Marine Corps medal for heroism, but the story traveled further than the citation. It had everything: tragedy, survival, stoicism, a myth ready for syndication. He kept a coconut shell from that mission, carved with a rescue message as a paperweight on his desk for the rest of his life. He walked like his spine was made of contradictions. His back hurt constantly. He wore a brace, sat on a rocking chair, but he never showed it. His gait was confident, casual, curated. Cameras never caught him limping, only moving forward. He wore suits like armor, slim, tailored, dark. His hair was swept just so, never quite moving, even in wind. His cufflinks were always gold. His watch always ticking beneath the surface of conversation. He spoke with a Boston drawl filtered through Ivy League vowels. His voice, breathy and clipped, had the cadence of a jazz saxophone, measured, occasionally improvised, always rehearsed. He spoke slowly, then fast, then slow again. He didn't just answer questions. He dismantled them, polished the remains, and handed them back as souvenirs. He kept handwritten notes on 3x5 cards, quotes, stats, one-liners. He practiced his timing in front of mirrors and friends. "The only thing to do is do it," he once said, then crossed it out, then wrote it again. He loved history, read it constantly, could recite lines from Churchill, Jefferson, Lincoln. He wrote speeches that echoed the ancients but ended with a hook. "Ask not what your country can do for you" wasn't just a slogan, it was an incantation. He knew how to speak like tomorrow mattered. He played touch football on the White House lawn with his brothers and aides, barefoot, competitive, relentless. They called the games Hyena Sport rules. There were no rules. Just bruises and bragging rights. He loved boats. Sailing was his sanctuary. He said the sea healed him. Out there, he didn't limp. He just leaned into the wind. He named his boat Victura, Latin for about to conquer. The name was not a coincidence. He kept a diary of sorts. Scattered entries. Mostly thoughts, names, ideas. Some written in cursive, others in block letters. His handwriting slanted forward, urgent and elegant. He read constantly. Magazines, newspapers, spy novels, history books. He once said, "I'm always reading 3 books at once, one to argue with, one to impress me, and one to put me to sleep." His favorite was From Russia with Love. He gave a copy to every person he trusted. He carried pain pills in his pocket, along with a small collection of Lucky Charms, a rabbit's foot, a Catholic medal, a PT, 109 tie clasp. He believed in rituals, even when he didn't believe in their explanations. He had a rocking chair made for him to soothe his back. He brought it everywhere: meetings, interviews, war rooms. It creaked like a lie detector. You knew when he was uncomfortable. But he never said it. He had a weakness for wit. He kept a collection of jokes, some sharp, some borrowed, some better left in the drawer. He once said, "I am the man who accompanied Jacqueline Kennedy to Paris," and meant every syllable. He adored his children, John Jr. under the desk, Caroline on the lawn. He wrote them letters from across the world, sometimes in pencil, sometimes typed. He signed them, Daddy. Always underlined it. He dictated memos late at night, to aides, to friends, to himself. He'd call at 2 a.m. with ideas. Said sleep was for people who weren't in charge. He watched Westerns. Loved them, especially High Noon. Said it reminded him that the most dangerous part of being in charge wasn't the enemy, it was the silence of allies when you needed them. He flew often, restlessly, met with leaders behind closed doors, took notes during every briefing. He liked being the smartest man in the room, but only if no one noticed. He didn't like long goodbyes. He said farewells with his eyes, with a tilt of the head, a touch on the shoulder, then moved on, already thinking about what came next. And on November 22, 1963, he didn't get to say goodbye at all. He was riding in an open car in Dallas. The sun was out. The crowd was waving. The cameras were rolling. Then 3 shots. He slumped. Jacqueline reached for him. The Secret Service moved too late. The car didn't stop. A nation froze. The man who had mastered image became one. There were investigations, reports, testimonies, conspiracy theories stacked like playing cards, but no closure. Just a funeral watched by millions. A son saluting a flag-draped coffin. A widow in black, eyes behind a veil. The eternal flame was lit at Arlington. The questions never went out. And yet, even before the smoke cleared, another man was preparing to raise his hand. Not a prince, not a soldier, but a Texan with a drawl, a plan, and a pen big enough to sign the next chapter. Lyndon Baines Johnson was waiting, and the light was already changing. Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon Baines Johnson didn't knock. He entered shoulders first, chin up, voice already halfway through a sentence. He moved like he'd been born in a hurry and never found the brakes. Every room he stepped into became smaller. Every conversation he joined became louder. He was not graceful. He was not charming in the delicate sense. But he was unforgettable in the way thunderstorms are blunt, booming, impossible to ignore. Born in 1908 in a farmhouse near Stonewall, Texas, Johnson arrived into a world of dust and determination. His father had been a state legislator, his mother a schoolteacher, and both were too proud for their pocketbooks. They were people who taught you to stand tall, even if you couldn't afford new shoes. Lyndon learned early how to stretch a dollar, stretch a truth, and stretch his reach toward the things he wanted, especially the things no one thought he could have. He was tall, too tall for comfort, too tall for modesty. 6'3" with ears like satellite dishes and a nose that entered conversations before he did. His suits hung on him like a scarecrow trying to look respectable. He had a voice that boomed even when he whispered, and when he smiled, it wasn't so much a display of friendliness as it was a tactical reveal. He was never still, fidgeted, prowled, rearranged furniture mid-meeting. He hated silence unless he was the one creating it. His aides joked that working for LBJ was like riding a bull backward, exhilarating, disorienting, and liable to end in bruises. He rose through the ranks fast, first as a congressional aide, Then as a New Deal enthusiast, shouting orders through a megaphone in the Texas Hill Country, where he ran public works projects like they were war campaigns. He learned names, thousands of names. Not just congressmen, but janitors, clerks, cousins of voters who could flip counties. He remembered birthdays, illnesses, pet names. He called at odd hours. He called again if you didn't answer. He didn't ask for favors, demanded loyalty in advance. He had a gift for pressure. The famous Johnson treatment wasn't conversation, it was a psychological event. He would corner you physically, loom over your chair, lean in so close you could feel his breath rewriting your priorities. He'd jab a finger into your chest and say, "Now you listen here, boy," while your resistance melted under the weight of sweat, speed, and that half-mocking grin. He kept notes, relentlessly. On scraps of paper, cocktail napkins, matchbooks, he had aides categorize people by weaknesses. Likes flattery. Fears ridicule. Wife hates flying. Nothing was too small to weaponize. He owned dozens of hats. Wore cowboy boots with initials on them. Had shirts monogrammed in case anyone forgot who was talking. His dog, him, and later, her, roamed the White House lawn with the same sense of entitlement. He had a bathroom phone actually, several. He took meetings on the toilet, barking orders while flushing with ceremony. To him, decorum was a delay. Efficiency was intimacy. He smoked, chewed, paced, and dictated all at once. His schedule was brutal. Staff worked 20-hour days just trying to keep up. He never apologized. Never said thank you without adding a directive. He believed in action first, consequences later. If something was worth doing, it was worth bulldozing. He had a desk the size of a canoe, covered in pens. He liked pens, gave them out as trophies after signing documents, often with dramatic flair and too many to count. Once signed a bill with 75 pens, handed them to reporters, and asked them if they got the message. He drove his own car badly, especially on his Texas ranch, where he'd put guests in his Lincoln convertible and race across dirt roads at full speed. He'd scream, "The brakes are out!" then cackle as they clutched the doors. He called it bonding. He swam naked. Not because he was eccentric though he was, but because he hated changing clothes. Time was currency. Modesty was inefficiency. He kept a tape recorder on his phone, taped everything. Meetings, calls, mumbles to himself. Sometimes he'd replay them just to catch phrases he liked. His office was a surveillance hub, disguised as public service. He hated reading memos longer than one page. He wanted bullet points, underlines, summaries. He said, "Don't write me a novel, I already know the ending." He wrote letters in longhand when he wanted to be personal, typed them when he wanted to intimidate, signed them LBJ, always large, always diagonal, as if his initials were slashing through the page. He loved his daughters and bragged about them relentlessly. Called Lady Bird the brains of the operation. Rarely said it in private. She ran the ranch while he ran the world. And she did it quietly, his only real counterweight. He carried cough drops, Kleenex, and Pepto-Bismol at all times. His body betrayed him early and often, but he fought it with an arsenal of over-the-counter remedies and sheer defiance. He gave speeches with a preacher's rhythm and a salesman's grin, didn't believe in subtlety. He once told an aide, "If you're gonna walk the streets selling, you better believe in the product and sell like you're gonna feed your kids with it." He didn't whisper legacy. He shouted it from scaffolding. He wanted his name on everything. Legislation, buildings, hearts. He said, "I want to be the president who did the most, not the best. The most." As if volume could be virtue. He feared irrelevance, worked harder the closer retirement came. His hands trembled toward the end, not from age but from the weight of everything still unfinished. He died in 1000, 973, alone at the ranch. A heart attack. He had refused to slow down. Even in his final hours, he dictated memos, rewrote speeches, and called old enemies for one last favor. He was buried in Stonewall, Texas, under a sky big enough to hold his contradictions. There was no final performance, no postscript, just silence, finally allowed to finish a sentence. And in that silence, a new man stepped up. Polite, polished, parted hair, and a smile like a default setting. Richard Milhous Nixon was next. And the microphones were already recording. Richard Nixon. Richard Milhous Nixon had the posture of a man who had once tried to stand tall, then thought better of it. His shoulders hunched slightly, as if he were perpetually ducking under the weight of suspicion. He didn't enter rooms so much as infiltrate them quiet, rehearsed, with a glance over each shoulder just to make sure no one was standing too close. His smile was not a reflex. It was a weapon, deployed carefully and often at the wrong time. He was born in 1913 in Yorba Linda, California, in a house his father built small, stark, and surrounded by lemon groves that refused to grow fast enough. His parents were Quakers, stern and frugal. His childhood was spent balancing chores, piano practice, and a relentless expectation of self-denial. His mother called him her child of destiny. Destiny, in this case, meant endless piano recitals and canned fruit for dinner. Nixon's early life was defined by proximity to loss. 2 of his brothers died young. He carried their memory in silence, folding grief into ambition. There's no record of public tears. Just a trail of scholarships earned through determination and outlines rewritten until the paper wore thin. He studied law at Duke University, where he stayed out of trouble, out of cliques, and often out of sight. He graduated 3rd in his class, but received no job offers. So he returned to Whittier, California, and practiced law with the kind of intensity that made clients nervous and impressed nobody until he ran for Congress. He was not charismatic, he was not charming, but he was relentless. In his first campaign, he painted his opponent as soft, detached, and elite. He won. He always won until he didn't. And when he lost, he took notes. He had a voice made for closed, room slow, nasal, measured, frequently interrupted by sighs that sounded like strategic recalculations. He paused between thoughts, not to collect himself, but to let others wonder what he was thinking. He spoke like a man with a hidden agenda because he usually had one. He kept legal pads full of lists, names, grievances, goals. His handwriting was sharp, angular, slightly paranoid. He underlined words like he was carving them into stone. Once, he wrote down, "Don't let them push you around. No context, just a mantra." He was always taking notes, always revising, always rehearsing lines before meetings. His aides said he never slept well, never relaxed, never forgot a slight. He once listened to his speech tape 30 times to study his own voice. He didn't like what he heard, but he never stopped listening. He wore dark suits with white shirts. Always. Narrow ties, thin lapels. He believed clothing was not for expression, it was for defense. His hair, always combed back tightly, never strayed. His shoes were shined daily. Aides were instructed to keep backup pairs in his office. He shook hands like he was weighing your value. His grip was strong, his eye contact fleeting. He'd look at you, then past you, then back again, as if he were considering your usefulness on a flowchart you hadn't seen yet. He walked with a forward lean, as if chasing something only he could see. When photographed, he often looked like he'd been interrupted mid-thought. When smiling, he resembled a man trying to remember why he started smiling in the first place. He loved foreign policy, not for its glamour but for its complexity. He enjoyed puzzles, maps, alliances. He treated diplomacy like chess played on 3 boards, blindfolded. He studied adversaries obsessively, knew the names of minor officials in obscure ministries, could quote speeches from leaders whose own countries barely remembered them. He took meetings in dimly lit rooms, long tables, few jokes. He preferred silence over small talk, tension over pleasantries. When guests arrived, he'd let them speak first, then listen, then dismantle their arguments slowly, like peeling wire from an explosive. He kept a recording system in the White House, not to capture memories, but to keep receipts. His office had microphones embedded in desks, lamps, phones. No announcement, no warning, just tape, miles and miles of tape. He had a dog named Checkers, famously mentioned in a televised address before he ever reached the presidency. The speech was about campaign finances. The dog was a distraction. America bought it. Nixon kept both. He rose early, often before dawn, walked the halls of the White House alone, dictated thoughts to a tape recorder in a whisper. His thoughts came in fragments, hesitations, circles. He liked to think aloud, as if debating himself. He kept a private study filled with books he rarely finished and speeches he never delivered. He wrote and rewrote his own history in margins. He believed history was made by those who documented it first and most often. He wrote letters to himself, addressed them RN, signed them with his full name, sometimes just a date, a moment, a sentence like, "Trust is a matter of distance." He didn't like alcohol, said it dulled the edge, but he drank late at night, scotch mostly, alone, often with a yellow pad nearby. He liked the sound of ice in a glass. Said it reminded him that everything melts eventually. He loved football, watched game film obsessively, not for the score, but for the formations. He liked strategy, momentum, reversals. He once sent a play to a coach at the University of Southern California. The coach politely ignored it, Nixon remembered. He trusted few people. Paranoia was not a flaw, it was a filter. He believed loyalty had an expiration date and kept notes on when it started to curdle. He had a list several, actually, of enemies. Not metaphorical, literal, names, dates, reasons. He read biographies, especially of Lincoln. He saw himself in the struggles, but not the resolutions. Said, "People like their heroes better after they're gone." He wasn't joking. He signed documents with a pen he often clicked twice before use. Always black ink. Always his initials first, then a pause, then the rest of his name, as if testing each letter for weakness. He resigned the presidency in 1974, the only one to do so. His final speech was brief, flat, oddly reflective, no tears, just the echo of a man who believed he'd been right in the wrong way. He retreated to California, then New Jersey, wrote memoirs, gave interviews, never apologized in the way people wanted, never vanished in the way people expected. He said, "Only if you've been in the deepest valley can you ever know how magnificent it is to be on the highest mountain." Then he moved on. He died in 1994, a quiet funeral, a simple grave. The cameras didn't linger, but the tapes never stopped playing. Gerald Ford. Gerald Rudolph Ford was the kind of man who always looked like he was trying to catch a plane he didn't want to board, calm, competent, faintly winded, but already apologizing for the delay. He never meant to be president. That was not part of the brochure. He was a placeholder in theory, a permanent substitute in practice, and the only man to occupy the Oval Office without ever being elected to national office. Not once, not even accidentally. History didn't tap him on the shoulder, it shoved him forward when the music stopped and no one else wanted to dance. Born in 1900, 913 as Leslie Lynch King Jr. He was renamed after his stepfather, a man with a steady job and Midwestern manners. Gerald Ford Sr. taught young Jerry to value hard work, team sports, and not talking too much at dinner. They lived in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in a house where the radio was king and everyone had chores. He grew up the way peanut butter does, reliable, smooth, and never likely to make the front page unless something was terribly wrong. He was tall, blonde, and built like a linebacker, which he was. At the University of Michigan, he played center on the football team and was named team MVP. He turned down offers to go pro. Instead, he worked as a boxing coach and dishwasher to pay his way through Yale Law School, where he mastered torts by day and disciplined Ivy League noses by night. He served in the Navy during World War II. He didn't lead a charge. He didn't command a fleet. He ran logistics, weathered typhoons, and managed a transport ship with the steady hands of a man who knew his place wasn't at the front but slightly behind, making sure everything arrived where it should. When he entered politics, it wasn't with fire. It was with files. He was elected to the House of Representatives in 1948 and stayed there for 25 years. 25. That's a lifetime of nameplates, committee hearings, handshake photos, and coffee that never quite cooled. He was dependable, likable, impossible to hate, and almost equally impossible to remember if you weren't paying attention. He served on the Warren Commission, investigating the assassination of John F. Kennedy. His edits to the final report were minor, almost surgical, changing phrases, clarifying witness descriptions. He didn't chase conspiracy. He chased clarity and footnotes. He became House Minority Leader in 1965. The job suited him. Part traffic cop, part therapist, part golden retriever. He was good at building bridges no one wanted to cross. He attended fundraisers with the enthusiasm of a man choosing between colonoscopies and root canals, but he showed up, always. He never aspired to the presidency, not even slightly. When Spiro Agnew resigned in 1973, Nixon needed a new vice president, one who wouldn't outshine, overshadow, or outmaneuver. Ford was none of those things. He was affable, loyal, and already familiar with everyone's first name. He was confirmed with ease, no surprises, no scandals. He was safe, like warm soup. Then Nixon resigned. And just like that, Gerald Ford became the 38th President of the United States. He took the oath in the East Room, his hand on a Bible, his face caught between disbelief and duty. "Our long national nightmare is over," he said, and meant it. But the punchline was, the dream hadn't even started. He wore brown suits more often than he should have. His ties were too wide. His haircut never changed. He looked like someone's insurance agent, someone who drove a reliable sedan and knew the name of your high school mascot. He was the least photographed president by choice. He had no taste for grandeur. He liked golf. A lot. Played often. Played fast. Once hit a spectator in the face with a slice, and apologized so sincerely the man cried. Ford's golf game became a metaphor. Capable, enthusiastic, and likely to knock someone unconscious. He had a golden retriever named Liberty who followed him everywhere, during meetings, around the Rose Garden, into elevators. Liberty once got locked in the bathroom of the White House. Ford waited outside until she was freed. His press secretary said it was the longest 8 minutes of the day. He fell, often, stumbled down the steps of Air Force One, slipped on wet tarmac, tripped on stage. The media called it clumsy. He shrugged it off. "I'm a Ford, not a Lincoln," he joked, fully aware the line would outlive him. He never stopped walking. He just kept bandages nearby. He ate lunch at his desk, tuna salad, an apple, and milk, every day. He said it helped him think. His staff said it helped them schedule around nap time. He read memos in the bathtub, balanced a clipboard on his knees, dictated notes over the sound of running water. The Secret Service pretended not to hear. He signed most documents from a folding chair he kept near the window, said the light was better there. He wrote thank you notes by hand, always. Blue ink, block letters, neat. He believed gratitude should be visible, not implied. He didn't like confrontation, but he wasn't afraid of it either. He just preferred to smile through it, nod, and then disagree privately with a 5-page summary attached. He had no speechwriter early on, edited his own remarks with a red pen, crossed out jokes, added stats, wrote punchlines that didn't land but tried anyway. He once opened a speech with, "I'm not a Lincoln, but I did grow up near a railroad." He had a pipe collection, dozens of them, smoked rarely, displayed often. When asked why he didn't use them more, he said, "They're for thinking, not for talking." He loved college football, memorized scores, called coaches, watched replays in his bathrobe. He once referred to a Supreme Court confirmation process as more complicated than a 4th and long. He pardoned Nixon, said it was for the good of the country. The backlash was immediate. He stood by it, even when approval ratings dropped faster than a wet golf shoe. He didn't backpedal. Just took the hit, like he always did. He ran for re-election in 1976, lost, narrowly, graciously, called Jimmy Carter to concede, then went on vacation. Said it was the first time he didn't have to carry a briefcase in 30 years. He retired to Rancho Mirage, California, wore pastel golf shirts and white sneakers, wrote his memoirs, did interviews that felt more like friendly conversations than revelations. He played bridge, drank gin and tonics, and occasionally mowed his own lawn. He died in 2006, at the age of 93, the longest-living U.S. president at the time. His funeral was quiet, respectful, almost too polite. Just like him. No scandals. No posthumous exposés. Just the sound of respectful silence and one last headline. A good man in a complicated time. And while the world exhaled, somewhere in Georgia, a peanut farmer was practicing his smile in the mirror. Jimmy Carter was next. And he was already walking toward the door. Jimmy Carter. James Earl Carter Jr. walked into the presidency like a man carrying his own suitcase neat, modest, and just slightly out of place. His smile was warm but hesitant, like he knew the room wasn't sure whether he belonged. He wasn't born into power. He wasn't bred for theater. He was the kind of man who knew how to fix a broken water heater before he fixed a broken sentence. And still, somehow, he ended up behind the resolute desk, blinking into the fluorescent future with his hand already outstretched. He was born in Plains, Georgia, in 1924. A town so small you could hear other people's arguments through your screen door. His father was a businessman and farmer. His mother, Lillian, was a nurse who believed in hard work, high expectations, and the occasional inconvenient truth. Jimmy was smart. Too smart, some thought. Not loud, not flashy, but observant in the way that made people self-conscious. He grew up on a peanut farm, woke before sunrise, worked before breakfast, learned the weight of tools and the texture of soil. He drove tractors, hoed rows, fed animals. And he remembered everything. The shape of the land, the names of the hired hands, the feel of Georgia humidity hanging in his lungs like a second skin. He loved to read, devoured books when the chores were done, had a library card by age 5 and a Bible memorized by 8. His handwriting was perfect, his math skills sharp. He once built a radio from spare parts and used it to listen to distant stations long after everyone else was asleep. He went to the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, ranked 59th out of 820. Not top of the class, but precise, meticulous. He studied nuclear engineering, served in the Navy's fledgling atomic program, and worked under Admiral Hyman Rickovera, man known for breaking souls and building submarines. Carter held his ground, barely. He married Rosalind in 1946. She was quiet, patient, sharper than people realized. Together, they formed a kind of two-person circuit power moving silently between them. She was his compass. He was her engine. After his father died in 1953, Carter returned to Plains to run the family farm. It wasn't glamorous, it wasn't profitable, but it was his. He worked dawn to dusk, kept books in a spiral ledger, and slowly, methodically, made it grow. He joined local boards, sat through zoning meetings, took notes while other people argued. He entered politics in 1962, ran for state senate, lost the first time, fought it in court, proved fraud, won. He kept a copy of the court ruling on his desk like a trophy carved in ink. He rose fast state senator, then governor, promised never to lie, promised to reform, promised to stay decent. He announced his run for president in 1974. Nobody noticed. He shook hands, carried his own bags, stayed in cheap motels, and smiled until people started asking, "Who is this peanut farmer with perfect teeth?" He talked about morality, about honesty, about healing. In a post-Watergate America, he sounded like a reset button. He carried a briefcase, always, wore off-the-rack suits, gave speeches that sounded like sermons and campaign ads that looked like public service announcements. He wasn't polished. He was plain-spoken, said nuclear like nuclear, and didn't care who corrected him. He took office in 1977, walking down Pennsylvania Avenue with his wife, waving like a man who didn't expect a limo to do the work. It was freezing. He didn't flinch. The symbolism was clear. This president would walk. He worked all the time, micromanaged, read every memo, crossed out words, rewrote paragraphs. His aides called it Carterizing. He wore cardigans in the Oval Office to save on heating, held town halls, took questions, actually listened. He woke early, drank coffee like a monk, read the Bible and scientific journals, worked weekends, asked his staff to do the same. They resented it, but they respected him. Sometimes. He carried a briefcase full of paperwork on vacation, kept it beside him at Camp David, on the beach, on fishing trips. Inside were binders, notes, questions. Aides said he would circle footnotes, then ask why they were only footnotes. He jogged. Not gracefully, but consistently. Sometimes on the South Lawn, sometimes on city streets. He once jogged in a parade and passed out from heat exhaustion. The cameras caught it. He got up anyway. He had a smile that crept sideways, not practiced, not perfect, but real. He laughed at jokes that weren't funny, cried at funerals for people he didn't know. He was allergic to arrogance and occasionally immune to irony. He liked to build things. Furniture, birdhouses, anything with joints and angles. He said it helped him think. Said it reminded him that not everything required debate, some things just needed nails. He gave speeches slowly, deliberately, didn't pace, didn't gesture much. Sometimes he stared down the teleprompter like it had personally offended him, but his words were clean, uncluttered. They had gravity, even when they didn't have applause. He kept a diary, wrote in it daily, not for posterity, but for clarity. Entries were short, factual, unembellished. Meeting with economic team. Rosalind made squash casserole. Tired. And then the next day, he answered his own mail. Not all of it, but enough to matter. Wrote in blue ink, signed Jimmy. Occasionally added a postscript. He kept the best letters in a drawer. Reread them on difficult days. He didn't drink much, preferred sweet tea, ate peanut butter on crackers, loved jelly beans, but kept them hidden, said it was about self-control. He didn't enjoy confrontation, but didn't avoid it either. He liked logic, diagrams, bullet points. He believed arguments could be solved by reason. He believed that facts could behave. That people could too. He hosted Camp David negotiations with a notepad, a prayer, and the persistence of a man fixing a leaky roof in the middle of a hurricane. He brokered peace while wearing a windbreaker and worrying about the heating bill. He left the presidency quietly. No scandal, no trial. Just boxes, handshakes, and a plane ride back to Georgia. He returned to planes. Built houses, taught Sunday school, wrote books, grew old with intention, said more with fewer words, lived longer than almost anyone expected. When he turned 90, he still hammered nails with a crooked grin, still taught, still shook hands like it meant something. He lived, and kept living, until even the news ran out of new ways to say, "Still alive." And when the end finally came, it was quiet, like most of his sentences. But behind him, already practicing his lines in the mirror, was a man with cowboy boots, Hollywood timing, and a twinkle that could outshine stage lights. Ronald Reagan was waiting in the wings. And the camera was ready to roll. Ronald Reagan. Ronald Wilson Reagan arrived like a well-timed punchline, smiling, smooth, and already in focus. He didn't need to learn how to play the part. He was the part. The lighting always hit just right. The words always landed with a practiced pause, and the nod came half a beat after the applause started. He wasn't just a man. He was a frame, a backdrop, a voiceover that somehow made every contradiction sound like destiny. And when he finally reached the White House, it felt like the country had tuned in for a new season of something familiar but better lit. He was born in 1911 in Tampico, Illinois, in an apartment above a bank, so small it seemed like a metaphor. His father was a shoe salesman and an itinerant storyteller with a drinking problem and a dreamer's heart. His mother was devout and composed, the sort of woman who could fix a tear in your trousers and your soul in the same sitting. They called him Dutch because of his haircut, and the name stuck like a nickname does when people can't quite agree on your real one. He grew up in Dixon, a town made of porches, picket fences, and high school football teams that took themselves very seriously. He was cheerful, popular, and gave off the sense that nothing was ever as bad as it seemed, which, for a boy born just before World War I and raised through the Great Depression, was either denial or genius. He was a lifeguard in his youth, saved 77 people from drowning, kept track in a logbook, like souls tallied in a ledger. Even then, he believed in stories with a good ending, even when they involved CPR. He studied economics and sociology at Eureka College, which no one remembers except that he did. He acted in school plays, captained the swim team, and gave speeches that made teachers raise their eyebrows. He graduated during the Great Depression with no job prospects and a voice that sounded like a rich man's son on the radio. So that's where he went. Radio. First in Iowa, then Chicago. He described football games he couldn't see, creating the action from wire reports with flair, suspense, and just enough ad-libbing to make the crowd cheer for events that may not have happened in quite that order. Eventually, Hollywood called. He arrived in 1937 and looked exactly like a man who belonged on screen. Cleft chin, easy smile, hair that defied both wind and age. He made 50-plus movies, mostly B pictures, the kind where the hero always gets the girl, or at least a horse. His most famous role? George Gipp in Newt Rockne, All-American. "Win one for the Gipper," he said. And decades later, America still remembered. He married actress Jane Wyman, divorced, married Nancy Davis, who became both his partner and, occasionally, his moral compass. She called him Ronnie. He called her Mommy. No one outside the marriage questioned it out loud. He served as president of the Screen Actors Guild during the Red Scare, navigated blacklists, named names, and gave speeches about freedom that sounded suspiciously like monologues. Then, somewhere in the 1950s, he began to shift. Not dramatically. Just one step at a time, like a camera dolly changing angle. His politics hardened. His speeches sharpened. His audience widened. He toured the country for General Electric, speaking to factory workers about government overreach, personal liberty, and what the Founding Fathers might have thought of kitchen appliances. He called it the GE Circuit. It was really rehearsal. In 1964, he gave a televised speech for Barry Goldwater. It was called A Time for Choosing. Most Americans didn't remember Goldwater's name, but they remembered Reagan. They remembered how he made them feel, like they were in the middle of a very important story and it might still have a happy ending. He became governor of California in 1967, twice, surprised everyone except himself. He didn't pretend to be an expert. He just spoke plainly, smiled often, and kept notes on index cards with phrases like, "Trust but verify." By 1980, the script was set. He ran for president at 69 years, older than most people expected, and smoother than most people could tolerate. When asked if his age would be an issue, he quipped, "I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit my opponent's youth and inexperience." The room laughed. So did history. He took office in January 1981. Cold day, clear skies. His breath visible in the air, his words practiced, his oath delivered like a line he'd been waiting to say for a long, long time. 2 months later, he was shot. A .22 caliber bullet punctured a lung. He nearly died. Didn't. Wrote a note to his wife. "Honey, I forgot to duck." To his surgeons, he said, "Please tell me you're all Republicans." They weren't. He laughed anyway. He recovered. Quickly. Almost suspiciously. Returned to work with the gait of a man who'd walked away from a train crash and decided not to mention it. He loved jelly beans. Kept jars of them everywhere. Meetings. Air Force One. The Situation Room. He once calculated national debt during a press briefing with a red jelly bean pinched between 2 fingers. Said it helped him think. He wore brown suits, never too tight. His hair, even into his 70s, remained rich and unbothered by time. His eyes sparkled. He tilted his head when listening, like an actor hitting his mark. He told stories. Constantly. Parables, jokes, analogies, anecdotes from the Old West or World War II or his father's shoe store. His staff called them Reaganisms. He repeated them, often. Didn't mind if the facts were fuzzy. He believed the message mattered more than the details. He wrote letters by hand, sometimes shaky, sometimes crisp. He addressed children who wrote to him with cartoonish sincerity. He sent condolence notes without flourish. "Your father was a great man," he would write. "He mattered. Then sign it. Ron." He loved horses, rode daily on his ranch in California, wore denim, tipped his hat, split wood. Photographers came. He posed as himself, playing the role of himself, inside a myth of himself. He read briefing books, slowly, preferred bullet points to paragraphs, called staff by their first names, even when he forgot them, had a photographic memory for compliments, and a loose grasp on time. He had a private diary, scribbled in it nightly, simple entries. Met with Gorbachev. Progress. Good feeling. Or, Nancy looked beautiful tonight, and sometimes just too tired to write. He gave speeches like bedtime stories for a nervous country. Soft cadence, clear moral, applause baked in. He believed in heroes, especially American ones, especially when he got to narrate. When he left office, he was older, slower, but still smiling. He wrote a letter to the public in 1994, revealing his Alzheimer's diagnosis. "I now begin the journey that will lead me into the sunset of my life," he wrote. It read like the last page of a paperback novel you didn't want to end. He died in 2004. The funeral was watched by millions. Flags at half-staff. Tributes framed like closing credits. George H.W. Bush. George Herbert Walker Bush had the voice of a man who still wrote thank you notes. Proper, breezy, a little rushed like every sentence was trying to catch up with a dinner reservation. He wasn't loud. He wasn't flashy, but he had that East Coast crispness that made you sit up straighter. He wore his ambition like a blue blazer clean, traditional and stitched with lineage. For most of his life, he was the guy in the back row taking notes. Then, one day, someone handed him the mic, and he cleared his throat like he'd been practicing just in case. He was born in Milton, Massachusetts, in 1924, wealthy family, political pedigree, a father who became a U.S. senator, and a mother who ran the household with the kind of discipline normally reserved for naval captains. The Bushes weren't flashy. They were steady, understated. Yale-bound, Episcopalian, summering in Kennebunkport like it was a birthright and a civic duty. Young George grew up hearing words like service and decency, as though they were part of the family prayer. He called his father Pop and his mother, never Mom. When he misbehaved and he did, it was usually followed by a handwritten apology and a promise to do better. He learned early that shame was not a punishment. It was a motivator. He joined the Navy at 18, the youngest pilot in the service at the time, flew torpedo bombers in the Pacific during World War II, was shot down over the ocean, rescued by a submarine. His 2 crewmates didn't survive. He rarely spoke of it. When he did, his voice cracked in ways no microphone could fix. He returned home, a war hero, married Barbara Pierce, had 6 children. 1 died in childhood, Robin, age 3, from leukemia. It was a wound that never healed, just learned to stay quiet. He carried her photo in his wallet, always. He went to Yale, played baseball, was captain of the team, graduated Phi Beta Kappa. Then, instead of staying in the safety of New England, he headed to West Texas to make his name in oil. He said it was about opportunity. Maybe it was about escape. He wore suits even when the weather didn't require them. Pressed, clean-shaven, his tie knotted like a handshake. He called people fella, ended phone calls with many thanks, and left voicemails that sounded like polite telegrams. His handwriting was elegant but hurried long loops, polite slants, the kind of script that suggested boarding school and self-restraint. He wrote letters constantly, hundreds, thousands. Personal notes to friends, adversaries, interns, barbers. He believed ink had gravity. He entered politics slowly, like stepping into cold water. Ran for Senate in 1964. Lost. Won a House seat in 1966. Then the job titles started stacking like index cards. Ambassador to the UN, Chair of the Republican National Committee, Envoy to China, back when the U.S. didn't officially have an embassy there. Director of the CIA. He was the resume you handed in when you were too modest to brag. He became vice president in 1981, served loyally, quietly. Sat in on meetings, chaired commissions, took notes, nodded often. No drama, No speeches longer than necessary. He was everyone's second choice until he wasn't. In 1988, he ran for president. Campaigned with slogans like "A kinder, gentler nation" and "Read my lips." He won. Walked into the Oval Office like he wasn't sure if he should sit down or wait to be invited. He took office in 1989, brought with him a Rolodex, a sense of duty, and a pocket full of anecdotes that usually ended with "true story." He governed with a steady hand and a 1,000-yard stare that often seemed to be scanning for his next note card. He was a creature of habit, ate the same meals, wore the same watch, gave the same small talk. "How's your family? Where are you from? Great to see you, really." With the warmth of a neighbor and the precision of a diplomat. He hated broccoli, said so publicly, refused to eat it, got mocked for it, doubled down. "I'm the president, and I'm not eating any more broccoli." True story. He loved socks, wore them loud. Stripes, stars, slogans. His fashion rebellion was confined strictly to the ankle. He skydived on his 75th, 80th, 85th, and 90th birthdays. Said it kept him young. Said the jump reminded him that life's an adventure. He grinned when he landed, every time. He kept a diary during his presidency. Sparse entries, full of phrases like "not good optics," "talk to Brent," and "Barbara says I look tired on TV." He never lingered on emotion. Just observations. A field report from inside the eye of history. He answered phones with "Bush here," not "hello," not "this is the president," just "Bush here," like he was calling from a payphone outside a high school football game. He carried change in his pockets. Real coins. And occasionally gum. Because he liked being prepared. Because he liked being human. He loved baseball, knew stats, quoted batting averages, called it the greatest game. Once said he'd rather throw a first pitch than give a first speech. He was awkward with applause. Blinked a lot. Smiled crooked. Looked down. He didn't bask in admiration. He deflected it. With self-deprecation, dad jokes, or a wave that looked suspiciously like a request to wrap it up. He lost re-election in 1992. Called his opponent to concede with the grace of a man who had taught his sons how to lose with dignity. Then wrote a note and left it in the Oval Office drawer for the next president. "Your success is now our country's success. I am rooting hard for you." It wasn't a performance, it was a ritual. After the presidency, he returned to Kennebunkport, wore windbreakers, drove his own speedboat, spent time with his grandchildren. He still wrote letters. Still signed them GB, or, when feeling cheeky, 41. He kept his desk tidy, pens in a jar, photos lined up like trophies. He smiled in most of them. The smiles always looked a little surprised. He was often underestimated. Too soft, they said. Too careful. But his legacy wasn't written in exclamation points. It was filed alphabetically. Like a letter you don't remember receiving, but find years later and realize it mattered. He died in 2018. At home, surrounded by family. His last words were to his son, George, "I love you too." The final period in a life spent writing margins into history. Bill Clinton. William Jefferson Clinton never entered a room. He took it hostage, gently, with a grin. He had the disarming warmth of a neighbor returning a borrowed lawnmower and the memory of a chess grandmaster names, birthdays, the way you took your coffee, and a fact about your cousin's dog. He radiated charm like a jukebox blasting soul music in a funeral parlor, unexpected, relentless, and strangely hard to turn off. If George H.W. Bush wrote letters, Bill Clinton told stories, Long ones, personal ones, often about himself, but somehow still about you. He was a walking anecdote machine, wrapped in a saxophone solo. Born William Blythe III in Hope, Arkansas, in 1946, he entered the world already on Plan B. His father died in a car accident before he was born. His mother remarried a man named Roger Clintonin, unpredictable figure who cast long, trembling shadows over dinner tables and early memories. Bill took his name, if not always his example. The Clinton name stuck. The silences at home stuck more. Young Bill grew up with encyclopedias, soap operas, and enough instability to sharpen his reflexes. He learned how to read the Rumini room before he entered it. He learned how to speak before being spoken to. How to laugh when there wasn't a punchline. And how to remember details like they were ammunition. He shook hands with President John F. Kennedy in 1963 at the White House during a Boys Nation visit. There's a photo. Clinton, 16, hair slicked back, eyes wide. That was the day, he later said, that he decided to aim higher. Whether or not that's true doesn't matter. He told the story so many times it became true by osmosis. He was a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford, though he didn't graduate. The official reasons are bureaucratic. The real ones are scattered across conversations, resumes, and press clippings. He left with an accent slightly altered and an eye for international nuance. He played saxophone in his spare time, not well, but with enthusiasm. He always played with enthusiasm. He went to Yale Law School next, where he met Hillary Rodham Sharp, unflinching, ambitious. They became a political merger and a domestic experiment. 2 minds, 1 calendar, 3 alarm clocks. They didn't so much fall in love as collide. He returned to Arkansas and taught law before running for attorney general. Then governor. Then president. It all happened fast. Too fast for some. Exactly on time for him. He loved campaign trails. Thrived in diners. Lived for rope lines. Shook 1,000 hands a day. Ate local food with reckless abandon. Gained weight, lost it, gained it again. Staffers tried to monitor his diet. He bribed them with fried chicken. He remembered names. Always. A waitress in Iowa, a janitor in Little Rock, a teacher from a town no one could find on a map. "How's your sister?" he'd ask. "Still doing that knitting thing?" They'd blink, nod, melt. He left people feeling like he'd just handed them a secret. He wore suits like a man who had only recently gotten used to them. His ties were too long. His hair fought against combs. He chewed on pens, bit his lip when thinking, laughed too loudly, cried too easily. He was a catalog of unfiltered reflexes that somehow, impossibly, played like authenticity. He carried briefing books but rarely finished them, preferred conversation to charts, preferred jokes to memos. He read constant listery, biographies, policy papers, newspapers from multiple continents, but he also asked a lot of questions. Big, sprawling, tangled ones that turned simple meetings into philosophical debates about the price of potatoes in Nebraska and its implications for regional banking. He played saxophone on national television, on the Arsenio Hall show, wore sunglasses, blew out notes like a high school band kid with something to prove. It was an image that would both follow and define him. He gave speeches like they were sermons, with a cadence that rose and fell like Sunday gospel. He gestured with both hands, pointed too much, and made eye contact like he was choosing a jury. He could pivot mid-sentence, reframe mid-paragraph, and end with a quote you'd mistake for Shakespeare if you weren't paying attention. He kept a war room in the basement of his campaign headquarters. Walls covered in charts, phones ringing nonstop, coffee cups balanced on classified folders. The mantra scrawled on a whiteboard, "It's the economy, stupid. It wasn't meant for the public. But the public found out and loved it. He was often late. For meetings. For interviews. For dinner. He said it was because he was thorough. His staff said it was because he couldn't say goodbye. He'd linger in doorways, keep shaking hands, keep talking. Sometimes, the motorcade would start its engines just to signal, enough. He wrote letters in cursive. Neat, slanted, emotional. He'd send handwritten notes after speeches, to strangers, to critics, to grieving parents. Sometimes just, thinking of you. Hang in there, Bill. He loved fast food. McDonald's was a favorite. The press followed him there. He'd order fries, talk to cooks, ask how business was going, and then explain the state budget to a cashier like they were co-chairing a committee. He didn't sleep much, read at night, took calls, dictated ideas onto microcassettes. His aides called him at 2 a.m. just to make sure he wasn't calling them first. He had a mind like a sponge, and a memory like a steel trap. He'd quote law, poetry, and Elvis lyrics in the same sentence. He once corrected a misattributed Churchill quote mid-interview, then segued into Medicaid reform without pausing. He kept momentous notes from school children, newspaper clippings, old campaign pins, said they helped him remember why he started, said they helped when things got heavy. They were often heavy. He liked to walk and talk, long walks, fast talk. His Secret Service detail had to train for endurance, so did his staff. He had a dog named Buddy and a cat named Socks. The dog was goofy and loyal. The cat was sarcastic and elusive. Both had press coverage. Both had fan mail. He loved jokes, made them constantly, often at his own expense, sometimes at the wrong time, occasionally, perfectly timed. He once told a group of reporters, "Being president is like running a cemetery. You've got a lot of people under you, and nobody's listening." He left office with his voice a little hoarser, his step a little slower, but his appetite for the spotlight undiminished. He gave speeches, traveled the world, started foundations, wrote memoirs, played saxophone again less often, but with just as much swing. And as he stood under the lights, waving with both hands, another man more cautious, more measured was quietly adjusting his tie in the wings. George W. Bush was next. And the stage was already being reset. George W. Bush. George Walker Bush walked like a man with somewhere to be, and not enough time to get there. Shoulders forward, stride fast, eyes scanning ahead like a shortstop chasing a ground ball. His handshake was firm, his smirk a little lopsided, and his sentences tumbled out like a deck of cards, mid-shuffle, some precise, some unexpected, all delivered with that Texan cadence that turned declarative statements into question marks. He wasn't trying to be the smartest man in the room. He was trying to be the one you'd want at the cookout. And somehow, he ended up at the Resolute desk. He was born in 1946 in New Haven, Connecticut Yale Hospital, blue blood baby but raised in Midland, Texas, with the kind of sun-baked grit that softens a Harvard edge. His father, George H. W. Bush, was everything polished. World War II hero, Yale baseball captain, future president. George W. was everything less so, mischievous, restless, loud. He had the energy of someone who knew there were rules, just wasn't sure they applied to him. They called him Junior early on, though the nickname faded as he grew into the boots, the belt buckle, and the drawl. He went to Andover, a New England prep school that made him feel like a Texan in exile. He wasn't top of his class, he wasn't close. But he played sports, cracked jokes, and learned how to navigate privilege with just enough rebellion to stay interesting. He went to Yale, like his father, joined Skull and Bones, majored in history. Graduated, somehow, without becoming a headline. He got an MBA from Harvard Business School too still, the only president to do so. But his report cards never told the whole story. He was always more interested in people than numbers. Always better at reading faces than ledgers. He drifted after school jobs in oil, politics, consulting, none quite sticky. He was charming, scattered, occasionally combustible. The kind of guy who'd win you over, then forget your name, then win you over again. He drank a lot, talked loud, laughed louder. Friends said he was the life of the party, and sometimes the reason the party ended early. He married Laura Welch in 1977, quiet librarian, with the composure of a court stenographer and the resolve of a national monument. She grounded him, gave him focus, and, by all accounts, better reading habits. He had twins Jenna and Barbara and settled in Midland, then Dallas, then Austin. His life was a carousel of beginnings until, one day, it wasn't. In 1986, he quit drinking. Cold turkey. No rehab. No therapy. Just a decision. He said it was about clarity, about faith, about waking up. And from that moment on, the compass started pointing due north. He ran for governor of Texas in 1994. Few thought he'd win. He did. Easily. Twice. He governed with a mix of pragmatism and gut instinct, leaning into education reform and barbecue diplomacy. He held press conferences in Spanish, joked about his grades, and made reporters feel like they were just another group of guys at the ranch. Then came the run for president in 2000. The campaign was tight, messy, dramatic. The election itself? Historic. Florida. Hanging chads. Supreme Court decisions. It took 36 days to declare him the winner. He took office with half the country unsure he should be there and a smile that said he was staying anyway. He liked nicknames, called staff Turd Blossom, Rovy, Stretch, Pablo. It was half affection, half psychological strategy. If he named you, he remembered you. If he remembered you, you were in. He arrived at the White House early, started meetings at 6:30 a.m., ran on Diet Coke, protein bars, and instinct. He read intelligence briefings but preferred bullet points to binders. He said, "I'm not a details guy," and no one argued. He worked out religiously, biked, ran, did push-ups in his office, wore a Fitbit before they were cool. He was the kind of president who would challenge the Secret Service to a race and mean it. He kept a schedule like a drill sergeant, every meeting timed to the minute, every conversation shaped like a funnel, wide at the top, narrow at the end, with a single takeaway point. "Cut to the chase," he'd say. "What do I need to know?" He had a knack for mangling sentences in ways that accidentally became folklore. "Is our children learning? They misunderestimated me. Fool me once." The gaffes piled up, but they never slowed him down. He embraced them, owned them, turned them into a kind of accidental poetry. He gave speeches with a squint, sometimes emotional, sometimes wooden, always earnest. He used his hands sparingly, his eyebrows enthusiastically, and his pauses like he was waiting for the next word to show up on a teleprompter running behind schedule. He loved baseball. Brought his glove on Air Force One, threw the first pitch at Yankee Stadium after September 11, wearing a bulletproof vest and a windbreaker, nailed the throw, strike, no bounce. The crowd roared. He didn't flinch. He didn't keep a diary, but he did write letters to soldiers, to families, to kids who sent him drawings of bald eagles. He signed them GWB or just George. Simple, clean, no flourishes. He liked to clear brush at his ranch in Crawford. Real brush, real sweat. He'd invite world leaders to visit and hand them gloves. There were no scripts, just barbed wire and honest labor. It was part diplomacy, part performance art. He didn't like long meetings, preferred walk and talks, made decisions fast, trusted his gut. Sometimes, too much. But once he committed, he rarely looked back. He hated speaking about himself in public, loved talking about his family, especially his dad. Called him the greatest man I ever knew, wrote him letters that read like small prayers. He left the White House in 2009, quietly, didn't criticize his successor, didn't make speeches for a while, took up painting, first dogs, then world leaders, then wounded soldiers. His portraits were earnest, rough-edged, and oddly moving. He said painting helped him process things words couldn't, said he found peace in colors, said he finally understood how artists saw the world. He still lives in Texas, rides his bike, hosts veterans at his ranch, tells stories, some rehearsed, some improvised, all with the same grin, half mischief, half memory. He was the kind of president people kept trying to summarize in one sentence, but he kept rewriting the ending. And as the sun set on his tenure, another man was adjusting his tie, tapping the podium, and preparing to speak in complete sentences about complex problems. Barack Obama was next. And the teleprompter was already glowing. Barack Obama. Barack Hussein Obama entered the American story like a perfectly timed entrance, graceful, articulate, and already silhouetted against history. He spoke with precision, paused like punctuation was a form of diplomacy, and wore suits that looked like they'd been tailored by someone who read poetry. His presence felt rehearsed without being artificial, practiced without being predictable. Every movement suggested composure, every word, calculation with a conscience. And yet, somehow, he still gave the impression that he might help you carry your groceries if you needed a hand. He was born in Honolulu, Hawaii, in 1961. His mother was a white woman from Kansas. His father, a Kenyan economist. The marriage didn't last. The father left. The mother remarried. The stepfather took the family to Indonesia, and Barack, then Barry, learned how to adapt faster than he could translate. He lived on 3 continents before his 12th birthday. Rode bicycles through Jakarta traffic. Studied the Quran in a neighborhood madrasa. Ate exotic foods with practiced politeness. Learned the value of eye contact in a dozen different cultural dialects. Back in Hawaii, he was raised by his maternal grandparents. His grandmother worked in a bank. His grandfather told stories that often drifted off before the ending. Obama spent hours reading novels, newspapers, political biographies. He studied himself in mirrors, not out of vanity, but reconnaissance. He went to Punahou School, where he was one of the few black students. He played basketball, smoked cigarettes, kept a journal, hung out with a group of friends known as the Choom Gang, who spent more time debating Miles Davis than planning for college. Still, he got into Occidental, then Columbia, then Harvard. He edited the Harvard Law Review, first black editor-in-chief. Everyone noticed. Everyone remembered. He didn't just stand out, recalibrated the spotlight. After law school, he moved to Chicago, became a community organizer, walked the streets, knocked on doors, held town halls in broken-down church basements with flickering fluorescent lights and folding chairs that leaned slightly to the left. He listened more than he spoke, asked more questions than he answered. He taught constitutional law at the University of Chicago, lectured without notes, wrote on chalkboards in flawless cursive. Students said he never raised his voice, just raised the stakes. He married Michelle Robinson, a lawyer with sharper elbows and straighter lines. They balanced each other like opposing columns on a well-structured resume. She called him Bar. He called her Michelle. Their daughters, Malia and Sasha, arrived like punctuation marks at the end of sentences that had taken years to write. He ran for state senate, then for U.S. Senate. Then, in 2004, gave a speech at the Democratic National Convention that opened with, "There's not a liberal America and a conservative America. There's the United States of America." The crowd stood up before he'd even finished the second paragraph. Most hadn't heard of him before. Almost none forgot him after. He ran for president in 2008. His campaign logo was a rising sun over a horizon. His slogan was hope. His aura was inevitability, wrapped in optimism, framed in Helvetica. He carried a BlackBerry, answered emails himself, and occasionally shot hoops with aides in shirt sleeves and dress shoes. He hated being late. He liked data. He requested briefing memos with footnotes, followed by counter-arguments, followed by summaries of the counter-arguments. He walked with long strides and a slight lean, touched his wedding ring when deep in thought, made eye contact like he was memorizing your alibi. His laugh came quickly, like someone who hadn't forgotten how to enjoy awkward moments. He took questions from the press with the ease of a professor walking into office hours. He repeated questions back before answering them. He made complexity sound digestible and contradictions sound poetic. When asked about a subject he didn't want to discuss, he paused, nodded slowly, and began with, "Look." He didn't curse in public, but his eyebrows did. He spoke in paragraphs, occasionally footnoted his own sentences mid-sentence. His use of metaphor was surgical, his pauses theatrical, his approval ratings rarely boring. He kept a stack of letters from Americans on his desk, each night selected by staff, read before bed. He'd annotate some, respond to others, and remember many. One woman wrote that she'd lost her job and was scared. He wrote back, "I hear you. You're not alone." He played basketball every week, left cuts and bruises on staffers, called fouls sparingly, took shots from the elbow and trash-talked with poetic efficiency. He carried a Lucky Charm in his pocket, changed it occasionally, rosary beads, a poker chip, a small statue, said they reminded him who he worked for, never explained which one meant the most. He wrote speeches, longhand, on yellow legal pads, with a black pen, crossed out entire paragraphs, rewrote them with slightly better verbs. He and his speechwriters would argue over adjectives, rhythm, cadence. "It's not right until it sings," he once said. He wasn't a natural hugger, but he hugged well when he had to, gripped shoulders, patted backs, held on an extra beat when the situation called for it. He sang Amazing Grace at a funeral in Charleston, South Carolina. Unexpected, off-key, powerful. The room stood, wept, sang with him. That wasn't politics. That was something else entirely. He wrote a memoir, Dreams from My Father, before his presidency, and another, A Promised Land, after. Both read like confessionals wrapped in policy analysis. He didn't just remember things, she documented them with forensic detail. He was a night owl, stayed up reading memos, novels, briefing books, left post-it notes in the margins, signed off emails with Bo. He believed in rituals, wore the same tie to big events, ate the same breakfast, took quiet walks before major decisions. He once spent 45 minutes deciding on the wording of a condolence letter. No one saw it. He still wanted it perfect. He didn't age. He grayed. Fast. 8 years condensed into 8 shades of silver. The change was gradual and shocking. At the same time, he left the White House quietly, waved, smiled, boarded the helicopter with his wife, his daughters, and a practiced sense of detachment, then disappeared for a while. And as his shadow receded from the stage, another man stepped forward, tie too long, suit too bright, microphone already live. Donald J. Trump was next. And the silence before his arrival was already deafening. Donald J. Trump. Donald John Trump did not enter the presidency. He burst into it like someone walking through a glass door that everyone else assumed was locked. Red tie like a flag, hair defying wind and logic, posture stiffened by decades of camera angles. He didn't adjust to the office. He made the office adjust to him. The White House, a place steeped in rituals and careful wordplay, suddenly found itself speaking fluent billboard. Born in Queens, New York, in 1946, he was the fourth of 5 children. His father, Fred Trump, built real estate with bricks and rules. Donald, from an early age, seemed more interested in gold leaf and loopholes. At 13, after behavior problems, he was sent to the New York Military Academy, where the uniform did little to hide the defiance underneath. He grew tall, loud, fast-talking. At Wharton School of Finance, he studied real estate and graduated in 1968. Professors said he wasn't particularly academic, but he was observant and relentless. 2 traits that, in his world, mattered more than grades. He joined the family business, expanded it, or rebranded it. The lines were always blurry. He moved operations to Manhattan, left the outer boroughs behind, and started building towers with his name in 5-foot letters across the top. Trump Tower, Trump Plaza, Trump World. He wasn't just selling real estate, he was selling himself. He cultivated fame like others cultivate tomatoes, intentionally, daily, and with fertilizer of questionable origin. In the 1980s, he was on magazine covers, game shows, tabloid pages. He authored The Art of the Deal, half memoir, half myth-making, all momentum. The book described his philosophy in 3 parts: think big, act bold, and never apologize. He had casinos, an airline, a vodka brand, a board game. Some worked, some didn't. But the point wasn't the product, the point was the presence. By the early 2000s, he was the brand. Not a businessman, but a man performing business. He starred in The Apprentice, a reality show that turned job interviews into gladiator contests. "You're fired" became a national catchphrase. He pointed his finger like a judge, jury, and metaphorical executioner. Millions watched, ratings soared. He was no longer just in business, he was in households. He tweeted before most people knew how. Short, fast, capitalized. His voice, unmistakable. His grammar, unpredictable. He treated Twitter like a press room with no moderator. And when people told him to stop, he posted twice as much. In 2015, he descended an escalator in Trump Tower and announced his candidacy for president. Escalators usually go down. His numbers went up. He ran with slogans, rallies, hats, and monologues. Interviews doubled as performances. Debates became brawls. He spoke without scripts, moved without handlers, turned applause into punctuation. Crowds chanted. Cameras followed. He branded opponents with nicknames and repeated them until they stuck like gum on a shoe. He won the presidency in 2016 after a campaign that felt more like a touring rock concert than a traditional bid for office. He flipped states, redrew maps, broke models. On election night, even his allies looked surprised. He entered the White House with a handful of promises, a stack of executive orders, and a Rolodex that had no intention of being alphabetized. The staff changed frequently. The tone changed immediately. And the press briefings, well, they took on a life of their own. He kept his office cold. The thermostat was always low. He liked Diet Coke, sometimes a dozen a day. Fast food, 2 McDonald's, KFC, cheeseburgers on silver platters. The White House kitchen adjusted accordingly. He slept little, tweeted early, often, from his bedroom, from Air Force One, from meetings. His phone was his megaphone. He dictated policy in 280-character increments. He preferred Sharpies to pens, marked up maps, crossed out paragraphs, underlined headlines. His desk looked like a crime scene designed by a cartoonist. He liked charts, especially ones that showed lines going up. His aides learned to format data in bright colors, bar graphs in red and blue, pie charts shaped like exclamation points. He loved superlatives. Everything was the greatest, the best, the biggest. Every meeting was historic, every executive order unprecedented. Even his adjectives felt like they'd been inflated at a used car dealership. He held rallies after the election. Many, long ones, sometimes over an hour. The speech was never the same twice. He moved between topics, like a man flipping TV channels, stopping only for applause or instinct. He rarely used a teleprompter unless forced. When he did, he squinted at it like it had betrayed him. He kept memorabilia, framed magazine covers, sports jerseys, maps with Sharpie edits, signed photos of himself, sometimes to himself. He had a habit of repeating phrases 3 times, for emphasis, for rhythm, for rhythm, for rhythm. He loved being photographed, always center frame, always thumbs up. The smiles varied, the thumbs never did. He often interrupted his own sentences, started with one topic, veered into another, and landed somewhere completely different, trailing off like an unfinished blueprint. He liked gold, in decor, in trim, in cufflinks. The White House curtains got an upgrade. The chairs got reupholstered. The vibe turned from colonial to casino. He didn't drink alcohol, never has, said he saw what it did to people, preferred sugar and applause. He didn't trust many people, but he trusted his instincts, and his instincts told him to trust himself. He left the White House after 1 term. The departure was quiet, then loud, then quiet again. He skipped the inauguration of his successor, flew to Florida, smiled, waved, promised he'd be back. He lives now at Mar-a-Lago. A resort, a compound, a headquarters. The walls are lined with mirrors and chandeliers. The dining room doubles as a meeting hall. The golf course doubles as a conference room. He still speaks, still posts, still stages rallies. He keeps score, counts followers, measures loyalty. His name remains on buildings, banners, bumper stickers. He signs books with a flourish, always in black marker, always on the title page. He still believes in branding, still trusts the power of repetition, still says, "We'll see what happens." And just as one era ends in gold-plated spectacle, another begins in deliberate prose and whispered policy memos. Joseph R. Biden Jr. is next, and his pen is already uncapped. Joe Biden. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. doesn't walk hurries. Slight forward lean, arms swinging like a man chasing a train that might leave a little early. He talks with his hands, squints when he smiles, and shakes hands like he still remembers the exact way his father taught him, firm, honest, and with eye contact that says, "I've got a story, but I'll let you go first." He's the kind of man who calls people pal and means it, or doesn't, but says it anyway, because it sounds better than silence. He was born in Scranton, Pennsylvania, in 1942. Back when radios were furniture, coal was currency, and boys were taught to memorize their prayers, their batting averages, and the names of every kid on the block. His family moved to Delaware when he was 10, looking for work, like a lot of people then. He never quite stopped talking about Scranton. Never quite left it, either not in his stories, not in his metaphors, not in the way he says folks like he's still on a porch somewhere drinking warm root beer. He stuttered as a child, badly, practiced in the mirror to control it, memorized poetry, repeated phrases under his breath until his tongue gave up its rebellion. He didn't speak fluently until late into adolescence, and even then, every sentence felt like a negotiation. But he fought it, tooth and tongue, and he won. He went to the University of Delaware, then Syracuse Law School. His academic record was unspectacular, but his ambition was not. He loved arguments. Not for the sake of winning, but for the rhythm. The back and forth, the way ideas crash into each other and come out changed. He ran for public office at 29 against a better-funded, better-known incumbent. Won anyway. Became a senator at 30, one of the youngest ever. His early Senate years were powered by caffeine and urgency. He rode Amtrak from Wilmington to D.C. every day an hour and a half each way. The conductors knew his name, he knew theirs. He called it the Delaware Run. It became mythic. He still talks about it, probably always will. Then came the crash. December 1972. A truck, a station wagon, his wife Nelia, his daughter Naomi, both gone. His sons, Bo and Hunter, injured but alive. He was supposed to be celebrating his first Senate win. Instead, he was picking out coffins and rehearsing eulogies. He almost didn't take the oath, almost walked away, but he didn't. He was sworn in at their hospital bedside, took the train the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that. He remarried in 1977, Jill Jacobs. A teacher, quiet, focused, stubborn. She brought the balance he'd lost, the steadiness he needed. They had a daughter, Ashley. They built a new life, not by forgetting the old one, but by holding space for its shadow. In the Senate, Biden was a talker. He gave long speeches, long questions, long answers to short questions. His colleagues rolled their eyes. Staffers learned to signal when he'd hit the 5-minute mark. He never noticed. He chaired committees, traveled overseas, took notes in longhand, wrote policy memos on yellow legal pads. He carried family photos in his wallet, gave out business cards with his direct number. If someone called, he called back. He ran for president in 1988. Didn't make it far. Then again in 2008. Also short-lived. But each run built something: a network, a recognition, a familiarity that stuck. People didn't always vote for him, but they remembered his name, and they remembered his story. He became vice president in 2009. He didn't want the job at first, thought it was ornamental, but he took it seriously, held quiet meetings, whispered advice, sat through briefings like a man doing homework for someone else's class. He and Barack Obama formed an odd pair, the meticulous professor and the Irish storyteller. But it worked. He joked. Obama straightened his tie. Biden called him Barack. Obama called him Joe. The friendship became part of the brand. Then Bo got sick. Brain cancer. 2015. He died at 46. A rising political star, a father, a soldier. Biden unraveled. Quietly, thought about running for president again. Didn't. Said he wasn't ready. Said he needed time. Said too many goodbyes. He stayed close to public life. Wrote a book. Gave speeches. Rode trains again. Hugged people in grocery stores. Talked about grief in sentences that always began strong and ended in ellipses. In 2020, he ran again. This time with history at his back, losses on his shoulders, and a promise that sounded more like a memory than a slogan. He won. Took office at 78, the oldest president in U.S. history at inauguration. The steps up to the podium were slow, deliberate, but the voice was steady. He kept habits, wore aviators, carried rosary beads in his pocket, rode his bike on weekends, whispered sometimes when he got serious, like the microphone needed reminding who was boss. He held more meetings than press conferences, took notes during briefings, scribbled initials next to key points. Sometimes he forgot a name, sometimes he told the same story twice, but he kept going. He kept photos of his family on his desk, not just formal one-scandids too, grandkids on swings, Jill with sunglasses, Beau in uniform, the kind of pictures that reminded him what the job cost. He liked dogs, Champ and Major. Major had some behavioral issues, the press noticed. So did the Secret Service. He wrote letters. Still, signed in blue ink, his signature barely legible, like someone trying to sign faster than their hand could move. He quoted scripture, quoted Irish poets, quoted his mother. He told the same anecdotes, over and over, but each time they changed just a little, like he was editing his own myth in real time. He visited graveyards more than golf courses, laid wreaths, hugged mothers, talked to children at eye level, said, "I know it hurts," and didn't move until they did. He carried briefing books everywhere, dog-eared, underlined, pages flagged. His aides used tabs, he used highlighters, sometimes yellow, sometimes orange, depending on mood. He started meetings with jokes, usually dad level, sometimes about Amtrak, sometimes about Scranton, rarely about politics. He never got used to the cameras, blinked a lot, smiled like a man who knew the smile was part of the job. Sometimes it reached his eyes, sometimes not. He still called people on birthdays, wrote condolence notes, showed up to events he wasn't expected at, cried in public, didn't apologize for it. He walked a little slower, spoke a little softer, but still leaned in when it mattered, still looked people in the eye, still whispered their names like they were prayers. He once said, "Failure at some point in your life is inevitable, but giving up is unforgivable." Then paused, then smiled, then added, "Besides, folks, come on, where's the fun in quitting?" And as the lights began to dim on another long chapter of American history, a younger voice cleared its throat. A new name rose in the polls, a new story waited backstage. The next mystery hadn't yet taken the oath, but it was already shaking hands in Iowa,